over as well, or when panel, another, 15 runs were taken. So it suddenly went to about 160.
Yeah, I know you're looking good. You're live on TV right now. Is the Indian team looking good?
इंडियन टीम ऑलवेज गुड, ऑलवेज एक्सीलेंट.
तो व्हाट्स गोना हैपन?
बयान देखिए, आज का मैच अगर देखा जाए तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा डिफिकल्ट तो नहीं कह सकते क्योंकि जिम्बाब्वे के साथ है, पर आज का मैच उतना ही इंपॉर्टेंट है जितना ही करो या मरो वाला सिचुएशन बैठ चुका है.
ऐसा क्यों?
क्योंकि देखिए, जिम्बाब्वे के साथ हमें जीतना बहुत जरूरी है. जैसे आपने देखा है कि पिछले मैच में पाकिस्तान कैसे सेमीफाइनल में पहुंच गई. वक्त बदल गए, जज्बात बदल गए, आपको पता ही है कैसे. तो पाकिस्तान जैसी टीम अगर पहुंच
इंडिया तो अगर हार भी जाए स्टिल दे आर थ्रू, राइट?
ना.
देखिए मैं मानता हूँ कि अगर हार जाए, पर अगर जिम्बाब्वे से हार गई तो एक मोरल जो होता है टीम का वो डाउन हो जाएगा. क्योंकि आगे न्यूजीलैंड जैसी टीमें, इंग्लैंड जैसी टीमें से हमें लड़ना है. तो इस बार आई थिंक 10 साल, कितने साल हो गए वर्ल्ड कप ना जीते हुए? हमें बहुत साल हो गए हैं. तो हम
देखिए मैं कहना चाहूंगा कि इंडिया को जो लाइटली नहीं लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि नेदरलैंड और साउथ अफ्रीका का मैच था आज, और साउथ अफ्रीका हार गई है ना, तो नेदरलैंड जीत गई है, तो उसकी वजह से पाकिस्तान भी इन हो गई है. और आज का मैच हमारे लिए जीतना बहुत ही ज्यादा जरूरी है. हम अपनी टीम को सपोर्ट करने आए हैं और पब्लिक का भी बहुत सहयोग रहता है, क्योंकि मैच में
ओपनिंग नहीं चल रही है, ओपनिंग का बहुत ज्यादा पंगा पड़ रहा है.
अच्छा, सपोर्ट कैसे करेंगे वो तो दिखाए ना. हाउ विल यू गिव देम एनर्जी यार ऑन द फील्ड? कैसे ऐसे
जब जाएंगे
सूखा
ऐसे करेंगे सपोर्ट. और आज पक्का इंडिया ने जीतना ही जीतना है. पर ये है कि आज सेमीफाइनल में तो हम पहुंच ही चुके हैं, ज़्यादा मैटर करता नहीं है, बट फिर भी हम जीतेंगे क्योंकि हम आए हुए हैं. तो जीतना ही है इंडिया को. कप भी हमारे पास आने वाला है. और अगर इंडिया पाकिस्तान का मैच आ गया फाइनल में तो और ज़्यादा एक्साइटमेंट हो गई और बहुत मजा आएगा.
प्रैक्टिस मैच है आज, एक प्रैक्टिस मैच की तरह देखना चाहिए क्योंकि टीम डिसाइड कर सकती है कौन सा ओपनर अच्छा चलेगा, कौन सा बुरा चलेगा.
ओके, चले.
टीम इंडिया जो है प्रेशर में बहुत अच्छा खेलती है. विराट कोहली भी बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं.
इवन कि सूर्यकुमार यादव
इज वर्ल्ड बेस्ट प्लेयर नाउ. बट हमें ये मैच को लाइटली नहीं लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि भाई
आपने देखा ही होगा आज आई थिंक साउथ अफ्रीका और नेदरलैंड का मैच था. उस मैच में इवन की रोस्को एंड मिलर डेड हो गए थे, है ना. तो हर एक चीज को इंपॉर्टेंट लो, स्कोर वेल करो. अगर फर्स्ट इनिंग आती है इंडिया की तो उनको बहुत अच्छा खेलना चाहिए. इवन की 180 का टारगेट देना चाहिए. इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट.
ओके, आई हैव टू गो टू द रियल एक्सपर्ट. दे आर रियल क्रिकेटर्स.
सर आप बताइए, सर आपका क्या कहना है? आपका
मेरा ये कहना है कि इंडिया विल विन बाय अ बिग मार्जिन. दे विल कैरी दैट मोमेंटम इन द सेमीफाइनल, एंड इन सेमीफाइनल England की होगी बैटिंग कोलैप्स and India is going to win. Okay, now let me ask the real.
सर क्रेज देखिए कितना.
I know.
दिल खुश हो जाता है सर.
There are more and more. Okay. Pragyan, let me come to you. You've heard from lots of fans here. All of them had an opinion. Let me come to you. Going back to that South Africa-Netherlands game, not too many people gave Netherlands any chance. Does that tell you that in a T20 competition, you can't take any team lightly on a given day?
Absolutely, you're spot on. You cannot take any teams lightly, especially if you have been following the tournament so far. We have seen a lot of upsets, and maybe South Africa, I think they will have to think about it, because this is not something which has happened for maybe 1, 2 or 3 World Cup. It has been happening over the course. So, and they are one of the best sides. They played good cricket, and when it comes to those crunch games, I think that is where they're missing out, and this is not good for their cricket. So if they have to show to the world that what they are made up of, they have to deliver in these kind of games. It was as simple as winning the game. Net run rate or maybe other equations were all taken a backseat. Only thing that they needed to do was win this game and they would have qualified. But they could not do. It shows that they were not able to handle the pressure well, and they just surrendered in this current situation. That is something which they need to address, or else this will haunt them badly.
I'm live, right?
live.
Right. Pragyan, let me ask you. You're saying that they couldn't handle the pressure well, but this is something that we've seen with consistency with all South African teams. You could say that okay, maybe this group of players couldn't handle the pressure well, but we've seen past generations. Sometimes they've come up with the best teams in the tournament. This time around, also a lot of people have picked them as the dark horses to win the tournament. They always have the right personnel, one of the best talented side. How is it that different sets of players, different generations of players have managed to bottle up on crucial situations?
I think that is something very, very unique and very, very surprising for me, because you can always talk about there are few cricketers who can find it difficult to handle the pressure on a particular situation, but it has been happening over the years. So now every time they go onto the field on the during these kind of tournaments, during the business end, people will start putting pressure on them, and this is the onus is on them how they need to address it. Because if you look at them, they have been doing well. The way they played against India, the way they took on India is one of the favorite sides. It looked as if they are one of the favorites, and every time they enter a tournament, they look like they will end up into semi-finals or finals. Always people count them in, but over the years they have been doing this, and it is very surprising to me that even if new set of player come in, they find themselves in the similar situation. That is something which is very unique, and I think the best would be we have to understand exactly what is happening mentally with them, because physically I don't think they have changed a lot. It is mentally. I think they somehow they're not able to address how to handle that pressure situation at that particular moment, when it is like very tight for them, when it is like when you talk about these are the situations where you want teams to up their level, that is when they just I think somehow they are held back.
Okay, Pragyan, I'm going to interrupt you because I found a rare Zimbabwean fan, because so many Indian fans around. You reckon that you're going to give the Indian fans a run for their money with your chanting and screaming?
Absolutely, absolutely. We have what it takes.
And I know Zimbabwe upset Pakistan earlier in the tournament. You think they can do that with the Indian team?
Indeed, indeed.
Who are the Zimbabwe players you think are going to be crucial?
Well, I think Richard Garava will give them a run for their money. And Wes Matevere will do what he knows best. Yeah.
Is he a future cricketer? Come here. I have the cutest Zimbabwe fan as well, the youngest. Let me lift you. Come here. Come here. There he is. So the cutest young Zimbabwean fan. Yeah. Very, very rare to find them, but I did manage to get. Does he play cricket?
Do you play cricket?
No, I play football.
Okay.
But would you like to play cricket?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe, these are moments when young guys come and the Zimbabwe team, let's say, do well. You look at heroes and then you start playing cricket as well. So good to see some Zimbabwe fans as well. Have a good game. Thank you so much.
Good luck to your team as well.
Thank you. Good luck to Zimbabwe too. So we did find a few Zimbabwe fans, not too many of them around, mostly out of the 90,000, 100,000 that will come. Oh, he's always come down. Go back. Go back. Show it from there.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform brands, commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
Co-presented by Max Life Insurance. You are the difference.
Of champions, we're coming to you live from the MCG Melbourne Cricket Ground. It's a carnival here. It's a party atmosphere here. Let me just quickly show you there. This is how the MCG looks like at the moment. Sea of Indian fans, all of them heading towards the MCG to watch India's last league game, that is India versus Zimbabwe. So plenty of hectic activity here, but before I get back to the India versus Zimbabwe game, let's bring you some breaking news. Pakistan have beaten Bangladesh by 5 wickets, and what does that mean? That means that Pakistan have qualified for the semi-final. Of course, Pakistan were given a ray of hope, all thanks to the Netherlands team that beat South Africa. After Netherlands beat South Africa, it was a must-win game for Pakistan versus Bangladesh. Both, in fact, Pakistan and Bangladesh were up in with a chance. But at the end of the day, it was Pakistan. So at the end of the day, it was Pakistan that ended up winning the game. And with that, they have qualified for the semi-final. What most fans want, सर आप अगर इधर ऐसे करेंगे तो ना आप आएंगे ना मैं आऊँगा. So what that means is that Pakistan have now qualified for the semi-final. Everyone here is hoping for an India-Pakistan final. For that, they'll be playing 2 different teams. If India win here today, they are going to be facing England in Adelaide. Pakistan now most likely will be facing the table toppers in Group 1, which is New Zealand. That game is going to be played in Sydney. So that's how the scenario is looking right now in the other group. Pragyan, it's all working out well and all planning in that sense, heading towards the India-Pakistan final, a sort of final that all fans that I met here are hoping for. And now that these 2 teams are not playing against each other in the semi-final, real possibility of an India and Pakistan semi-final, a final.
I think that it cannot get bigger than that. If India is going to face Pakistan in the finals, I think that will be terrific. But saying that, somehow I strongly feel that it will be India, New Zealand maybe. Somehow I get a feeling because New Zealand have always done well. If you look at them, they were the first teams. They were very comfortable. And when you talk about ICC tournaments and the thing that we're talking about South Africa, it's the opposite what New Zealand does. They handle the pressure situation really well. If you look at bilateral series, maybe they lose at times, but if you look at ICC events like Test Championship or anything, they are always there because they handle the pressure well. They manage to get everybody together for a bigger cause.
Okay, Pragyan, stay on with us. Plenty to talk to you about. The toss is going to happen very soon. We'll bring you that update also. Meanwhile, I saw a very interesting poster here. Bring it a bit close. Now say what it says. It says, "Love you, King Kohli. We are specially traveling 9,459 kilometers from India to see Virat Kohli."
Love you, Kohli.
Where are you from India?
I'm from Punjab.
And you've come all the way from Punjab just to watch?
Yes.
Virat Kohli?
Yeah.
Nobody else?
No, nothing. Just a Kohli.
Me too. I've come from Punjab as well.
And you, who's your favorite player?
Rishabh Pant and Virat Kohli.
Rishabh Pant. At least you got to see. Are you hoping that Rishabh Pant plays today?
Yep, and Virat Kohli.
Virat is going to play for sure. But Rishabh, you're hoping? Okay.
Yep.
All the best. Thank you, guys. So this entire family has traveled all the way from Punjab just to watch the T20 World Cup. And their favorite player is, of course, Virat Kohli. And they've come to watch him. Okay, in news this coming in, India have won the toss and have decided to bat. We'll get the playing 11 also very quickly, but the latest update is that India have won the toss and have chosen to bat first. Clearly, that's a tactic we've seen with the Indian team. We saw it, versus Netherlands as well. Put up a big total and then ensure that you get the other opposition out very, very quickly. Sunny Bhai is still with us. Sunny Bhai, we don't know the playing 11 at the moment, but would you like to see any changes in the Indian 11? An opportunity for India to experiment. So would you like to see any changes?
If they're going to, ideally you want to go in without too many changes. But if they want to look at maybe a change, if they feel that, for Dinesh Karthik, they need to look at Rishabh Pant. And I'm saying mainly from the point of view of the wicket keeping, not even the batting, because this time around, his wicket keeping, he has been not at his usual best. Otherwise, he's been one of the finest wicket keepers India has produced, but he has dropped a few. A lot of times the ball has not hit his glove, but hit his pads, etc. So maybe that is for the wicket keeping angle. And then, of course, you don't want to have somebody like a Rishabh Pant or even a Yuji Chahal going cold into a semi-final, a knockout game. It's better to, if you're going to try them out, better to have some game time under their belts for them.
Okay, Sunny Gavaskar saying that he would like to see maybe two changes. Rishabh Pant can come in for Dinesh Karthik and maybe Yuzi Chahal for R. Ashwin. Sunny Bhai, I've just gotten to know the Indian playing 11. You should have asked for something else, because that one wish of yours has come true. We're just getting to hear India has made one change in their playing 11, and that one change is the wicket keeper. So Dinesh Karthik goes out. Rishabh Pant comes in. That's the one change that India has made. And remember, India have won the toss and they are batting first. We're going to discuss that. Pragyan Ojha is still with us. Pragyan, let me talk to you about the toss before I come to the playing 11. You reckon it's a smart move against slightly lesser opponents? It's best to bat first, because we see with such teams which are not playing top class, top level cricket like Zimbabwe, when it comes to chasing under pressure, sometimes those teams can crumble. So best strategy is put a big total and then put them under pressure. You think that may have been the thinking behind the Indian team winning the toss and batting first?
I think. See, now India has qualified for the semi-finals. They know where they stand. It is more of a dress rehearsal for them for the semi-finals. Now the things change. Now I am very sure that Rohit would have thought about that if. Because you see, there is a change. Rishabh Pant has come in, and with the batting lineup, he wants all those small things to be taken care. And maybe this will be a game where he will see that intent going really high, and the preparation for the semi-final starting from here. It is a blessing, I would say, for Indian team that they're playing this game to prepare themselves for the semi-finals rather than playing to qualify for the semi-finals. So all those small things that they need to address, they can do it here. What better than playing a game, a World Cup game in MCG and preparing well, and then getting ready for important games. So this is a very, very good opportunity for them to actually make sure the things that were not falling in place should be taken care of.
Yeah, and the other thing that we can talk about is the playing 11. We've seen one change. Many were expecting maybe India might make two changes. They made one change. Rishabh Pant comes in for Dinesh Karthik. What do you think could be the reason behind it? Was it because Dinesh wasn't getting too many runs, or do you think no? Maybe the Indian team thought now is a good opportunity to let Pant get some match practice, some match momentum in case he's needed going forward in the semi-final?
See, as I told you, that this was a game which they could have tried few important members. One was Rishabh. That was a great move, because when you look at Dinesh, he wasn't looking comfortable while batting. And also, if you look at keeping, India won games, but if you see those crucial stumpings, at crucial situation, those missed stumpings could have impacted the game, but that could not happen. So I think both the things were worrying a bit, I felt, and that is the reason why they have opted for Rishabh Pant. And what better than having one extra game where you can give that chance to Rishabh Pant, where he can go express himself without any pressure and prepare himself well for the semi-finals.
The only issue one sees with that, Pragyan, is once you bring Rishabh Pant in for Dinesh Karthik, who bats at number 6? Because now you have plenty of top order batsmen. Suryakumar Yadav cannot bat at 6. Hardik Pandya cannot bat at 6. Will you now ask Rishabh Pant to bat at 6? He's also a top order batsman. So who fills that role of Dinesh Karthik batting at number 6?
I think this is the best situation where they can understand what they need to do. That's the reason I'm saying you this will be a dress rehearsal for the semi-finals. They will get a clear picture what is happening, what they need to do, and I think Hardik can bat little down the order, especially when roles are changing. And Rishabh can be a floater. He can bat up the order if a left-hander is needed, or maybe he can come down a bit. So you can play around with these two guys rather than trying to make changes with someone like Suryakumar Yadav. So I think these two guys are very crucial. They will be kind of a floater where they can, depending on the situation, they can go bat up the order or maybe come down the order a bit.
Okay, Sanibai, let me bring you in. India would be batting now. They won the toss. We've gotten to know that the pitch that is being used here in Melbourne is a fresh track. We know it's going to be bouncy here. We saw the India-Pakistan game. There was a lot of help for the fast bowlers. And Zimbabwe have two very tall bowlers in their ranks. Do you think they're going to extract that extra bounce? And do you think the Indian batsmen need to be careful against those tall Zimbabwean bowlers?
Yes, I think certainly, yes, there will be a little bit of help for the taller bowlers, because the Australian pitches generally give a lot more assistance to quick bowlers who can, hit the hard leg. So yes, there will be that, but I believe the Indian players are capable of playing against them. They played better bowlers, if I might call them better bowlers, in Mitchell Starc, guys who are also 6 feet 6 inches and who can get the ball to bounce quite awkwardly.
Okay, Saibai and Pragyan, stay on with us. I'll get back to you and probably analyze the game a little bit more. But for the moment, let's listen in to the man of the moment. That's Virat Kohli. Celebrated his birthday yesterday. He's been in outstanding form. As I've been speaking to a lot of fans here, most of them have come to just watch Virat Kohli bat. This was Virat Kohli in conversation with Rohit Sharma. Let's listen in.
Australia, पता नहीं क्या है यार. आई कम हियर, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इट डजंट फील एलियन एनीमोर टू मी. मतलब बहुत एक कंफर्टेबल फीलिंग आती है यहाँ पे आके. जो यहाँ पे एक चीज़ मैंने देखी है ना, यहाँ पे अगर आप परफॉर्म करो तो एक रिस्पेक्ट मिलती है आपको, अप्रिसिएशन. वो मुझे अभी पता चलता है, नॉट जस्ट आवर फैंस, बट मैं जब जाता हूँ रोड पे तो जो लोकल्स हैं वो भी मेरे को ऐसे मिलते हैं, अप्रोच करते हैं कि इट्स अ थिंग ऑफ कि यार खुशी होती है उनको देख के मुझे. तो मेरे को आउट ऑफ प्लेस कभी लगता ही नहीं ऑस्ट्रेलिया में. मैं घूमता हूँ तो ऐसा लगता है यार कि अपनी जगह ही है, काइंड ऑफ अ फीलिंग. बात तो ऑब्वियसली हमारी डिस्कशंस इसी चीज़ पे होती है कि यार हमें बड़ा टूर्नामेंट कैसे जीतना है. प्रेपरेशन, प्लानिंग सब उस हिसाब से ही होती है. टीम का माहौल बहुत अच्छा है और जब ऐसी कमरादरी होती है, जब ऐसा माहौल होता है तो आप एक्साइटेड होते हो खेलने के लिए, then you look forward to doing anything you can for the team. So our understanding, our vision for the game has always been similar, has always been to make India win. तो अभी क्या है, जो बैक एंड फोर्थ कॉन्वर्सेशन है, जो मैं इनपुट्स दे सकता हूँ, जो वो मेरे से चीज़ें डिस्कस कर सकता है. एज आई सेड, इट्स वेरी फ्री फ्लोइंग. इट्स ऑल पॉइंटेड टुवर्ड्स कि यार मेन गोल. तो उसमें पूरी टीम अभी एकदम ट्यून्ड है, एकदम घुली हुई है. तो इट्स अ ग्रेट, मतलब वो माहौल समझाना बहुत मुश्किल है ड्रेसिंग रूम में, कि आप ज़्यादा सीरियस डिस्कशन में घुस नहीं रहे हो. एवरीवनस रिलैक्स्ड, सबको पता है, कॉन्फिडेंट है, प्रिपेयर्ड है. अब बस वही मैटर करता है कि आप प्रेशर कैसे हैंडल करते हो. तो उन चीज़ों में हम लोग जो है थोड़ा ट्राई टू लीड द वे कि हाँ बड़े मैच है तो यू ट्राई एंड मेक एन इम्पैक्ट, ताकि सब लोग थोड़े रिलैक्स हो जाए. और फिर एक बार वो मोमेंटम बन गया, बड़े टूर्नामेंट्स में हम सबको पता है, एक बार मोमेंटम मिल गया तो then you can really ride that.
Okay, Virat Kohli there talking about how much he loves playing in Australia. It's just something that happens to him once he comes down here. The environment, the fan support that he gets, all of it goes into Virat Kohli, the phenomena that we've witnessed every time he's played his cricket in Australia. Harbhajan Singh, Sunny Gavaskar, Pragyan Ojha still with us. Harbhajan, on to you in this particular subject about Virat Kohli, what I'd love to know for you, how good has Virat Kohli been so far in this tournament?
Yeah, birthday boy, obviously had a great day yesterday. Of course, we have seen people writing so many good things about him on Twitter, on social media, etc. And yes, he deserves all the credit and he deserves all the praises by doing, so well, not just in this World Cup, but over the years, he's been a top player for Team India. And, I think, even in my tweet, I've mentioned that this year we won't be giving you a gift. We will be asking for the gift, and the gift will be if we can bring the World Cup back for all of us. That'll be a very proud moment for all of us, and I hope he'll continue to bat well, continue to score runs for Team India, and continue to win games for Team India, and more importantly, bring the cup back home.
Okay, Pragyan, Virat Kohli is absolutely sensational. Everywhere I go here, I only hear Virat Kohli's name. We were lucky enough to have witnessed him cut his cake yesterday, celebrate the birthday with fans earlier, then with the media. Of course, he celebrated with the team. But you reckon more than the cake that he cut yesterday, all his eyes and his focus is going to be cutting another cake maybe next Sunday. By the time India are going to be world champions, that's going to be his focus. That's where he's come here to Australia for.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, I think Virat, it was a great day for him. I could see the happiness in him. He cut the cake and he had the cake actually. Because he's so disciplined, he normally avoids having sweets and carbs. He ended up eating that, so it shows that how happy and relaxed and how content he was and how he's enjoying his journey so far. Saying that, yes, absolutely, all of us here from India, across the world, would like to see the Indian team cutting the cake next Sunday with the trophy next to the cake. But it's still a couple of more games to go. Hopefully they prepare well and just carry the momentum, because that is what matters, especially in the semi-finals and finals. It is the momentum and it is the way you handle the pressure would make a lot of impact, because your skills don't change overnight. It is how well you handle the pressure, how well you manage yourself would give you that edge over the opponent.
Okay, that's true. Virat Kohli is going to be very crucial for the Indian team. And just on the subject of Virat Kohli, he is very important for everyone, for the fans here. Every fan that I meet, they all talk about Virat Kohli, but he's very crucial for his own team. This is Shikhar Dhawan, one of Virat Kohli's long-standing teammates. He's talking about Virat Kohli and the impact that he has within the dressing room.
विराट की खासियत बताइए, क्योंकि इन अ वे आपके जनरेशन का शायद सबसे बड़ा खिलाड़ी वो था और है. क्या है विराट कोहली में और क्या है दिल्ली के ये लड़कों में? शिखर धवन हो या विराट कोहली हो, कुछ तो जज्बा है आप में.
विराट का जो सेल्फ बिलीफ है वो बहुत स्ट्रांग है, तो आई फील जितने भी सक्सेसफुल लोग होते हैं उनका सेल्फ बिलीफ काफ़ी स्ट्रांग रहता है, और जब भी उससे बात करो तो उसका माइंडसेट काफ़ी पॉजिटिव है. एंड इट्स ऑल अबाउट हाउ यू टॉक टू योरसेल्फ, बिकॉज इंसान सबसे ज़्यादा अपने आप से बात करता है. तो यू कैन बी योर बेस्ट फ्रेंड और योर ओन विक्टिम, सो टोटली डिपेंड्स ऑन द इंडिविजुअल. एंड और उसके साथ मेहनत करना, डिसिप्लिन, ही इज़ क्वाइट डिसिप्लिन एज वेल. लाइक जब वो स्टार्टिंग में आया था अपने करियर में तो सब कुछ खाता था, तो थोड़ा मोटा भी था, और फिर उसका जब एक बारी स्विच आया कि नहीं यार अब मेरे को संभालना है, तो वो टोटली एक्सट्रीम में दूसरा एंड पे चला गया, और ना कार्ब्स खाने से प्रोटीन पे रहता था. तो इज़ वेरी हिज विल पावर इज़ वेरी स्ट्रांग एज वेल. सो वो एक खूबी है और स्किल उसकी अच्छी है ही है. तो जब वो इन तीनों चीज़ों का कॉम्बिनेशन बनता है तो यू गेट दैट सक्सेस. एंड दिल्ली में के लड़कों की ये खूबी है कि नॉर्थ बेल्ट जो एग्रेसिव बेल्ट है, एंड जिगरा भी है, दिल्ली दिल वालों की है तो जिगरा भी है. एक तो जिगरा होना बड़ा ज़रूरी है. आपके पास सारी समझदारी हो सकती है, लेकिन अगर जिगरा नहीं है तो फिर वो समझदारी भी किसी काम की नहीं. तो वो करेज होना ज़रूरी है. एंड बात जीत हार की नहीं होती, लेकिन जिगरे की होती है कि किसमें कितना दम है.
मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि देखिए दो बॉल में विराट का करियर एक बार फिर बदल गया. कल तक जो लोग कह रहे थे विराट कोहली इज फिनिश्ड, 2 छक्के मारता है हरीश राव को, इंडिया को जिताता है मैच अगेंस्ट पाकिस्तान, और अब सब कह रहे हैं विराट कोहली इज द किंग वंस अगेन. ये दुनिया ऐसी है.
बिल्कुल दुनिया ऐसी है. और जब क्रिकेट की बात आती है तो काफ़ी इमोशंस रहते हैं, और जो एक नॉर्मल लेमैन देख रहा था उनको वो इमोशन से बात करते हैं अपने, तो उन्हें नहीं पता कि भाई एक क्रिकेटर की लाइफ में क्या चलता है, क्या प्रोसेस है, क्या अप्स एंड डाउन्स देखने होते हैं. उनका सिर्फ जो एंड रिजल्ट होता है उससे उनका इमोशन होता है. तो पर क्रिकेटर वैसा नहीं सोचता. क्रिकेटर एक अपने प्रोसेस पे बिलीव रखता है. वो क्रिकेटर काफ़ी प्रोसेस ओरिएंटेड रहते हैं.
Okay, coming to you live from the Melbourne Cricket Ground, building up to that final game that India will play in the league stages here at the T20 World Cup. Zimbabwe are up next. Even though India have qualified for the semi-final, there's still a bit of context to this game. That's because if India were to lose, they could finish second in this group. If they win, they finish on top. So that's crucial because that will decide who they play up next. Harbhajan Singh, Sunny Gavaskar still with us. Harbhajan, I'll start with you on this one. India have qualified for the semi. But in that unlikely scenario that they are upset by Zimbabwe, they'll finish second and then we'll have to face New Zealand. If they win today, they're facing England. Do you think the team would also be thinking on that who is going to be our opposition? If a question was asked to the Indian team, who would they prefer to face in the semi-final? What do you think their thoughts would be?
I don't think Team India would have thought about, whether they play against Australia, they will do something special, or if they are playing against England, they will play some different cricket. All they need to do is just play the best cricket they are known for. Simple as that. Keeping things simple, keeping the basics right, and holding the nerves. Simple as that. In big games, all you need to do is just hold your nerves and stay calm and composed and focus on the right things. What you've been doing all these years in practices. So bring that into your game and play the A+ game. Simple as that. And that's what India team will be looking to do. I think not thinking about whether Australia comes or England comes. This is how we need to play against Australia or against England. Simple as that. Play a basic cricket right and do the basic things right. And I'm sure once you do that, you end up getting the right result.
Okay, Saima, what do you reckon? You agree with Harbhajan saying that India wouldn't really be thinking about it? Anyone that comes next, they'd be eager to do well in the semi-final, or do you think no, there would be some sort of preference there?
India! Not really. I think they first look to qualify, and now I think it is pretty clear at this particular point of time that India will be playing England, which is going to be a tough game. Make no mistake. In this ICC Men's World T20, we've seen that no team could be taken lightly. Netherlands beating South Africa, Ireland beating England, Zimbabwe beating Pakistan. So there have been plenty of upsets because in the shortest format of the game, one bad over, one good over can make a difference between winning and losing. And most importantly, fielding as well. The sides that have fielded well, the sides that have not unnecessarily given away runs by wild throwing, the excitable throwing, I think they have been the ones who have prevailed, because these matches have all gone very close, close encounters. So in a close encounter, that overthrow or the ball hitting the stumps and ricocheting for otherwise what would be a dot ball, these can demoralize the fielding team as well.
Pragyan, on that subject of who's going to be India's opposition in the semi-final, that will of course be decided after the Zimbabwe game. But had you asked most people at the start of this tournament, everyone may have picked, okay, India should play New Zealand because New Zealand are not looking very good. England were the overwhelming favourite. But now, whatever you've seen of both New Zealand and England, there's not much to choose from. Maybe New Zealand probably are looking more dangerous because England showed even yesterday that they are vulnerable. Wouldn't you say that?
Absolutely. New Zealand, as I said, they have that clarity, and they handle the pressure really well. See, a team, if you look at their track record, that itself will tell you what exactly they are made up of. Every time in a crunch situation, they do well. That means they handle pressure well. And, semi-finals or finals or a do or die game really doesn't bother them. That's what their track record tells you. But at the other end, if you look at England, I would say that is a team which actually look, they have a little bit of gap where, you can capitalize on them. That is the reason I'll come back to one point which I missed out earlier. That was, I was thinking that maybe India would have played UZ Chahal, because UZ Chahal would have been very crucial when you're thinking of playing against England. A leg spinner, especially in Adelaide, you never know. And with the form that UZ Chahal is in, he can be a crucial member. But see, that is what I feel. But, end of the day, what the captain and the coach, they think maybe they just want to stick to Akshar and Ashwin. But when you're planning for semi-finals and finals, you want some bowler who can pick wickets. And that, for me, in the middle over is UZ Chahal.
On India today.
India today.
Okay, with me, a few more fans. They're all heading inside the stadium. Not too many minutes to go before the first ball is bowled, but I've kept them back. They can maybe miss an over or two just to be on the sake of being on India today. What are you guys looking forward to?
Oh, we're looking for at least a 200 score, and we're going to win with a big margin. Afterwards, we would head down to Adelaide. Adelaide, we're going to win. It's Virat's favourite ground. And then back at the G on 13th, and we're going to lift the World Cup and we'll take it to India.
Who have you come to watch?
Virat Kohli.
I always hope that maybe, of course, we all love to watch Virat. I keep hoping that maybe somebody else will also come up, but it's only that one guy, Virat Kohli.
Yeah, only
a big Virat Kohli. What about you? What are you looking for?
Definitely, as you said, that can be a photo miss the first few overs, definitely, because we are looking at a score of 200 plus, and it's going to be a full action, fun-filled match. So Virat and the whole team, we are looking forward to that. They're going to play well. It's going to be a great sport today, and that's what we're looking forward to. That yes.
Have you got your tickets for Adelaide, all of you?
Yes, absolutely. We're heading down there.
Flight tickets, your hotel tickets.
It doesn't matter. It's just.
Yeah, we said for finals. Yeah. We have tickets for finals. We're hoping India would get to finals.
We're talking about semi-finals. They're talking about the final. Thank you so much, guys, for being a sport. Go enjoy the game. So that's all that we have time for on this special edition of Battle of Champions, coming to you live from the MCG. Just moments to go for that game to start. 200 is what the Indian fans are hoping for. Let's wait and watch what Rohit Sharma and company do. We'll see you again at the end of the game on India Today. So don't forget to tune in. For the moment, Nikhil Nath signing off.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Varun Dhawan, entertainer extraordinaire, actor extraordinaire, joining us here at the India Today conclave. So Varun, welcome to the India Today conclave, Mumbai. Should I run?
It would be pretty wild if I actually turned into a wolf and I ate everyone over here.
Let's get things warmed up, shall we?
Yeah.
I think you're here, as I said in the beginning, to set the stage on fire. So why don't we do it first up itself with Tumkeshwari? I know everyone here wants to see that. Can you tell me if you want to see him dance to Tumkeshwari? It's not loud enough.
Listen, I've just sat here and I've seen you all. I had a stellar lineup today, some very celebrated politicians. I just met a professor from Harvard today, and I was talking to Rahul also. Are you sure? Should we just start off like that?
You can teach them all some dance moves. Let's go for it. Are there any
Okay,
one in the audience who'd like to join?
with a dupatta. Oh, definitely. Okay, we have someone.
You got someone who wants to join you?
बन के बिजुरिया तेरी हाय रे परेशान कर गई रे करवी कमरिया तेरी हाय रे मेरी जान ले गई रे बन के बिजुरिया तेरी हाय रे परेशान कर गई रे गोरी गोरी सुनरी 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 पिंक तेरी चुनरी 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 दिल पे जो है गुजरी 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 तुझे लिख के बताऊं या ताकि सुनाऊं मैं ओ तुम केशवरी
Amazing, right? Who votes for me every once in a while, mid-sentence, to suddenly say Tumkeshwari and then we just start dancing? But what has this experience been like for you, Varun? We just saw the trailer. Congratulations. It looks absolutely amazing and so very different from anything we've seen. Student of the Year to Bhedia, to a werewolf. What's that experience been like for you?
You know, just straight off the bat, I would like to say, COVID has been really tough, has been really tough on everyone, I think, in the human race. We've all faced our ups, our downs especially. We've all lost loved ones. I know I have. So it was really tough, and I honestly just went through a big change. I went through a lot of introspection during that time of what I want to do as an actor and why I am here. I truly believe that sometimes when you are in certain jobs, it's for a reason. And I found spirituality during this period. And I just put in all my might, and this film was just to prove that, you know, that I am capable of doing something in this genre. And I wanted to do something which, you know, gets in VFX, gets in 3D, gets in a lot of technology and blends it in with Indian mythology in a very beautiful way. Indian folklore, sorry. And that's what Bhedia is. And I just hope it can entertain people and bring positivity in people's lives, you know, because I feel cinema can serve that purpose. It should serve a purpose of bringing positivity in people's lives. It should serve a purpose of bringing about change in a very good way, encourage younger people in our society to do good. And I think you can, and hopefully this movie will set that right example.
What's the message that you feel the audiences should take away from after watching Bhedia? What would you believe would be, the message they take away with which you'd be happy and you believe that the movie is a success, financially or not?
Mainly the message is that I would like Indians to feel proud of the kind of VFX we've done in it. A big chunk of money has been spent on the VFX and the technology used to make the film. We've got MPC who has done films like Jungle Book, you know, just to name one of them. And so a lot of money has gone into that. We don't, honestly, you know, we get a lot of flack for not, our industry gets a lot of flack for not delivering on that level. But honestly, we don't have that much money that goes into. So within those resources that we have, and I have as an actor, most of it has gone into this, and I'm very thankful to my producer, Dinesh Vision, who's put in so much money and a lot of might in this VFX, you know, so it doesn't look like you see it and my friends are going to be like, Varun, yaar, ye bahut, yaar, what is this shit?
Like cartoon
What is all,
character
yeah, what is this rubbish? And I've had films with cringe-worthy VFX before, and I'll be the first to accept it. And I don't like that feeling, you know. Being someone growing up in this India, I don't like that feeling. So I want to give back to the audiences. I want them to feel proud and inspired when they go and see this film. It's up there with any other film they see.
How did you prepare for this role? Was there a lot of howling at home? Did your neighbors complain?
No, my wife definitely thought I was really strange because we just got married and I signed this film. So I was often making faces near the mirror or looking at her in weird, strange ways. But I got an animal flow instructor, Dave. He's from Bangalore. He came and trained me. And lots of classes with the director of the film who's from Delhi. So, you know, just the kind of accent I needed. I'm playing someone who's a road contractor. So just जो बात करने का अंदाज है वो सब पकड़ना पड़ा. But more than that, I think I had to just catch the heart of the film. And I found that honestly when I reached Arunachal and I was in zero.
I'm sure it was difficult to get the werewolf board, right?
Sorry?
How much work went into the werewolf body?
The body, I think I think we lay a lot of emphasis on the exterior always, you know, physicality of what actors do. But it's honestly more the mental stuff that has a bigger effect on you. And this film definitely, I think after a long time, after Badlapur and October, I think this is a film which mentally really consumed me, and really the moral of this film really affected me a lot. Especially like I said, you know, while COVID, the whole world was shut down and we felt like we've got this virus and it's come from, I mean, there are a lot of theories to it, but we felt it's come from animals or it's come from a bat, or a lot of theories to it. And honestly, I don't think they came into our homes. We've gone and we've invaded homes in which animals live in. And that's why we've caught diseases, you know. This world is as much theirs than it's ours. So, little bit, I don't want to get too philosophical about it.
But that's a great message also that you're putting out, because it's something everyone talks about so passionately right now in the country and across the world.
We talk about it worldwide, but the minute we opened, don't you think we all went back to the same rat race? We all went back to just doing... I mean, how many people can here say that post-COVID we've changed? I see people working even harder. In fact, I pushed myself so much once COVID started. My film was out, Juk Juk Jio. I behaved like, you know, I'm fighting an election. And I don't know why, but I put so much pressure on myself that nearly recently I had like this, like I just shut down. I didn't know what had happened to me. I had this thing called vestibular hypofunction. Basically, your balance goes off. But I just think I pushed myself too hard, and I bet you so many distinguished people sitting over, everyone has pushed themselves so hard post-COVID. And we are just running in this race, but nobody is asking why. It's not like you get a special prize after you die and you go upstairs, you got this because you did this. I think there's a greater purpose that we all are here, and I'm trying to find mine, and hopefully people will find this.
How did the pandemic experience really change you and what you sought as an actor?
So, I've not really shared this everywhere, but someone who worked with me for 26 years of my life, Manoj, he passed away. He passed away near my eyes, and this was just when he thought he had COVID, and then he recovered after a week, and he had a heart attack, and he passed away near me. And you know, it affected me so badly mentally, but being an actor, everyone told me that, you know, you move on. And I'm like, how do I move on? This person is 26 years of my life, whatever I am today, more than any director or producer. This man is the reason I am where I am, you know. And it affected me so badly, you know, in every which way. But it's taken me a long time to, you know, even find courage to talk about this. But honestly, I'm still dealing with it. So I think the only thing that's the biggest impact it's had on me is that I don't want to judge people today. You don't know what anyone's going through. You don't know their losses. Because once we are in a public outing, everyone has their game face on. And then we judge human beings. Arey, ye aisa hai, ye bahut cunning hai, ye jealous hai, ye greedy hai, this guy is this guy is that. We don't know from what baggage someone is coming here. So just
Thank you for sharing that with us, Varun, because I think all of us also have unfortunately had that experience, and I think to hear that from you, it brings us back to, the learnings that we should have from the pandemic. I know it was hard on you, but thank you for sharing that with us. We were talking about the pandemic experience, what kind of an impact it had on you, but on a larger scale, Varun, do you think that the audiences and what they sought also has changed after the pandemic?
100%. I think the audiences are not going to take any bullshit. And they're not going to settle for anything mediocre. They're not going to settle for anything okay. And honestly, filmmaking, the film industry, we are a service providing industry. Our service that we are providing is entertainment. So we have to pull up our socks. We have to give them like top of the line stuff. And according to me, that's the only thing that's going to work, Because everyone knows life is precious. We don't know how long we are here on this journey. So you want to go out for the best stuff and the best stuff only. And there's a lot of options out there.
You've done, a variety of films, and I think that's what's really stood out. I started off saying that you're an entertainer extraordinary. You're also an actor extraordinary. You've proved that with films like Badlapur in October, and then you have a Jug Jug Jio, whether you talk about Student of the Year. So you've got that range. Is that something that you've done consciously in your career?
Yeah. Honestly, I can sit here and be like, I'm damn clear-headed. I know what I'm doing. But I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I react out of instinct, and it's God, Ishwar hai jo karata hai ye cheeze, according to me. I mean, we are put in these positions, and then we have responsibilities, and we have to fulfill them. So I can't say. I work damn hard, but I wish I could just sit here and just say it's only hard work, it's only talent, it's only this. Certain things that happen in life, it's all भगवान है जो कराता है ये चीज़ है. सरस्वती माँ का हाथ है कहीं ना कहीं किसी भी कलाकार के ऊपर, and then they can perform.
I think also, considering the variety of films and the names that I mentioned, where do you think Bedia really fits in there? Would you deem it an entertainer? Would you deem it as a breakthrough performance? No,
it's an all-round entertainer, and at the end of the day, I think people should be excited because the director Amar Kaushik, it's his film. He's made a film called Stree. He's made a film called Bala before this, which were amazing films, and he's put in so much. I've put in a lot into this film as well, and I feel more than anything, people should watch the film because it's a good film. There's no other way to, in this environment with how films are doing, there's no other way to hard sell a film and be like, yaar, hamari film bahut alag hai, hamari film wo. It's genuinely a good film and you will be entertained. And if you're not entertained, then hopefully the producer can give you their money back. I don't know. But no, hopefully you'll like the film. I believe it's a good film. I do believe it's a good one.
You know, what I'm loving from this conversation is how genuine Varun is right now. I think he's really pouring his heart out and we really appreciate that. Varun, you did mention that right now, the audiences are very clear. Yeah. That this is what they want, they'll go for it, and that's it, right? You're seeing a lot of films, KGF, KGF2, Kantara, that are doing so well. It's triggered this whole debate about whether Bollywood is dead, about cancel culture. What do you think about that? Do you think that's true, that there's this whole sense that, we're against Hindi movies?
No, I think Indian films are doing really well, and when Team India plays right now, they're playing in the World Cup. Everyone's an Indian playing over there, whether he's from the south of India or the north of India or east or the west, it doesn't matter, but it's Indian films. So if Kantara is doing really well, or if KGF2 is doing well, or Vikram, we should seek inspiration from these films and, try and work with each other and working with talents from there, It's the best thing for Indian films to grow right now.
So you're saying there's no north-south?
And I know it sounds really easy right now because these films are getting, the Hindi films are getting the ass kicked right now. So maybe it's a great time it's an easy answer for me to say that. But if anyone can find any answer that I've given from Student of the Year, I've always wanted to do, films in Telugu, in Tamil, and Bhedia is going to release in Telugu and Tamil as well. But it's a great time for all filmmakers and technicians and actors and everyone to come together. I don't know why people don't say that KGF2 also had Raveena Tandon and Sanjay Dutt in it. Why do you forget that? As well. Because they also loved over there, and we also love all the actors from here, and I just seek inspiration. I'm a big fan of so many of the directors and actors, and I aspire to work with them tomorrow in life.
Who's the one actor that you think you'd love to work with, or you think, their body of work is amazing?
So I've always been a big fan of Mr. Kamal Hassan. And obviously Rajnikant, and from the newer lot, I would say I love, I think Allu Arjun is amazing. He's doing some great stuff. I think Yash has done great with making, the way he made KGF. And even right now, if you see Kantara, the way that film has been written, directed and acted by the same person. So it's just by Rishabh Shetty. So it's amazing. And I think, see, listen, people can divide us all you want. We are one country. And it's a good time for, you know, to be more collaborative right now. I think it's a good time for, because cinema in general is going through a big transition at the moment, all over.
But when you see these films doing really well, does it give you a sense of competition that, you know, I want to ace this, I want to defeat them?
Healthy. Hell yeah, healthy,
sure.
Healthy, definitely healthy. It's like, see, today we are sitting here, this is going to be telecast on India Today. I'm sure other channels are going to see this and they're going to get pissed and they're like, we need to do a better conclave. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get, you know, these politicians, let's get this. You know, it has to be healthy. We have to encourage each other to do better. And as long as it's healthy, it's fine. You know, as long as no one's coming to fight me, it's all cool. But I'm inspired. I'm ready to go.
Do you keep a tab?
Yeah,
what your fellow actors, what your colleagues are doing?
No, see, not what they do, because lots of things actors do is for perception. And perception can be created by wealth very easily. So that could be fake. But anytime I get the opportunity to chat with people, with any of my fellow actors or contemporaries, I pick their brains sometimes, especially the senior ones like Shah Rukh sir or Salman bhai, or, you know, the ones who've seen so much more ups and downs in life. I mean, I'll pick their brains about, you know, what their journey has been like, at least.
Do you also keep a tab on how films do in the box office? Is that something that you clearly consider a factor?
I was so obsessed with how films used to do. I remember when I was studying in Nottingham, even the North American box office, I would like log on to Box Office Mojo and check weekend collections. I would check worldwide collections today, because that's huge. And where Hindi films are concerned, like throughout, like even like the box office, the worldwide gross. I mean, I pretty much know all the numbers by hearted.
But would you ever consider doing a film in Tamil or Telugu? Have you ever been given or offered a role?
I mean, if Lokesh Kanakaraj offered me a role, that's the director of Vikram and Kaithi, 100% I would love to do a Tamil film with him. And if Rajamouli offers you, or Shankar offers you, why will you not? Or Sukumar, who has, yeah, definitely.
Do you know any Tamil? To impress Lokesh Kanakaraj?
I know a little Tamil, but I don't know that much Tamil to make a fool out of myself today.
No, go for it.
I'll lose the audition today, not today.
I'm from Chennai, so I can
You give me a line and I'll try.
What do you want to say?
What do I want to say?
Lokesh sir.
Lokesh sir.
எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு film கொடுங்க. எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு film.
எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு
film.
ஒரே film.
Kudinga. Now say it in one sentence.
Are you sure I'm not proposing to you? No. because I'm looking at you very...
With the sentence saying Lokesh sir.
very innocent, sorry.
With the sentence saying Lokesh sir.
Lokesh sir. Lokesh sir.
எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு film.
Kudinga.
Kamal Hassan ஓட. Oh, sorry, yeah, I should translate that. I'm sitting in Mumbai, not in Chennai. You've said, Lokesh sir, please give me one film with Kamal Hassan. Works?
Done, works. Vikram 2.
Now, if this comes your way, Varun, I think I deserve some credit.
Yeah, you'll be the next Oprah Winfrey then. You're handing out wishes today.
Maybe I can also be the person who teaches you the Tamil dialogues.
Yeah, you can be my I'll make sure I'll tell Lokesh that I need you on set then.
I'll tell you what, any movie that you get in Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, whatever it is, dial us.
Okay, done deal. I might have to poach her, so.
You're all witnesses right now to this.
It's a done deal. It's a done deal. Yeah, but like I said, coming back to it now, we are in a time when Tamil films, Telugu films are working here and Hindi films are working over there. So, I mean, hopefully that time will come and...
But have you ever received any offers?
Yeah, a couple, yeah. A couple. Like really massy ones. Like really massy ones. Good ones, pretty decent ones also.
If you got a Pushpa 3?
I mean, I think that's
that's
Allu Arjun's brand. I think he's doing well. I've got Bhedia, so
you're happy with this?
I'm very happy right now with Bhedia. I'm quite content.
How do you see your future as an actor in this industry? And, you know, now that you say that it's a pan-India industry, how do you think that defines you as an actor? You have no limits then.
Yeah, you have no limits, and I think the box office today of films are global today. So I've done a film right now with Nitish Tiwari called Bawal, which has a backdrop of the Second World War. And we shot in some of the most wonderful locations. We shot in Normandy, where there was a war. We shot all over, basically all over Eastern Europe and stuff like that. And that's now, we are trying to pitch it for the global audience. It's not only for Indian audiences. So I think cinema doesn't have a language. It should just be able to reach all over, because I'm sure we all watch movies from different dialects and get entertained and enjoy them, don't we? So I think
everyone talks about digital streaming, about how it's such a great opportunity. But do you also believe that it's a bit of a bane because it stops people from going to the theaters? And do you think that's a challenge right now with media also?
A month back I've been announced as Prime Video's ambassador, so I don't know how to answer this question. But I think it's the technology and the evolution is pretty new. But I feel that OTT and cinema will soon exist very beautifully with each other. We'll find a balance. And the best thing is that consumers they're consuming content. It's not like they're not consuming content. So they're consuming content, so that's a healthy sign. The balance will take some time, but it will happen.
So, you're entering into that platform. That is another aspect of it, which is with Rajan Tiki Citadel. A lot of talk about it. Everyone wants as much deeds as we can get. So what can you really tell us at this point?
All I can say is it's going to be Prime. There's nothing. I'm not allowed to.
Just howl out the rest.
Yeah, I'm not. I can just say, Woo! I'll really get bitten if I answer this question right now, because there are too many international mandates for me to answer anything.
So you've, in the film industry, from Student of the Year to now Bhedia, what's your journey been like and how have you progressed essentially?
I don't know, I look back at it and sometimes I feel, is this a dream and am I going to just wake up one day? And it's really crazy, but I like I said, I think we're all here for a purpose and you have to find that purpose, and maybe I'm going through that growing up age phase, and I'm sure everyone thinks these things at some point. So I'm just trying to find that what is the larger impact that I make on this world, in this life with cinema.
So when the pandemic struck, did you believe that it could be game over? Did that thought kind of cross your mind?
No. Never. In fact, we had this conversation a lot. I mean, my dad and me and my brother, where I told them it's going to take long. It's going to really take long. And I'm sure everyone has been watching the hell out of Fauci reporting at that time. And I was also watching it every time, trying to see what Fauci is saying, what WHO is saying, and seeing those interviews of Trump, which were very entertaining at that time, where you're cooped up in your room to just see some new information come out. But so yeah, I pretty much knew it's going to take a while. And it's just about and the ones, like so many of us have survived it right now. It's about just getting back to life now in this new world, or this new world order.
So in the last many years that Varun Dhawan has been in this industry, I think one standard takeaway for many of us as an audience has been some great songs, some great dance moves that you have given us. So we decided, as a perfect tribute to Varun Dhawan, a medley of Varun Dhawan's best songs, best hits. Varun, we're going to play this out for you.
Okay, but I don't think I can do this alone. I need some...
of course. Are there any girls? I'm sure there'll be at least 10 girls up on the stage.
Boys also okay. Even men, women...
Anyone who's willing to join Varun, come up on the stage. Don't be shy. You'll have Varun Dhawan for company. I think there are some hesitating there. Guys, I see you all in the front row. Come. There you go. Okay, let's kick it off. We'll, of course, get the Tumkeshwari energy going. Varun Dhawan, everyone. A big round of applause, please, for him.
I hope I remember these steps. Come.
You know it, so sing it. Now throw your hands up and say.
सारी नाइट बेशर्मी की हाय ओ सारी नाइट बेशर्मी की हाय
एक तू एक मैं और हो डिम डिम ये लाइट कतो दी मैडम जी शहर विच आई बस पार्टी दियां गल्लां करदी रहिंदी है पूरी सैटरडे सैटरडे करदी रहिंदी है पूरी सैटरडे सैटरडे करदी रहिंदी है सैटरडे सैटरडे पूरी सैटरडे सैटरडे ऊंची है बिल्डिंग अरे लिफ्ट तेरी बंद है कैसे मैं आऊं अरे दिल रजामंद है
आजा 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 मेरे सागर वाले राजा तेरी याद सताए तूने राजा तू आजा
सौ तरह के रोग ले लूं इश्क का मर्ज क्या है सौ तरह के रोग ले लूं इश्क का मर्ज क्या है तू कहे तो जान दे दूं कहने में हर्ज क्या है मेरे जीवन की दशा थोड़ा रस्तों का नशा थोड़ी मंजिल की प्यास है बाकी सब फर्स्ट क्लास है बाकी सब फर्स्ट क्लास है बाकी सब फर्स्ट क्लास है
My test. This is my test where I don't remember shit. I don't ever rely on me for remembering things. I forget birthdays.
This was a Varun
Forget
Dhawan pop
steps.
quiz for Varun Dhawan.
I'm sorry, that was someone else. This is someone else with the beard now. Sorry, but thank you guys. It was really wonderful being here.
Varun
Thank you for staying here for so long. And I hope I made maybe at least 2% sense after the very celebrated people that were here. I hope I made some sense and could appeal to some of you. Thank you.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
watching
India Today.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. The counting of votes in the closely contested and much-watched Munugodu by-poll is currently underway. It is a neck-and-neck contest between the TRS and the BJP, with Congress at a distant third. BJP releases its manifesto in Himachal, which votes on November 12. Implementation of Uniform Civil Code is one of the top commitments, apart from 8 lakh new jobs and a UP-like survey of madrasas. The bigwigs from all parties will hit the ground running today in the state of Gujarat. Prime Minister Modi, Arvind Kejriwal to carry out campaigns and address public meetings in the poll-bound state. A new member has arrived in the Kapoor Bhatt family, with superstar couple Ranbir Kapoor and Alia Bhatt welcoming a baby girl to their parivar. Kantara craze continues at the box office. India Today caught up with the crew of the Kannada film as they got candid on the success of the film. Shiv Sena Taksali leader Sudhir Suri, who was murdered in broad daylight on Friday, is being cremated today, and heavy security arrangements have been put in place. The last journey of Sudhir Suri is currently underway, with heavy police deployment at his house en route to the Durgana temple, where the final rites will be performed. The Punjab government had on Saturday agreed to hand over the body of Suri after conducting a post-mortem examination. Suri's family had earlier denied cremating his body until he was given the status of a martyr. The government decided to accept the demands of his family members. Other than this, they've also decided to grant both of Suri's sons government jobs.
फेलियर पंजाब पुलिस, बेवकूफ, ये बिल्कुल बेवकूफ पंजाब पुलिस। इन्होंने हमारे सभी हिंदू संगठनों को नजरबंद किया है। मैं चेतावनी देना चाहता हूं इन पंजाब पुलिस को, तब तक संस्कार नहीं होगा जब तक मेरे सभी हिंदू संगठन खुद पंजाब पुलिस लेके यहाँ पर नहीं आते।
In the last rites of the Sudhir Suri, the Shiv Sena Taksali leader, who was killed in the broad daylight on Friday, you can see hundreds of Shiv Sena supporters could be seen marching from his residence to the Durgana temple, where his last rites and the cremation would be taking place. You can see that hundreds of policemen are also guarding the road to look up the security issue, as the way Sudhir Suri was murdered in the broad daylight. After that, tension gripped in Punjab, especially in Amritsar city. But now, once again, the peace and harmony has been maintained here, and already the assailant has been arrested by the Punjab police. Investigation is on, but you can still see that the security have been beefed up in the Amritsar city. With video journalist Gunjit Kumar, this is Lalit Sharma for India Today, Amritsar.
My colleague Lalit Sharma is now joining me live from Amritsar. Lalit, we do know that the investigation into the murder of Sudhir Suri is currently underway. While the police nabbed the assailant in this case, what have they established so far in terms of the motive behind the killing?
See, Paulami, if we talk about the motive, police is just investigating the matter, and as it's a very what we call a very important issue, and every aspect police is just investigating the matter. But if we talk about the last rites of Sudhir Suri, a march of 3 kilometers have been taken place from his residence till the Durgana temple. Let me show you here the visuals. It's the Shivpuri Dham, where the last rites of Sudhir Suri, the Taksali Shiv Sena leader, would be done in a while. But if we talk about the security arrangement, especially in the Amritsar city, hundreds of police men are guarding the road, which is being from the residence till the Durgana temple. And if we talk about the investigation part, already police is looking into the investigation from a very thorough and from a very narrow angle, that so that every step could be taken into. But right now, police is tight-lipped and nothing has been revealed to the general public about what has come out in the investigation. But right now the situation is quite under control. Peace and harmony has been maintained here in Amritsar. As today also in the morning, the family members have alleged that all the Hindu leaders have been kept under house arrest. But after the demand were fulfilled by the administration, finally the family members agreed for the cremation, and now in a while the cremation would be done here near the Shivpuri Dham, near Durgana temple. Yes, Pallavi.
Lalit, thank you so much for bringing us all of those details. Now, the daylight assassination of Shiv Sena Taksali leader Sudhir Suri in Punjab's Amritsar has raised a lot of questions on Punjab's law and order. As a high-level investigation is underway, massive protests erupted in Amritsar as supporters of Sudhir Suri took to the streets against the Aam Aadmi Party government on Saturday. Take a look at this detailed report.
जहाँ पर सरकार बिल्कुल फेल है और सरकार अपना जो फेलियर छुपाने के लिए गैंगस्टरों के ऊपर ये अपना प्रभाव डाल रही है कि गैंगस्टरों ने ये कार्य किया ये।
The daylight murder of Shiv Sena Hindustan leader Sudhir Suri in Amritsar has sparked a massive political storm in Punjab. The city wore a deserted look as a bun was called by the outfit.
Right now we are on the same spot and on that now the Hindu leaders have given a call of Punjab Band. But if we talk about the Band, it's like a normal day and precautionary steps are being taken by the police and the administration and have appealed to all the communities to maintain peace.
The workers of the right-wing group continue to protest and raise slogans against the Bhagwan Mann government.
More than 100 supporters of Shiv Sena were sitting and they were holding the protest against the administration, against the police, in which they are just demanding that the FIR should be done against the hardliner Amritpal Singh. One thing what they are also demanding is that he should be given the status of a martyr and the family should be given proper security and the inquiry should be done from the sitting judge.
उनके द्वारा पनपे हुए जो खालिस्तानी लोग जो उनकी रहन कदम पर जो पल रहे हैं पंजाब के अंदर उनकी वजह से ही सारा कुछ हो रहा है। हम ये सारा जो हत्याकांड हुआ है इसका सारा जो दायित्व जो श्रेय है सारा उसका भगवंत मान को देना चाहते हैं।
जो अमृतसर में अपना जो हुई है बहुत ही बड़ी दुखदायी घटना है और अपना शिवसेना इसका विरोध करती है कि जैसे शिवसेना अपना नेता जो हिंदू नेता अपना सुधीर कुमार सूरी को अपना मौत के घाट उतारा इन आतंकवादियों के द्वारा।
Security has been beefed up in the area. The murder has given ammunition to the opposition and it has upped the ante against the AAP Sarkar.
आम आदमी पार्टी का एक नेगेटिव एजेंडा है जो पंजाब के अंदर काले दौर की ओर पंजाब को बढ़ा रहा है। मैं इस घटना की कठोर शब्दों में निंदा करता हूं और आम आदमी पार्टी इस घटनाओं के लिए जिम्मेवार है।
Any person who is protesting against the government's issues, government, they are being shot dead. Why this is happening? Government is a big institute. It must have a tolerance to face these kind of things.
2 दिन पहले अलर्ट भी थी, तो फिर जो अलर्ट भी आपके पास आ जाती है तो अलर्ट को कौन इग्नोर करता है, किसका हुक्म होता है? वही जो पहले मैं कह रहा हूँ कि सिक्योरिटी विड्रॉल वाली बात है कि इमेच्योर गवर्नमेंट है वो अपने जो है चीप पब्लिसिटी में लगे रहते हैं, जहाँ अपनी सिक्योरिटी बढ़ाने में बिजी रहते हैं।
The Punjab government is on the back foot and it is trying to douse down the fire.
राउंड अप हो गया है, जो जिसने गोलियां चलाई थी। अभी जांच जो है वो शुरुआत की प्रक्रिया में है। अभी पुलिस जांच कर रही है और इंसाफ मिलेगा।
Meanwhile, the alleged attacker, Sandeep Singh, also known as Sunny, a radicalized Sikh youth, was produced in court and has been sent to 7-day police remand. Sources tell India Today that the NIA could be roped in to investigate this case. The Punjab government, which is already under fire over the Moosewala murder, the RPG attack on the police headquarters and other such incidents, is again in the eye of the storm. But Chief Minister Man is busy wooing voters in Gujarat with Arvind Kejriwal. With Lalit Sharma in Amritsar, Bureau Report, India Today.
The BJP is further expanding its mighty pan-India, in fact, strength with a strong showing in the by-polls today. In Uttar Pradesh, the Saffron Party has comfortably won the Gola Gokarnath by-poll, while they also win the by-poll from Haryana in a comfortable fashion. As far as Bihar is concerned, BJP has won the by-poll from Gopalganj, but suffered defeat at the hands of the RJD in Mokama. Shifting to Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena Uddhav camp are in celebratory mode as their candidate is in a winning position from Andheri East seat, though much of it is down to the Shinde camp, Shiv Sena, BJP and MNS giving them a walkover. The BJP is meanwhile also leading in Haryana. So these are the results of the by-polls to the 7 seats across 6 states that are trickling in at the moment. Let's listen into the political reactions that have been pouring in.
ये जीत माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की नीतियों की जीत है। ये जीत माननीय मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी की कार्यशैली की जीत है। ये जीत आदमपुर हलके में चौधरी भजनलाल परिवार का 54 साल का विश्वास, ये उसकी जीत है। मैं आदमपुर हलके की जनता को बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने हम पर पुनः एक बार हमेशा की तरह लगातार 15वीं बार हम पर विश्वास जताया। मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं आदमपुर हलके की जनता को कि जिन्होंने भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा को धूल चटाई।
बहुत धीमी गति से चल रहा था, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि मुख्यमंत्री जी पूर्ण रूप से आशीर्वाद देंगे।
कांग्रेस के लिए कुछ कहना चाहेंगी? गुट जो चल रहा है, आंतरिक कलह चल रहा है, क्योंकि आप लोग भी रह चुके कांग्रेस में, कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी, भारत जोड़ो की बजाय कांग्रेस जोड़ो यात्रा इन्हें निकालनी चाहिए। स्टेट वाइज जाकर पहले पार्टी को जोड़ने का इनको काम करना चाहिए। तो देखिए, जीत कुलदीप बिश्नोई की और आदमपुर हल्के की ये जीत रही है। मैं यहाँ जो भी नुमाइंदा रहते हैं, कैंडिडेट जो भी रहते हैं भजनलाल जी के परिवार से, वो सिर्फ एक नुमाइंदा। जीत हमेशा आदमपुर हल्के की होती है और इस बार भी एक बार फिर आदमपुर हल्के की भव्य जीत हुई है।
आदमपुर का विकास किस प्रकार किया जाएगा?
देखिए, मुख्यमंत्री जी ने पहले आशीर्वाद दिया था, चुनाव से पहले भी कम से कम 500 करोड़ रुपए आदमपुर हल्के के लिए उन्होंने निर्धारित किए। उसके अलावा जो भी और नई डिमांड्स आई है, मुख्यमंत्री जी का पूरा आश्वासन और विश्वास है कि आदमपुर हल्के के लिए पूर्ण रूप से उनका सहयोग रहेगा। धन्यवाद।
My colleagues Rohit Singh and Ritvik Bhalekar are joining me live at the moment. Rohit is joining me from Bihar. Rohit, 2 assembly results over there, by-poll results, Gopalganj and Mokama. Mokama taken by RJD. Gopalganj, the BJP has of course swung that in their favor. How do you read into these assembly poll results, especially because this comes off the back of the alliance politics we witnessed when Nitish Kumar left the NDA fold again and went with the RJD to form the government of Bihar?
Well, yes, Paulami, it's basically a drawn match that has, the result is a drawn as far as Bihar is concerned, because 2 seats where by-polls have taken place, Mokama and Gopalganj, and both the parties, RJD and BJP, have managed to retain their sitting seats, while in Gopalganj, Kusum Devi, whose husband Subhash Singh Yadav had passed away a few months back, and because of which the elections took place, her widow, in fact, Kusum Devi has won elections in Gopalganj, while in Mokama, Anand Singh, the Bahubali gangster turned politician, wife, Neelam Devi, who was the RJD candidate, she has also won emphatically by a margin of more than 16,000 votes. So both RJD and BJP have managed to retain their sitting seats, but obviously it was a first election after Nitish Kumar had broken ties with BJP to form a government with the Mahagathbandhan, with the RJD, and it was a sort of a litmus test for both the parties, for BJP as well as for the Mahagathbandhan. But the results, it seems, has now it's been a tie, so nothing much that can be read into the results. But as far as the Gopalpur seat is concerned, obviously the BJP would have wanted to win more emphatically there, but that has not happened. A BJP candidate has won by mere 2,200 votes in Gopalganj. So that could be a small setback for the BJP, that they could not manage to win at that seat emphatically as they have been winning in 2015 and 2020. But it's a tie match that has the result is a tie as far as the Bihar by polls are concerned.
Right, so the result is a tie, but there might be a little bit of introspection that the BJP might have to do about their seat of Gopalganj, their sitting seat, which they've managed to win back, but the margin isn't much. Rohit, thank you so much for joining us at the moment. Ritwik Bhalekar is joining me live from Mumbai as well. Andheri East also. The results are very, very clear. It's an emphatic win for Rutuja Ladke, who in fact was the candidate for the Shiv Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena. Ritwik, I believe there are celebrations that have broken out behind you, but obviously what the opponent camp will say is that we gave you a walkover. So what are you celebrating?
Yes, it was a walkover for the Uddhav Thackeray's faction candidate Rutuja Ladke, but we should also see that there was a direct contest between Uddhav Thackeray's candidate and Nota. Interestingly, not surprisingly though, the allegations were made by Uddhav camp during elections campaigning that BJP has withdrawn the candidate, but they have not stopped campaigning against Rutuja Ladke, and they were urging the voters to vote for Nota instead. And here the results are, and we can see from the figures, Paulami, that Rutuja Ladke has got a huge margin of 66,000 votes, and she has declared as a winner. But we can also see that she is followed by Nota votes, and that has exceeded nearly 12,000 votes. So that's a huge number for Vota. The Nota votes, which I think should be the highest record in any by-elections, for that matter in any elections, because 12,776 Nota votes have been casted in Andheri East by poll, and you don't have to name that how does this come across, but as per the allegations of Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena, BJP, Eknath Shinde camp and also MNS, who have coming together, took the decision of withdrawing their candidate, BJP's candidate Murji Patel. We can see that even after taking the candidate back, the Nota votes are exceeding more than 12,000.
That's a very, very interesting point that you're making over there. So second in that race is Nota. And that is the most interesting point. Over 12,000 votes, Nota votes cast in the Andheri East by-poll. What does that say about the election that took place over there, despite there being no real challenger to Rutuja Ladke in that election? Ritwik, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Now, TRS is slightly edging away from the BJP in this closely contested Munugodu by-poll. The fight had been neck and neck till round 4, but in the next 2 rounds, the TRS has managed to take a slender lead. The TRS candidate is leading over the BJP by over 2,000 votes now, with 9 rounds of counting still left. Remember that the BJP has been complaining. In fact, Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy has been complaining about the slow counting that's taking place in Munugodu. Let's listen into reactions that have been coming in.
लोग बीजेपी के साथ है और नाराज जरूर टीआरएस के साथ है, फिर भी अपना जो पैसे 100 करोड़ खर्च करने के बावजूद भी नैतिक माध्यम से आज तो मैं मानता हूं बीजेपी का जीत हो गई, राजगोपाल रेड्डी का भी जीत हो गई। आज कांग्रेस जो पार्टी इसके पहले जो जीती थी वो अभी 3rd प्लेस में है। कांग्रेस और टीआरएस दोनों मिलजुल कर परोक्ष पद्धति में चुनाव लड़ने के बावजूद भी आज बीजेपी, आज मुझे और उम्मीद है आखिरी राउंड तक बीजेपी जीतने का उम्मीद है।
My colleague Abdul Bashir is now joining me live from Munugodu, where the counting is taking place. Abdul, while results for most of the other 6 assembly seats are in, virtually all of them, we still don't know which way Munugodu is going to go by the end of this day. What's happening at the moment?
See, right now what we are officially known is that the 7th round that has concluded a few minutes ago, where TRS was leading with more than 2,169 votes against the trailing party, that is BJP's Rajgopal Reddy. So TRS K. Prabhakar candidate had been leading in all the rounds since the first round had begun, and now is leading. So cumulative votes that the TRS has received till the 6th round is 38,521. And then the BJP's Rajgopal Reddy has bagged 36,352 votes, and Congress are left way behind with 12,025 cumulative votes that has been updated till the 6th round. Now what we are getting to know is till the 7th round that has commenced just minutes ago, where 2,600 if you see the 7th round, 2,568 vote lead is by the TRS candidate Prabhakar Reddy against the trailing BJP candidate Rajgopal Reddy. So cumulative votes in the 7th round that is updated now as 45,723 and BJP with 43,155. So a neck-to-neck fight that we see since the round 1, where BJP and TRS had been fighting neck to neck in the Munugodu by-election here. The results are set to be announced very soon. This is the the 7th round that has concluded, and the 8th round is going on as of now, and they're completely on hold. 15 round results will decide as to who is the main victory gainer at this Munugodu by-election, which is set to be a prestige battle between TRS and BJP. This is set to be a semi-final, high voltage drama that was seen during this election.
High voltage drama before the elections, clashes on the day of the elections, and now a nail-biting finish to the end as well. Abdul, thank you so much for joining us. Abdul, of course, tracking all of those rounds of counting in the Munugodu assembly by poll. With less than a week left for the assembly polls in Himachal Pradesh, BJP has released its manifesto for the state. BJP National President JP Nadda spoke at the manifesto release event in Shimla and said that if voted to power again, the BJP government would bring in uniform civil code into the state. JP Nadda said BJP will provide 8 lakh employment opportunities, promote religious tourism, open 5 new medical colleges in the state as well. He also promised a madrasa survey in the state and the shutting down of illegal ones. Himachal Pradesh will go to polls on November 12, which in fact the state has alternated between BJP and Congress governments for more than over 3 decades. Congress released its manifesto, in fact, only yesterday on Saturday. The party is betting its future on freebies in an attempt to garner support, as it promised free electricity up to 300 units monthly to all households and financial assistance of 1,500 rupees monthly to women between 18 to 60 years of age. Congress also promised a free pilgrimage to any shrine of choice for all the elderly in the state once in 4 years.
जीत का परचम लहराना मुश्किल है, लेकिन कठिन काम है, आप लोग लग रहे हैं। और आपने अभी मैनिफेस्टो जारी किया है, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की बात की है, महिलाओं के लिए एम्पावरमेंट की बात की है, फ्री साइकिल्स, फ्री स्कूटीज। तो फोकस क्या है और क्यों ये चुनौती आपके लिए बहुत बड़ी है? काफी समय से आप यहीं पे हैं।
नहीं, देखिए, हर चुनाव हम चुनौतीपूर्ण तरीके से ही लड़ते हैं। ये चुनाव भी उसी तरीके से हम लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन कोई चुनौती है ऐसी बात नहीं है। यहाँ आपने देखा होगा मैडम जी कि कहीं एंटी इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है। 5 साल सरकार चली है, प्रो इनकम्बेंसी है। मोदी जी के प्रति अटूट विश्वास है और उसके साथ साथ अथाह प्रेम है, और उन्होंने भरपूर आशीर्वाद भी हमारे जनता को दिया है, और इस कारण से हिमाचल की जनता अब आतुर है जवाब देने के लिए।
सर आप ऐसा क्यों बोल रहे हैं? क्योंकि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है, उसके बाद हम देख रहे हैं ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम एक मुद्दा है, आपके खुद के कितने डिसिडेंट एमएलएज हैं और वो खड़े भी हो रहे हैं आपके प्रत्याशियों के खिलाफ, सस्पेंशंस भी हुए हैं, तो ये आपको लगता है चुनौती नहीं?
नहीं, ये हमेशा होता है। इस तरीके से कुछ लोग हो जाते हैं, अति उत्साही होते हैं, बाद में फिर वो जब देखते हैं कि पार्टी एक तरफ चल पड़ी है और लोगों का आशीर्वाद पार्टी को मिल रहा है, तो आगे वो हम वापस आ जाते हैं। और हमारे यहाँ इस तरीके का कुछ नहीं होता है जो कोई रिबेल बन करके कोई पार्टी को नुकसान पहुंचा सके। जहां तक आपने बाकी सारे विषय कहे हैं, लोगों का विश्वास बीजेपी से ही है कि वह भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही है जो हम उनको उनकी चिंता करेगी और उनको आगे बढ़ाने में अपना योगदान।
आ भी जाएंगे तो बहुत कुछ कर नहीं पाएंगे, क्योंकि जो कर रहे हैं वहां पर टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग को साथ में लेकर चल रहे हैं। जो नारे लगाते थे भारत के टुकड़े 1000 इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह, उनकी यात्रा का हिस्सा हैं जी। जो देश का नामो निशान मिटाने की बात करते थे वो उनके साथ चल रहे हैं। तो ये वीर भूमि हिमाचल प्रदेश है। मेजर सोमनाथ शर्मा जो पहले परमवीर चक्र विजेता हुए, और कारगिल में कैप्टन विक्रम बत्रा और सूबेदार संजय कुमार जिनको परमवीर चक्र मिला है, तो वहां के लोग कहां ऐसे लोगों को स्वीकार करेंगे जो।
Slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, Kantara craze continues at the box office. India today caught up with the crew of the Kannada film as they got candid on the success of the film.
You are watching India Today.
News is about putting people first. Just look at the queues right across. About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals. Angry people came out on the streets.
Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Kantara craze continues at the box office. India today caught up with the cast of the Kannada film as they got candid on the success of the film.
What are people really saying about your movie, Rishabh? I know that you never expected it. I've heard your interviews. You've been saying that it has taken us by surprise. But your craft is so perfect. You have essayed it with such, stellar perfection that you should have imagined that this would have been the outcome.
Too much of English. So
ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ
ನಾನು ಹಿಂದಿಲಿ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು.
ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಬರಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ, ಸಾರಿ.
ಮಾತಾಡಿದೀರಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಒಂದೊಂದು ವರ್ಡ್ಗಳಷ್ಟೇ ಹೇಳಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ಸೊ फील्स गुड क्योंकि ये ऐसा एक कन्नड़ा कंटेंट लेके आके हम लोग रिलीज़ किए हैं. उसके बाद जो वर्ड ऑफ माउथ के हिसाब से जो स्प्रेड हुआ और उसके बाद दूसरे लैंग्वेज में भी रिलीज़ हुआ है, तो सारे दुनिया से इतने सारे अप्रिसिएशन आ रहे हैं, देख के बहुत खुशी हो रहा है.
Now, you expected it or what? Tell me honestly.
No. I didn't expect this kind of a success. So I think वो फिल्म का है वो, मतलब एक सिनेमा हम नहीं कर सकते, वो हो जाएगा वो. So एक जर्नी होता है उसमें. So we are just part of that journey.
I'd like to ask you about your lungi that you've worn today, and you've been maintaining this look for a while.
So it's from
Nard style.
ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಹೇಗೆ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. So and one and a half
from morning to evening you're in a lungi in your village.
ಈಗ sometimes ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಪ್ಯಾಂಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ.
But I want to know if this lungi is fully worn or does it have a clip?
No, clip ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೋ ಅಷ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ನೆಸೆಸಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ವಯಸ್ಸಿಂದ ನಾವು ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಲುಂಗಿನೇ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಸೊ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಲುಂಗಿಲಿ ಇರ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ಸೊ ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗೆ ಬೇಕಾದಾಗೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ಇದು ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ. ಡೆಲ್ಲಿಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋ ಥರ ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಖುಷಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
Rishabh is so relieved that he can speak Kannada with me, but Rishabh, try a little bit of English. I know you can. But what he's basically trying to say is that lungi is your attire.
See, it's a dubbing cinema. It's a Kannada cinema. We have dubbed in 2 other language. So you are all dubbing.
You know, Rishabh, none can even imagine that you have such a funny, light, warm side to you from what we saw, the portrayal of yourself in the film.
No, Shiva has that, idalla, majmajvage irtane. Except that daiva portion ella bitre. So
happy-go-lucky. Is that who you are in person?
Some percentage.
थोड़ा बोलिए आपके बारे में, हम सब जानना चाहते हैं. शिवा के अलावा
जो शिवा का जो रेज है वो तो है मेरा अंदर. तो वही तो बचपन से मेरा सोच था कि ऐसा कैरेक्टर पोर्ट्रे करना है. तो बाहर तो ऐसा हम लोग डेली लाइफ में ऐसा बिहेव नहीं कर सकते. ठीक है, जो सिनेमा में लेके आ सकते. और बहुत सारे लोगों को मैं देख के वो कैरेक्टर को बिल्ड किया था. शिवा.
And that's a wrap on this bulletin. For all the latest news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
मैं हूं श्वेता सिंह, प्रीति चौधरी मेरे साथ हैं. हम अहमदाबाद में इस समय मौजूद हैं. बात गुजरात चुनावों पर अभी होनी है. अरविंद केजरीवाल यहां पर पहुंचे हैं, पूरी ताकत अपनी झोंके हुए हैं. ईशुदान गढ़वी जिनका नाम का ऐलान उन्होंने किया. और अरविंद जी, नाम का ऐलान आपने ऐसे नहीं किया कि ये हमारे सीएम का चेहरा है. आपने तो ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस में कह दिया कि ये आपके नए सीएम हैं.
एक्चुअली आप देखेंगे जिस तरह से माहौल बनता जा रहा है, धीरे धीरे सबको लगने लगा है कि आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनने जा रही है गुजरात में. और आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी तो हमारा सीएम चेहरा गुजरात का अगला सीएम होगा ही होगा. आप स्माइल कर रही हैं, मैं देख रहा हूं उसको. मैं उसका जवाब दे देता हूं आपकी स्माइल का. एक ट्रेंड आपने पिछले कुछ महीनों में जरूर देखा होगा. जितने सर्वे आ रहे हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी बढ़ रही है बड़ी तेजी से और दोनों पार्टियां गिर रही हैं बड़ी तेजी से. ये ट्रेंड तो सब में है. नंबर्स पे मैं नहीं जाता. नंबर्स पे मैं इसलिए नहीं जाता, नई पार्टी है, पहली बार चुनाव लड़ रही है. नई पार्टी के वोट शेयर को, सीटों को आकलन करना सर्वेज में काफी मुश्किल होता है. जब पहली बार हम दिल्ली में चुनाव लड़े थे, हमारी 28 सीट आई थी, सरकार बनी थी। जितने सर्वे आप उठा के देख लीजिए, किसी भी सर्वे ने हमें एक भी सीट नहीं दी थी। सब सर्वे कहते थे केजरीवाल की जमानत बचेगी, बाकियों की तो जमानत भी जब्त हो जाएगी। और हमारी 28 सीट आई थी। अगली बार हमारी 67 सीट आई थी। किसी ने हमें 67 सीट नहीं दी थी। सरकार भी नहीं बन रही थी आप लोगों के सर्वे में। कुछ सीट तो दे रहे थे, आप लोगों की कृपा थी, कुछ सीट दे रहे थे आप लोग। तो नई पार्टी जब भी आती है तो ये चैलेंज रहता है। पर एक ये जो अच्छा ट्रेंड है कि हम लगातार बढ़ रहे हैं, दोनों पार्टियां लगातार गिर रही हैं। 1 महीना अभी बाकी है, देखते हैं क्या होता है।
अरविंद जी, पिछले बार गुजरात में जमानत तो जब्त हुई थी आम आदमी पार्टी की, पर उस पर बाद में आएंगे। सुधन भाई, कांग्रेचुलेशंस, बधाई हो। एक बात तो तय है कि आम आदमी पार्टी को इतना पब्लिसिटी मटेरियल आप पे नहीं खर्चना पड़ेगा ज्यादा पैसा, क्योंकि पॉपुलर एंकर रहे हैं, ओबीसी फेस भी हैं। पर एक बात बताइए सर, अभी तो जैसे ही आपकी अनाउंसमेंट हुई, उस शाम आते हुए इंद्रनील राजगुरु ने पार्टी छोड़ दी। आज सुबह गुजरात के जो अखबार हैं हम पढ़ रहे थे, उसमें बहुत सारे आर्टिकल हैं कि गोपाल इटालिया के जो खास लोग हैं ज्यादा खुश नहीं है। तो अपनी पार्टी का नहीं दिल जीत पाए हैं तो गुजरात का कैसे जीतेंगे?
देखिए, पहले तो गुजरात की जनता ने जो विश्वास रखा है वोट शेयर में, और मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, हम सब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के सैनिक है, आम आदमी के सैनिक है। हम मुख्यमंत्री बनने नहीं आए। आपने देखा होगा मेरा शो चल रहा था, तब गुजरात में टीआरपी तो हम देखते हैं तो टीआरपी तो मिलती है, उससे कोई वो नहीं होता है, लेकिन गुजरात में एक उम्मीद की तरह लोग देखते थे। और जिस तरह से गुजरात में किसान परेशान है, बेरोजगार युवा परेशान है, आप देख लीजिए उठाकर, सब कर्मचारी परेशान है। सबको, कर्मचारियों को विश्वास किस पे है? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी पे है। क्यों? एक पुलिस ग्रेड पे एक कमेंट आती है और डिसिप्लिनरी फोर्स 60,000 पुलिस कर्मचारी स्टेटस में वीडियो रखते हैं जिसका एक एमएलए नहीं है। क्या ये क्रांति की मुहिम नहीं है? रही बात, आपने कहा होगा कि कोई नाराज है। देखो, गोपाल भाई और हम राम लक्ष्मण की जोड़ी है, और गोपाल भाई हमारे अध्यक्ष हैं। और ये भी आपको ताजुब होगा कि पार्टी का अध्यक्ष सीएम से भी बड़ा होता है। रही बात दूसरों की, कि देखो, पार्टी में आना, रहना, जाना, ये तो संघर्ष है। आम आदमी पार्टी संघर्ष से उभरी हुई, जन आंदोलन से उभरी हुई पार्टियां हैं। ये तो आता जाता रहेगा। लेकिन गुजरात की जनता क्या सोचती है? देखो, मैं अगर मुझे क्या मिला इसलिए मैं आम आदमी में नहीं आया हूं, लेकिन गुजरात की जनता को क्या दे पाएंगे? हम अच्छी शिक्षा के लिए आए हैं, किसानों के लिए दाम के लिए आए हैं, उसको सिंचाई व्यवस्था देनी है, उनको पूरी दिन में बिजली देनी है। आप बेरोजगार युवाओं को बिना पेपर लिख हमें परीक्षाएं करवानी है, नवंबर तक सभी भर्तियां पूरी करनी है। आप देख लीजिए, हमने कैलेंडर डिक्लेयर कर दिया है। और जो आउटसोर्सिंग कर्मचारी है उसका शोषण हो रहा है, उसको पूरी पे करनी है। तो ये सब चीजें करनी है, उसके लिए हम आए हैं। तो थोड़ा बहुत हम सब पॉजिटिव देखेंगे। गुजरात की जनता की जो उम्मीद है उस पर हम ध्यान रखेंगे।
एक आपने अभी कमेंट किया कि आप ओबीसी से भी आते हैं। कल मेरे पास एक एसएमएस आया था, उन्होंने कहा केजरीवाल जी आप ओटीपी का फॉर्मूला अपना रहे हैं। मैंने कहा ये ओटीपी क्या होता है? तो उन्होंने कहा कि ओबीसी, ट्राइबल एंड पाटीदार।
अच्छा, हाँ।
मतलब ओबीसी का आपने सीएम चेहरा बना दिया, ट्राइबल के अंदर बहुत जबरदस्त समर्थन है आम आदमी पार्टी का, और पाटीदार आपका अध्यक्ष है। तो अब ये तीनों आपके साथ हैं। मैंने कहा आप चिंता मत कीजिए, बाकी लोग भी हमारे साथ हैं। हम जो बिजली फ्री कर रहे हैं वो सबकी बिजली फ्री करेंगे। हम जो बच्चों के लिए स्कूल बनाएंगे, सबके बच्चों के लिए स्कूल बनाएंगे। हमारी पार्टी एक कास्ट के लिए काम नहीं करती, हम सबके लिए काम करेंगे।
पर अरविंद जी, बस एक सवाल आपसे इस पे करना चाहूंगी। देखिए, आपने सीएम फेस तो और स्टेट्स के भी अनाउंस किए थे। कर्नल कोडियाल अभी बीजेपी में है। गुजरात में अभी आपने ईसुदन भाई का नाम अनाउंस किया है। अब हम क्या मान लें कि अगर थोड़ी अच्छे से चली नहीं कि ईसुदन भाई फिर भाजपा पे नहीं पाए जाएंगे 6 महीने के बाद?
देखिए, मैं चारण कम्युनिटी से आता हूं, जिसको गढ़वी कहते हैं, और हम सर कटवा सकते हैं, लेकिन वफादारी पे मेरा कोई, ये मैं इसलिए आपको दिखा रहा हूं, बता रहा हूं कि जब मैंने मनीष जी पे कमेंट की थी कि शिंदे नहीं है, को बिक जाएंगे, सीएम तो क्या पीएम की भी ऑफर होती तो वो महाराणा प्रताप के वंशज है, किसी की ताकत नहीं है वो पैसों से खरीद सकते। दूसरी बात, मैं जब पत्रकारिता में था तब भी मैं इतना लोकप्रिय था, लोगों के दिलों में था, नहीं था ऐसा नहीं था। मेरी जब आउटडोर शो होते थे ना 10-10 हजार लोग सामने बैठे रहते थे, ये मैं आपको बताता हूं। और जब मैंने पत्रकारिता छोड़ी तब ऐसा नहीं था कि आम आदमी पार्टी से ही ऑफर था, दोनों और पार्टी से भी मुझे बताया गया था। लेकिन क्योंकि मुझे अच्छी शिक्षा के लिए काम करना है, मुझे काम की राजनीति के लिए, मुझे देखो हमें राजनीति नहीं आती है, राजनीति का रो नहीं आता है, हम का काम का को आता है। हम आप हमें काम बताइए, हम काम कर देंगे। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने जब मुझे फोन किया कि देखो आप अच्छे लोकप्रिय हैं और आपको अच्छी तरह से आम आदमी ज्वाइन करनी चाहिए, तो मैंने कहा क्यों? तो क्या आप मुद्दे की पत्रकारिता करते हैं? मैं बेसिकली मुद्दों की पत्रकारिता करता था, कौन छोड़कर जाता उस पर मेरी डिबेटें होती ही नहीं थी। किसानों को क्या मिलने वाला है, क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस मिल रहा है कि नहीं मिल रहा है, पानी मिल रहा है कि नहीं मिल रहा है, दाम मिल रहा है कि नहीं मिल रहा है, आउटसोर्सिंग कर्मचारियों की व्यवस्था हो रही कि नहीं हो रही है, ये मुद्दों की राजनीति थी। गरीब वंचित शोषित को न्याय मिल रहा है कि नहीं मिल रहा है। और तब अरविंद जी ने मुझे ये कहा कि सुदान जी आप यहां आइए। तब भी मुझे दोनों पार्टियां से ऑफर दी। मैं यहां से आपके आज तक से मंच से कहता हूं, मैंने तब भी कहा था कि मैं राजनीति करने के लिए नहीं आ रहा हूं, अगर मैं कुछ निमित्त बनूंगा, मुझे कुछ चाहिए भी नहीं, गुजरात की जनता की पीड़ा मुझे देखी नहीं गई, इसलिए मैं राजनीति में आया था। और इसी के वजह से मैं आपको यह आश्वासन भी देता हूं कि कुछ चीजें ईश्वर पे भी भरोसा रखनी चाहिए। हम शुभ शुभ बोले, 27 साल का बीजेपी का कुशासन है। आप देख लीजिए 53 लाख किसान हैं, परेशान हैं, वो थोड़ी वोट देंगे। इससे आगे 50 लाख बेरोजगार युवा हैं, एक पेपर लीक नहीं हुआ है, 10-10 पेपर लीक हुए और कोई मंत्री गया नहीं है। मैं यहां से गारंटी देता हूं कि अगर किसी की औकात नहीं है हमारी आम आदमी पार्टी में पेपर लीक का सोच सके, और अगर सोच लिया और गलती से भी पहली बार में अगर कुछ लीक किया ना, तो दूसरे दिन का सूरज नहीं उगेगा, वो जेल में होगा, आम आदमी पार्टी का मंत्री भी क्यों होगा। तो ये व्यवस्था के लिए हम राजनीति में आए।
अरविंद जी प्रचार कहां पर करेंगे आप? एमसीडी के भी चुनाव उधर अनाउंस हो गए।
प्रचार जनता करेगी, गुजरात की 6.5 करोड़ जनता और दिल्ली की 2 करोड़ जनता। जनता पे भरोसा रखिए। जैसे मैं आपको बताता हूं, उस दिन जब मैंने सीएम फेस के लिए गुजरात की हेल्पलाइन का अनाउंस किया, टेलीफोन लाइन, मैंने कहा इस नंबर पे आप फोन करके बताइए आपकी चॉइस क्या है। तो पत्रकार ने एक ने मेरे से पूछा कि अगर किसी ने सीआर पाटिल का नाम बता दिया तो मैंने कहा जनता पे भरोसा रखिए, वो नहीं बताएंगे। तो जनता एमसीडी भी जिताएगी, जनता गुजरात भी जिताएगी। केजरीवाल की जरूरत नहीं है, जनता ही चुनाव लड़ेगी।
पर क्यों जिताएगी? दिल्ली में वाकई अभी अहमदाबाद आकर मैंने गहरी सांस ली, दिल्ली में वो सांस नहीं मिल रही।
उसके बावजूद भी मैं मानता हूं दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन बहुत ज्यादा है। दिल्ली के अंदर पोल्यूशन को रोकने के लिए जितने एफर्ट्स हैं वो सारे एफर्ट्स कर रहे हैं। मेरे को 2 मिनट दीजिएगा, मैं आपको, मुझे पता था पोल्यूशन पे पूछेंगे, मैं ये पर्चा लेके आया हूं साथ में। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि क्या पोल्यूशन केवल दिल्ली में है? मेरे पास डेटा है, सीवियर कैटेगरी जितना पोल्यूशन दिल्ली में है उतना ही पोल्यूशन बहादुरगढ़ में है, जींद में है, फरीदाबाद में है, गुड़गांव में है, चरखी दादरी में है, भिवानी में है, रोहतक में है, ग्रेटर नोएडा में है, गाजियाबाद में है, नोएडा में है, राजस्थान के भिवाड़ी में है, बिहार के मोतिहारी में है, कटिहार में है, सिवान में है, दरभंगा में है, समस्तीपुर में है। 1 मिनट मुझे कंप्लीट। इसके लिए केजरीवाल जिम्मेदार नहीं है, इसके लिए भगवंत मान भी जिम्मेदार नहीं है। क्या हम पोल्यूशन की प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करना चाहते हैं या केवल केजरीवाल को गालियां देना हमारा मकसद है? अगर केजरीवाल को गालियां देने से देश का पोल्यूशन कम होता हो, दो, खूब जम के दो, लेकिन केजरीवाल को गाली देने से प्रदूषण तो कम नहीं हो रहा ना। समाधान तो निकालना पड़ेगा। अब कोई एक समस्या है जो कि पूरे नॉर्दर्न इंडिया की समस्या है, उसको कौन सी सरकार ठीक करेगी आप बताइए? केंद्र सरकार ठीक करेगी? केंद्र सरकार कमरे में बंद होके छुप के क्यों बैठी है? केंद्र सरकार कमरे में बंद होके और मीडिया वालों को कहती है ठोको केजरीवाल को, ठोको केजरीवाल को, और सारा मीडिया केजरीवाल को ठोकने में लग जाता। आज सवेरे से चल रहा है केजरीवाल हिटलर है कि गालियां दे लो मेरे को। नंबर 1 तो समाधान पूरे नॉर्दर्न इंडिया का निकालना पड़ेगा, एक चीज। दूसरी चीज, ब्लेम गेम से नहीं चलेगा। पंजाब हमारी सरकार है, पंजाब में पराली जल रही है, हम किसानों को दोष नहीं देते, किसान जिम्मेदार नहीं है, हम जिम्मेदार हैं। आज पंजाब में अगर पराली जलेगी हम जिम्मेदार हैं, हम अपनी जिम्मेदारी को समझते हैं, अपनी जिम्मेदारी को मानते हैं। केवल एक चीज मांग रहे हैं जनता से, अभी 6 महीने हुए हैं, समस्या बहुत बड़ी है, कई सालों से चल रही है, 1 साल और दे दो, अगले साल इसको ठीक करके दिखा देंगे।
जब दिल्ली में प्रदूषण लेवल इतने ज्यादा है, एमसीडी के चुनाव घोषित हो गए हैं, तो टाइमिंग थोड़ा सस्पेक्ट कहते हैं, क्योंकि 6 महीने तक तो अभी तक हुए नहीं थे एमसीडी के चुनाव घोषित, और पहले और 5वें फेज के बीच में एमसीडी के चुनाव हैं। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जो हर तीसरे दिन गुजरात में प्रचार कर रहे हैं, तो दिल्ली में कब प्रचार करेंगे? थोड़े फंस नहीं गए आप?
नहीं, कोशिश तो उनकी थी फंसाने की। उन्होंने मतलब आप इसी से अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं कि चुनावों की तारीख इस देश के अंदर केंद्र सरकार तय करती है कि चुनाव आयोग तय करता है। क्या चुनाव आयोग बीजेपी का एक ब्रांच नहीं बन गया है? सारे चुनाव आयोग, पर मैं उन्हें दोष नहीं देता, वो भी इंसान है। जब एक हद से ज्यादा लोगों को डराया जाता है किसी देश के अंदर, तो सारी संस्थाएं धीरे धीरे कोलैप्स कर जाती हैं। आप दोनों के नतीजे देख लीजिएगा, और नतीजे देखने के बाद आपको पता चलेगा मेरी तो सीमाएं हैं। केजरीवाल तो छोटा सा आदमी है, मैं तो हर जगह नहीं रह सकता। चुनाव जनता लड़ेगी, जनता को उम्मीद चाहिए, दिल्ली की जनता को भी उम्मीद हम ही से है, और गुजरात की जनता को भी उम्मीद हम ही से है।
हिंदुत्व वाली राजनीति, लक्ष्मी गणेश की तस्वीर छाप दो नोट पर।
आप भगवान पे विश्वास रखती हैं?
भगवान
आप आस्तिक हैं?
आप तो आईआईटी से पढ़े हुए हैं। मेरे ऊपर तो 10 सवाल उठ जाएंगे अरविंद जी, लेकिन आपको तो एक साइंटिफिक ब्रेन के लिए जाना जाता है।
कोई भी चाहे कितने भी बड़े आईआईटी से पढ़ाओ, 2 किस्म के लोग होते हैं, एक आस्तिक होते हैं और एक नास्तिक होते हैं। आस्तिक होते हैं जिन्हें भगवान पे भी भरोसा होता है और भगवान के आशीर्वाद पे भी भरोसा होता है। नास्तिक होते हैं जिन्हें भगवान पे भी भरोसा नहीं होता और भगवान के आशीर्वाद पे भी भरोसा नहीं होता। कोई कितना भी पढ़े, एक तो है कोई स्पिरिचुअल फोर्स तो है इस दुनिया के अंदर, उसे आप किसी भी नाम से बुला लीजिए, शिव कह लीजिए, राम कह लीजिए, लक्ष्मी कह लीजिए, गणेश कह लीजिए। तो अगर मैंने ये नहीं कहा कि नोट के ऊपर लक्ष्मी जी और गणेश जी की तस्वीर छापने से कोई देश की सारी अर्थव्यवस्था ठीक हो जाएगी। हमें मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, देश को बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, कर रहे हैं लोग, मेहनत भी कर रहे हैं, सही पॉलिसीज भी बनानी पड़ेंगी, सब कुछ करेंगे, लेकिन एफर्ट्स तब तक फलीभूत नहीं होते, तब तक उनका फल नहीं मिलता जब तक ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद नहीं हो।
क्योंकि जो आप पिच पे बैट कर रहे हैं वो स्ट्रॉन्ग हिंदुत्व की पिच है, आपको हिंदुत्व लाइट कहा जाता है, पर अब काफी लोग कह रहे हैं ये हिंदुत्व लाइट नहीं, ये हिंदुत्व स्ट्रॉन्ग ही है, और ये बीजेपी की टीम भी नहीं, बिल्कुल बीजेपी जैसे लगने लगे हैं गुजरात में।
बीजेपी स्कूल बनाती है, बीजेपी स्कूल बनाती है,
अरे वो तो कह रहे हैं वो
बीजेपी अस्पताल बनाती है, बीजेपी बिजली मुफ्त करती है, बीजेपी महंगाई दूर करती है। अगर ये सब करती होती तो आज 27 साल के शासन के बाद हम लोगों को यहाँ पे स्पेस नहीं मिलती। हमें स्पेस इसलिए मिल रही है, लोग हमसे प्यार करने लगे हैं। गुजरात के लोग केजरीवाल को अपना भाई मानने लगे हैं, गुजरात के लोग केजरीवाल को अपने परिवार का हिस्सा मानने लगे हैं। और मैंने गुजरात के लोगों को प्रॉमिस किया है, हमारी सरकार बनेगी, मैं आपके परिवार का हिस्सा बन के आपके परिवार की जिम्मेदारी संभालूंगा, 6.5 करोड़ गुजरातियों की।
अरविंद जी, जो सर्वेज आ रहे हैं बहुत सारे, अभी ओपिनियन पोल्स जो आ रहे हैं, उसमें दिख रहा है कि जो आप जिसका वोट खा रहे हैं वो कांग्रेस पार्टी है। मतलब बीजेपी के वोट परसेंटेज में फर्क नहीं दिख रहा है, कांग्रेस का वोट परसेंटेज गिर रहा है।
जब हम भी सर्वे कराते हैं, जब हम गुजरात में एंटर किए थे उस टाइम बीजेपी का वोट शेयर अप्रैल के महीने में 58% था, आज 38% है। 20% बीजेपी का वोट शेयर गिर गया है। ये सारा हमारी तरफ आया है बीजेपी, और हमारा इसका वोट आ रहा है कि उसका वोट आ रहा है ये इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है। गुजरात की जितनी जनता त्रस्त है, महंगाई से त्रस्त है, खासकर महंगाई सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है। उनको भरोसा है कि केजरीवाल ही हमें बिजली मुफ्त करके, हमारे बच्चों के लिए शिक्षा मुफ्त करके, हमारे इनका इलाज मुफ्त करके हमारे को महंगाई से छुटकारा दिलाएगा।
पर ये 38% आया कहां से? हमने जो देखे हैं वो तो 47, 46, 46% से तो नीचे ही नहीं जा रहा है बीजेपी का शेयर।
वो तो अभी के सर्वे है ना। अप्रैल मई में जो सर्वे हुए थे उस टाइम सब कुछ एक तरफा था। कांग्रेस बीजेपी 58% पे थी, ये अभी ये सर्वे तो सितंबर से आने लगे हैं, जो भी आप देख रहे हैं।
भी एक सवाल
हाँ,
पूछना
एक सवाल
हाँ, सर मेरा सवाल आपसे यही है कि गोपाल इटालिया आपके अध्यक्ष है। गोपाल इटालिया के कई वीडियोस वायरल हुए। एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ था दिल्ली के मंत्री का और आपने दूसरे दिन ही सस्पेंड कर दिया। गोपाल इटालिया के खिलाफ कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की? और जो शब्द थे उस वीडियो के, कहीं महिलाओं के लिए अब शब्द बोले जा रहे थे, कहीं प्रधानमंत्री की माताजी के लिए अब शब्द बोले जा रहे थे। गोपाल इटालिया के खिलाफ कार्यवाही क्यों नहीं की? क्या वो पाटीदार है? मजबूरी है आम आदमी पार्टी की?
आप इतना क्यों इंसिस्ट कर रही हैं उनको सस्पेंड करने के लिए?
नहीं, सवाल उठता है।
जनता तो नहीं मांग एक मिनट सुनो तो सही, सुन तो लो, मेरी को जवाब तो दे लेने दो। मैं जनता में खूब घूम रहा हूं। पहली चीज तो राजेंद्र गौतम को मैंने सस्पेंड नहीं किया। राजेंद्र गौतम ने बीजेपी के षड्यंत्र के खिलाफ अपना त्यागपत्र दिया। नंबर 2, गोपाल इटालिया से अगर जनता इतनी त्रस्त होती, मेरे को कहीं तो कोई कहता है जी गोपाल इटालिया, मेरे तो अपने साथ रखता हूं, मेरी गाड़ी में बैठ के घूमते हैं गोपाल इटालिया, मेरे साथ स्टेज पे भाषण देते हैं, कहीं किसी ने कुछ नहीं कहा। गोपी इतना इंटरेस्टेड क्यों है उनको सस्पेंड कराने में?
सवाल ये आता है ना, सवाल ये खड़ा होता है अरविंद जी कि जिस तरीके के वीडियोस वायरल हो रहे हैं, जिस तरीके से
मैं उसमें कंटेंट में
रखा जा रहा है,
मैं कंटेंट में नहीं जा रहा। उनका जो भी वीडियो है, जनता को उस पर एतराज नहीं है। जनता को यार बिजली से चाहिए, पानी चाहिए, शिक्षा चाहिए, स्वास्थ्य चाहिए। मेरा केवल इतना कहना है कि जैसे ईशुदान जी मुद्दों की राजनीति करते थे, आप भी गोपाल इटालिया को छोड़ के मुद्दों की पत्रकारिता करनी शुरू कीजिए। मुद्दों से जनता का समाधान होगा। गोपाल इटालिया इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, केजरीवाल भी इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, देश इंपॉर्टेंट है, गुजरात इंपॉर्टेंट है। गुजरात की जनता त्रस्त है, महंगाई से त्रस्त है गुजरात की जनता।
सत्येंद्र जैन के मामले में आपने कहा कि इस कारण से उनको नहीं राहत मिल पा रही है कोर्ट से, क्योंकि वहां पर एक अलग तरह का दबाव आपके हिसाब से चल रहा है। आप लोगों ने सोचा कि आप खुद अदालत का दरवाजा खटखटाएं कि ये भाई गलत मामला है, देखो ये क्या कर रहे हैं।
वो प्रोसीजर देखो ना आप, प्रोसीजर पहले 15 सितंबर के आसपास बेल मिल जाती, 15 सितंबर को आके वो कहते हैं कि जज बदलो। मतलब जब सबूत पेश नहीं कर पाए, 3 बार जज ने कोर्ट में कहा सबूत दो, सबूत दो, सबूत दो, तो तीसरी हियरिंग में आके कहते हैं जज बदलो। उसी दिन आखिरी हियरिंग थी वो। उसके बाद 1.5 महीना लग गया, ऊपर गए, फिर ये ऑर्डर कि जज बदलो, जज बदलो, जज। अब जज बदलने की कार्रवाई, अब दोबारा नीचे आके बेल की कार्रवाई शुरू हुई है 10 दिन पहले। और मतलब ये प्रोसीजर के अंदर इन्होंने अटकाया हुआ है, जानबूझ के उस निर्दोष आदमी को अंदर रखा हुआ है।
सुकेश चंद्रशेखर की
मैं आपसे
ये चिट्ठी के आधार पर, उनकी उसकी चिट्ठी के आधार पर जो जेल कर्मचारी है उन पर कार्रवाई हो गई है, लेकिन आप सीरियसली नहीं ले रहे हैं सर।
हम सीरियस नहीं ले रहे हैं मतलब
कि वो उगाही का मामला, की प्रोटेक्शन मनी दो।
एक किताब आती थी मनोहर कहानियां, आपने पढ़ी है? सुना है? आपने सुना? आजकल आती है एक, अब नई निकलने वाली है, बीजेपी की मनोहर कहानियां। ये क्या है? मतलब कुछ भी। मोरबी का एक्सीडेंट संडे की शाम को हुआ और मंडे को अचानक ये कोई क्या सुकेश चंद्रशेखर कोई चिट्ठी लिखता है तिहाड़ जेल से कि सत्येंद्र जैन को मैंने 10 करोड़ रुपए दी और पार्टी को 50। अरे कहां के? और उसने क्या लिखा है? आम आदमी पार्टी के दक्षिण भारत में कोई पोजीशन देने के लिए 50 करोड़ रुपए मैंने दिए। मैं आज कह रहा हूं, मैं और भी पोजीशन देने को आप दिलाती हो तो 50-50 करोड़ दिला दो। मैं कई सारे, मतलब हमारी तमिलनाडु का कोई अध्यक्ष बनने के लिए 50 करोड़ अगर देने को तैयार है तो यार हम तो बड़े माला माल हो जाएंगे।
लेने को तैयार हैं आप?
ये बीजेपी की मनोहर कहानियां ऐसी हैं जो कि मतलब कोई खरीदेगा भी नहीं यार मार्केट के।
चलिए कांग्रेस की मनोहर कहानियां
एक चीज में इससे बीच में।
अच्छा, अगले दिन उन्होंने एफआईआर क्यों नहीं कराई उस केस पे? एक मिनट, मोरबी का केस हुआ संडे को, मंडे को अचानक ये चिट्ठी निकल आती है। क्यों? मोरबी से ध्यान भटकाना था। सोमवार के दिन पूरा दिन मीडिया ने मोरबी चलाया, मंगलवार को सुबह सुबह सुकेश चंद्रशेखर सत्येंद्र जैन चलने लगा, मोरबी गायब हो गया मीडिया से।
इससे सर
इतनी गंदी हरकतें होती है, इतनी गंदी हरकतें होती हैं इन लोगों की, बहुत पाप चढ़ेगा इन लोगों को।
एक मैं आपको करेक्शन करवाना चाहती हूँ कि आज तक ने कभी भी आपको ये नहीं कहा था ओपिनियन पोल में कि 30 सीट आ रही है, हमेशा यही कहा था कि आप जीत रहे हैं, यानी आम आदमी पार्टी जीत रही है।
कब?
जो
67
सर्वे की आप बात कर रहे
कितनी दे रहे थे आप? 67 जब आई थी हमारी, शर्माइए मत, बता दीजिए।
हैं जब आप सर्वे की बात कर रहे हैं
तो बता दीजिए ना कितनी दे रहे थे। अब आप शर्मा गई
चलिए
हैं।
आप बताइए, क्योंकि आपने भविष्यवाणी वैसे बहुत सटीक की थी लास्ट टाइम। जो भी अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने हमें लिख के दिया था, श्वेता अगर तुम्हें याद है पंजाब के पहले, वो बिल्कुल पांचों के पांचों पॉइंट बिल्कुल सही
इसलिए
रहते
हमने
थे।
फैसला किया था कि हर जगह लिखवा लें,
हम हर जगह लिखवाएंगे क्योंकि हमारा मेमोरेबिलिया हो गया है ये अभी तो। पर बताइए तो दीजिए, लिखेंगे क्या? लिख के बताएंगे। चलिए ये हम 8 दिसंबर तक संभाल के रखेंगे।
रोज चलाइएगा इसको।
किसी भी तरह चल सकता है अरविंद जी। तो चलिए 182 सीट्स में से अरविंद केजरीवाल जो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, कितनी सीट साइन ऑफ कर रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी को? माइक तो ले लीजिए, ये इंपॉर्टेंट है।
गुजरात चुनाव में कांग्रेस की 5 से कम सीट आएंगी।
5 से कम?
बस कांग्रेस के बारे में लिखा आपने।
धीरे धीरे अभी और भी इंटरव्यू कीजिएगा। आज सारा बता दिया, आप इंटरव्यू नहीं करेंगे।
आप कह रहे हैं कंपटीशन
अगले इंटरव्यू में अगली
तो
भविष्यवाणी।
5 से कम सीटें आएंगी तो मतलब आम आदमी पार्टी नंबर 2 पोजीशन पे है आपके हिसाब से?
वो तो हो ही गए हैं।
तो लिख दीजिए।
नहीं, नंबर 2 तो है ही, नंबर 1 आएंगे हम लोग।
अच्छा,
लेकिन
ये-
आप
पर ये
इंतजार
लिखेंगे
कीजिए,
नहीं।
अभी और भविष्यवाणी करेंगे और इंटरव्यू कीजिएगा, मैं भूल मत जाइएगा आप लोग।
नहीं हम कहाँ भूलेंगे, आप आइएगा।
बिल्कुल।
चलिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए।
राहुल कंवल भी यहाँ पर है और पीयूष जी आए हुए हैं, तो वो भी हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं इस सेशन में।
When Piyush ji was walking into the conclave, he said क्या चल रहा है, तो मैंने बोला अभी फडणवीस जी का सेशन चल रहा है। He said अरे हम लोग साथ में ही कर लेते, अलग अलग करने की क्या जरूरत है। We thought we'll have this micro moment, we'll have both the Maharashtra boys, Piyush Goyal and Devendra Fadnavis here at the India Today conclave session. पीयूष जी, अभी चर्चा हो रही थी कि प्रोजेक्ट्स महाराष्ट्र छोड़ के गुजरात जा रहे हैं, तो वहीं से स्टार्ट करते, क्योंकि लोगों को लगा कि डबल इंजन की सरकार बनेगी, फडणवीस जी होंगे, बीजेपी की यहाँ पे सरकार होगी एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ, तो उससे महाराष्ट्र को फायदा होगा। ऐसा हुआ कि हाल ही में 2 बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स महाराष्ट्र से निकल के गुजरात चले गए, वहां पे भी आपकी सरकार है, लेकिन यहाँ जो लोग बैठे हैं वो सोच रहे हैं अरे डबल इंजन की सरकार, तो प्रोजेक्ट तो गुजरात जा रहे हैं।
देखो, कोई बच्चे ये बात करें तब तक तो समझ में आता है, आप जैसा अनुभवी पत्रकार भी अगर ये बात करे तो बड़ा
सर सब लोग
लगता है।
महाराष्ट्र में जितने लोग हैं बहुत लोग
में तो ये बात हो सकती है, लेकिन मुंबई तो एक आर्थिक नगरी है, आर्थिक कैपिटल है देश का। यहाँ बैठा हर व्यक्ति जानता है कि कोई प्रोजेक्ट 1.5 लाख करोड़ और हजारों करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट कोई 4 दिन 6 दिन 6 हफ्ते में नहीं तय होते हैं। इसके पीछे लंबी दास्तान होती है, इसके पीछे काफी स्टडी होती है, पॉलिटिकल एटमॉस्फेयर, स्टेबिलिटी, कंसेशंस, इंसेंटिव्स, और वेरी क्लियरली ऐसे कोई डिसीजंस, हम तो खुद बिजनेस वर्ल्ड से आते हैं, इन्वेस्टमेंट डिसीजंस गो थ्रू अ रिगरस प्रोसेस ऑफ द ओवरऑल सिचुएशन, पॉलिटिकली, इकोनॉमिकली, व्हाट इंसेंटिव्स आर गिवन, एंड हम लोग के पास इतना समय नहीं है कि उनको रोज रिस्पॉन्ड करें। आप लोग के पास टीआरपी के लिए वो जरूरी है कि उतना कुछ विवाद खड़ा करने की कोशिश करिए, हो आपको मुबारक।
आपने कुछ नहीं बोला,
वी आर बिजी इन फोकसिंग ऑन आवर वर्क।
एक ही मैं नरेटिव फैक्ट्री कितने एक्टिव हो गई थी कि एक प्रोजेक्ट जो 1 साल पहले हैदराबाद में चालू हो गया था, मतलब जब वो एमवीए की सरकार आई तब महाराष्ट्र में आकर देख कर गए, फिर उन्होंने हैदराबाद जाने का फैसला किया, पूरा सारा उसका डेडलाइन जो है वो सारा एमबीए के गवर्नमेंट में वो शुरू भी हो गया है हैदराबाद में, और एक चैनल ने दिखाना शुरू किया कि ये भी चला गया, फिर दूसरे ने चालू किया, फिर प्रिंट मीडिया ने चालू किया, फिर सबने ये चालू किया। आखिर मुझे वो जो शायद फ्रेंच कंपनी है, उनके जो फ्रेंच कंपनी के मालिक है, उनका ट्वीट दिखाना पड़ा कि जिसमें वो बता रहे 2021 में कि हमारी फैक्ट्री शुरू हो गई है। तो ये नरेटिव बिल्डिंग का काम होता है, लेकिन इससे कोई बहुत फर्क नहीं पड़ता। देखिए, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, महाराष्ट्र का मुकाबला कोई नहीं कर सकता। 2015 से, यानी 14 से हम लोग आए, 14 के अंत में आए, 15 से लेकर 19 तक 4 साल महाराष्ट्र ये नंबर 1 था एफडीआई में। और कितना नंबर 1 था, तो हमारे पीछे के गुजरात, तमिलनाडु, उसके बाद दिल्ली और कर्नाटका, ये चारों स्टेट मिलाकर जितना एफडीआई उनके पास था उससे 1.5 गुना अकेले महाराष्ट्र में था। तो इसलिए महाराष्ट्र को कोई पीछे नहीं ले जा सकता।
नहीं, लेकिन बात परसेप्शन की है। चलिए एक मिनट सर, आजकल आप लोग बहुत सुनते होंगे कि कई बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां, एमएनसीज भारत की तरफ देख रही हैं। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार से भारत ने मेक इन इंडिया को प्रमोट किया है, जिस प्रकार से स्टेबिलिटी आई है, डेमोक्रेटिक, पॉलिटिकल, इंस्टीट्यूशनल, क्लियरली द वर्ल्ड इज लुकिंग एट इंडिया। वो देखते हैं कि कई देश हैं जहां पे डेमोक्रेसी नहीं है, जहां उनको डर भी लगता है पता नहीं रात को कब डिसअपियर हो जाए करोड़पति आदमी भी, तो भारत की तरफ देख रहे हैं। ऐसे ही एक सीईओ फोरम परसों और कल दिल्ली में हुआ। प्रमुख देश है जो लड़ाई लड़ना चाहते हैं हमारे उत्तरी नेबर के साथ भी, उसके टॉप सीईओज आए थे। तो मैंने उन लोगों को पूछा कि आप लोग कोई एक प्रोजेक्ट की बात हो रही थी, आपने महाराष्ट्र में क्यों नहीं किया? तो उन्होंने कहा वहां पे इतनी तकलीफ थी, कोई बिजनेस करने का मजा नहीं आ रहा था। मैंने कहा मजा में व्हाट डू यू काउंट एज मजा? एंड दे आर्टिकुलेटेड 3-4 थिंग्स। ए, दे सेड कि यहाँ पे पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी नहीं थी। बी, वेरी हाई लेवल ऑफ करप्शन था। सी, ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस नहीं था। तुम एक पार्टी के एक मंत्री से कुछ तय कर लो तो दूसरी पार्टी का मंत्री बोलेगा मेरा हिस्सा कहाँ है? तो हिस्सेदारी बांटने में ये 3 जो जुटे हुए थे, उसमें महाराष्ट्र का जो नुकसान हुआ है अब देवेंद्र जी को डबल स्पीड पे काम करके इसको मेकअप करना पड़ेगा।
पीयूष जी,
लेकिन परसेप्शन की एक बात होती है पीयूष जी, आपने कहा कि ठीक है कि ऐसे कोई अचानक कोई प्रोजेक्ट जाता नहीं है, बहुत दिनों से काम चलता है, लेकिन फिर भी अब सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज ये रहेगा कि सारे स्टेट उसके लिए झगड़ा करेंगे और जहां पर चुनाव होने जाने वाला होगा वहां पर सबसे ज्यादा इस पर सवाल उठाए
वेलकम
जाएंगे।
करते हैं। हमारी सरकार ने 2014 से आज तक लगातार कहा है कि वी बिलीव इन कंपेटिटिव फेडरलिज्म, कोलैबोरेटिव फेडरलिज्म एंड कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म। हम तो समझते हैं कि अगर देश के सभी स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरीज इस कंपटीशन में लगेंगे तभी जाके देश आगे बढ़ेगा। तो जितना ज्यादा स्टेट्स के बीच में स्पर्धा होगी और हम इन्वेस्टर्स को इनवाइट करके यहाँ पे प्रमोट करेंगे इंडियन बिजनेस और इंडस्ट्री, उतना अच्छा रहेगा। रही बात नैरेटिव की, उसके लिए सलिल तुम्हारे को और राहुल की जरूरत है। आपके पास और एंकर्स हैं जो बहुत कोशिश करते हैं कि नैरेटिव बनाए मोदी जी के खिलाफ, दिन रात कोशिश करते हैं। मेडिसन स्क्वायर तक जाके कोशिश कर लेते हैं कि मोदी जी के लिए कुछ तो बुरा बोलो, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से देश ने नैरेटिव बना लिया है, मोदी जी के पक्ष में बना लिया है। मोदी जी के ऊपर आज देश पूरा विश्वास करते हैं। वो नैरेटिव बनाने के लिए आप जरा कोशिश थोड़ी और तीव्र करिए, उसमें भी हमें फायदा ही होता है, नुकसान नहीं होता है।
इसमें एक जोड़ना चाहता हूं कि ये जो लोग छाती पीट पीट कर रो रहे हैं कि ये बिजनेस बाहर गया, वो बाहर गया, ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने देश का सबसे बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट, सबसे बड़ा आज तक के इतिहास का, रिफाइनरी के रूप में महाराष्ट्र में आ रहा था, ग्रीन रिफाइनरी, जो आज तक सिंगल इतना बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट कभी हुआ नहीं था। और फॉर्चुनेटली इस इन्वेस्टमेंट में 60% हिस्सा सरकारी कंपनियों का था। ऐसे इन्वेस्टमेंट को आने नहीं दिया गया, उसका विरोध किया, उसको रोका और सरकार के जाने के बाद तो उसको खत्म किया। ऐसे लोग अब हमको बता रहे हैं कि ये इन्वेस्टमेंट बाहर जा रहा है। अगर वो अकेला इन्वेस्टमेंट आता ना तो 2 साल में जितने बाकी सारे राज्यों में इन्वेस्टमेंट होता है, 2 साल का उनका इन्वेस्टमेंट एक इन्वेस्टमेंट में आ रहा था। तो इसलिए इनको अधिकार नहीं है बोलने का।
इसकी डिटेल दे दूं, दिस वाज 60 मिलियन टन रिफाइनिंग फैसिलिटी। आज पूरे विश्व में एक भी नहीं है इस साइज की, नॉट अ सिंगल रिफाइनर हुआ है 60 मिलियन टन एट वन प्लेस। सऊदी अरेबिया और भारत इसके पीछे बड़ी कशमकश करके, खासतौर पे MBS और प्रधानमंत्री जी के रिश्ते इतने अच्छे होने के कारण उन्होंने कमिट किया कि हम $100 बिलियन यानी लगभग 8 लाख करोड़ भारत में निवेश करना चाहते हैं। उसके हिसाब से वो डिजाइन की गई थी। सब कुछ तय हो गया था जब मुख्यमंत्री थे देवेंद्र जी, और ये सरकार ने आके अड़ंगे डाले, पूरा प्रोजेक्ट खराब किया। अब मैंने जाके रिट्रीव किया है, 14 तारीख को जब वो लोग आएंगे तो उसको हम रिट्रीव करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन पिछले 3 साल के अनुभव से अब वो अभी भी डरते हैं ये बोलने के लिए कि यहाँ पे हम इतना बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट करें।
पीयूष जी, यहाँ पे बीजेपी के कई नेता बैठे हैं, कई लोग टेलीविजन पे देख रहे हैं, सोशल मीडिया पे देख रहे हैं, और आपके बगल में देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी बैठे हैं। और कॉन्क्लेव के इस मंच का मैं फायदा उठाते हुए आपसे ये सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं कि कई लोगों को लगता है कि जो करंट महाराष्ट्र में सरकार का अरेंजमेंट है वो बड़ा अनफेयर है। चीफ मिनिस्टर होने चाहिए फडणवीस जी, अगर डेप्यूटी हो तो होने चाहिए एकनाथ शिंदे जी। मेरा सवाल सुन लीजिए, फिर जवाब दीजिएगा। ये भी चर्चा खूब गर्म है मुंबई में कि फडणवीस जी डेप्यूटी सीएम नहीं बनना चाहते थे। वो चाहते थे या तो सीएम बने, नहीं तो वरना बाहर बैठेंगे, डेप्यूटी सीएम नहीं बनना। और उस वक्त पे आप लोगों की क्या बातचीत चल रही थी फडणवीस जी को कन्विंस करने के लिए कि आप बन जाइए डेप्यूटी सीएम? और ये जो बात है कि लोगों को लगता है कि एक अनफेयर अरेंजमेंट है, एज द बिगर पार्टी बीजेपी शुड हैव द चीफ मिनिस्टर एंड शिंदे जी शुड बी डेप्यूटी सीएम, इसको आप कैसे देखते?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी और नरेंद्र मोदी का दिल बहुत बड़ा है। हमने नीतीश कुमार भी जूनियर पार्टी थी, उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया था। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी उस मामले में बड़े दिल से काम करती है, जो देश और प्रदेश के हित में उस हिसाब से निर्णय लेती है। और हमने निर्णय लिया था कि वास्तव में शिवसेना की जो हालत थी उसमें उत्तरदायित्व शिवसेना का बाला साहब के बाद जो पूरी कार्यकर्ता हैं, जो उनके एमएलएज हैं, पूरे एमपीज हैं, आखिर वही जनप्रतिनिधि रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, सभी की इच्छा थी कि जो गलत अनैतिक कोएलिशन चल रहा था वो गलत था। असली शिवसेना बाहर निकली उसमें से, सरकार बनाना चाहती थी, हमने उसको समर्थन दिया। जहां तक बात है देवेंद्र जी की, देवेंद्र जी और मेरा लगभग हर 10 मिनट में उस समय बात हो रही थी, एवरी 10 मिनट।
आपके चुनाव की वजह से तो शुरुआत हुआ था,
बड़प्पन है,
आपके चुनाव के वक्त शुरुआत हुई थी
कि इन्होंने पद बड़ा और छोटा नहीं देखा। पार्टी का निर्णय था कि इन्होंने उप मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहिए। 1 मिनट हिचकिचाए नहीं, नॉट अ सेकेंड। निर्णय इनको कम्युनिकेट हुआ, जैसे इन्होंने कहा हमारी पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड, हमारे नेता जो तय करेंगे, यहां बैठा अगर कोई और बीजेपी का हो या कम से कम हम दोनों, आंख बंद करके बिना सोचे 1 मिनट में विल फॉलो द इंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ आवर लीडर। दैट डिसिप्लिन इज व्हाट हेल्प्स अस डू आवर जॉब बेटर ऑल्सो।
नहीं, जो
और इन्होंने उस डिसिप्लिन का पालन किया।
पीयूष जी, अभी आप जब ऊपर आए तब हमने देखा कि आपने जिस तरीके से एक दूसरे को ग्रीट किया, उसी तरीके का विजुअल हमने देखा था जब आप राज्यसभा के चुनाव जीते थे। और राज्यसभा के महाराष्ट्र के इतिहास में पहली बार ऐसा हुआ था कि ओपन वोटिंग वाला चुनाव वहां पर महाराष्ट्र में हो रहा था, और उसके बावजूद आपने शिवसेना के कैंडिडेट को हराया था। तो तैयारी तो आपकी 2 महीने पहले से चल रही थी। ऐसा नहीं है कि अचानक शिंदे वहां पर उठे थे, भले वो हमको बता नहीं रहे थे, लेकिन तैयारी तो आपकी 2 महीने पहले से चल रही थी।
नहीं, तैयारी तो शिवसेना के हर एमपी 2019 से ही मुझे मिलता था तो बोलता था हमें किसी तरीके से तुम्हारे साथ ले, हमें पिंड छुटाओ इन लोगों के साथ। 19 से ही तो वो लोग हमारे पीछे पड़े थे, पहली बात। और दूसरी बात, जब मैं राज्यसभा का चुनाव के बाद मैंने प्रेस को भी अपना वक्तव्य दिया था, तब भी मैंने कहा था कि जो अनैतिक सरकार है इसका समय आ गया है। जनता भी त्रस्त है, एमएलए भी त्रस्त है, एमपी भी त्रस्त है। अब 2 लोग तो पार्टी नहीं चला सकते ना। और आज हम मेरे नेता हैं देवेंद्र फडणवीस, मुझे कहने में कोई हिचक नहीं है, मेरे महाराष्ट्र के नेता और मेरे भी नेता है देवेंद्र फडणवीस। अब ऐसे में कभी पद छोटा बड़ा हो, कुछ भी हो, लेकिन आप देखिए शायद इसी होटल में या किसी में कार्यक्रम में मुख्यमंत्री खड़े हैं, के बाजू में उनकी पत्नी है, और फिर एकनाथ शिंदे इतना सीनियर लीडर को तो पीछे ढकेल दिया, कोई और बीच में खड़ा है। ऐसे जब पार्टियां चलने लगती है और परिवारवाद होता है, तब समय अंत की हो जाता है।
जहां आप इस वक्त बैठे,
एक सिर्फ आपकी जानकारी के लिए, और एक सीक्रेट भी आपको बोल देता हूं कि राज्यसभा के चुनाव में हमने जो जीत हासिल की, उसमें ये जो शिवसेना के लोग हमारे साथ आए, इनमें से किसी का वोट हमने नहीं लिया था।
आपको एनसीपी का वोट पड़ा?
मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं, मैं कहां बोल रहा हूं एनसीपी का पड़ा।
3 ही तो पार्टियां थी सर।
मैं आपको इतना ही कह रहा हूं,
एक कांग्रेस है,
मैं तो इतना ही कह रहा हूं,
ओपन वोटिंग में तो हो ही नहीं सकता।
मैं तो इतना ही कह रहा हूं।
आज तो मैं आपको सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं कि कोई पवार
कांग्रेस भी हो सकता है, कोई भी हो सकता है, इंडिपेंडेंट भी हो, पर मैं इतना आपको इतना बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ कहता हूं कि जिस समय हम लोगों ने राज्यसभा की सीट चुनकर लाई, उस समय जो लोग शिवसेना से हमारे साथ अभी आए हैं, इनमें से किसी का भी वोट हमने नहीं लिया।
पीयूष जी, जहां पे आप इस वक्त बैठे, वहां पे जब कॉन्क्लेव का पहला दिन था तो आदित्य ठाकरे बैठे थे। उन्होंने कहा कि ये अली बाबा और 40 चोर टाइप की सिचुएशन है। उन्होंने चैलेंज किया कॉन्क्लेव के मंच से कि अगर बीजेपी और इस नकली सेना में दम है तो ये एमएलए इस्तीफा दें, चुनाव करवाएं और महाराष्ट्र के लोग दूध का दूध पानी का पानी कर दें।
से डायलॉग देने में तो अच्छा है, तो रोज पिक्चर में, मुझे बहुत शौक है पिक्चरें देखने का, मैं रोज जाके पिक्चरों में डायलॉग देखता हूं। डायलॉग से राजनीति नहीं चलती है, राजनीति काम से चलती है, राजनीति जनता की विल होती है और द पीपल्स विल प्रिवेल्स। ऐसे डायलॉग वगैरह देने से तो फिर तो हमारे यहाँ पे कोई मुंबा देवी के वर्ली से है, वर्ली के कार्यकर्ता को खड़ा कर दूंगा उनके साथ डायलॉग करने के लिए। वो मेरा एक कार्यकर्ता ही उनके लिए बहुत है। उसमें सीएम वगैरह को काम करने दो, 3 साल का बैकलॉग मेकअप करना है अभी।
नहीं, मेरा उनको एक ही सवाल है।
इन्वेस्टमेंट पे डिबेट मांग रहे हैं, क्या गलत है?
एक मिनट, मेरा एक बहुत वैलिड सवाल है। आप तो हमारे साथ चुनकर आए थे, अलायंस में चुनकर आए थे, और हमको छोड़कर आप एनसीपी और कांग्रेस के साथ गए, तो उस समय आपको ये याद क्यों नहीं आया? उस समय आपने इस्तीफा देना चाहिए था, चुनाव फेस करना चाहिए था और उनके साथ चुनकर आना चाहिए था। ये तो जो हमारे साथ आए हुए हैं 40 लोग, ये तो हमारे अलायंस में चुनकर आए, सो दे आर इनटू नेचुरल अलायंस, वो नेचुरल अलायंस में वापस आए। तो ये जो अभी अकल सूझ रही है, ये अकल उस समय अगर सूझती थी तो वो वैलिड थी।
नहीं तो चलिए आप कम से कम, क्योंकि पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी इंस्टेबिलिटी की भी बात हुई है, कम से कम बीजेपी के दो बड़े नेता आज ये वादा कर सकते हैं कि अब महाराष्ट्र में जो हमने 2019 में देखा, जो 2022 में हमने देखा, उस तरीके की पॉलिटिकल इंस्टेबिलिटी का फैसला नहीं करना पड़ेगा। शिंदे फडणवीस सरकार उसी तरीके से चलती रहेगी, कहीं बीच में फडणवीस पवार, कहीं कांग्रेस के कई नेताओं का नाम लिया जा रहा है, इससे भी पॉलिटिकल इंस्टेबिलिटी होती है क्या? उस तरीके की कोई चीज अब पूरी तरीके से बंद, कोई दरवाजे सारे बंद, क्या ये वादा हम लेकर चले महाराष्ट्र की जनता के लिए? आप जवाब।
इससे पहले हर सवाल में फटाफट जवाब आ रहा था, अब आप दोनों एक दूसरे को देख रहे हो कि जवाब कौन देगा पहले।
कैसा है, देखिए पीयूष जी ये राज्यसभा में हमारे नेता है, आप स्टेट के सवाल उनको पूछ रहे हैं, इसलिए मैंने 2 मिनट ध्यान दिया कि भाई पीयूष जी दे रहे हैं या मैं दे दूं।
सर महाराष्ट्र को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं ना वो,
हाँ वो तो है ना,
राज्यसभा में
उनको पूरा महाराष्ट्र मालूम है,
फिर
कोई सवाल ही नहीं है। लेकिन मैं आपको बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ कह देना चाहता हूं कि इंस्टेबिलिटी का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता, ये बहुत ही स्टेबल गवर्नमेंट है, हम तो साथ में रहेंगे ही। अब किसी को अगर ये इच्छा होती है कि हमारे साथ आना चाहते हैं, वो हमको कहते हैं हमको साथ में आना है, अगर लोग ठीक है तो राजनीति में मना तो नहीं किया जा सकता ना,
दरवाजे
कि नहीं आप मत आइए। दरवाजे तो राजनीति में बंद नहीं रहते, दरवाजे खुले, लेकिन कॉम्बिनेशन बदलने का कोई सवाल नहीं। कॉम्बिनेशन ये बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना और बीजेपी, यही कॉम्बिनेशन रहेगा। हाँ, इस कॉम्बिनेशन के साथ कोई और लोग जुड़ना चाहते हैं, जिनको लगता है कि मोदी जी देश में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं और इसलिए हमको जुड़ना है, तो ऐसे सबका स्वागत हम करेंगे।
So is that a headline, Piyush ji, that the doors of the BJP are still open for a potential alliance with the Uddhav Sena?
देखिए, राजनीति में मैं कई बार कहता हूं कि अच्छे लोग साथ में जुड़े, अच्छे लोग अच्छा काम करते हैं तो देश के हित में। और जैसा देवेंद्र जी ने कहा कि मैं आपको इतना पक्का बोल सकता हूं, कोई पार्टी का देश भर में, और देश के कई लोग, कई राजनीतिक लोग भाजपा में आते रहते हैं और आना चाहते हैं, बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट स्क्रूटनी होता है, बहुत कंसल्टेटिव प्रोसेस होता है, राइट फ्रॉम द एरिया वेर ही कम्स फ्रॉम अप टू द टॉप। वेरी मेनी लेयर्स ऑफ डिस्कशंस टेक प्लेस, और जब तक एक आम सहमति नहीं होती है किसी के लिए भाजपा में, यू कैन जस्ट वॉक इन टू द पार्टी। लेकिन अगर अच्छे लोग, कल राहुल कंवर आपकी इच्छा हो तो हम आपको जरूर ले सकते हैं, वी आर लुकिंग फॉर गुड पीपल इन द पार्टी। तो अच्छे लोग पार्टी के साथ जुड़े, फिर एक पुरानी कुछ गलतियां रही हो, पुराने कुछ उनके अलग अनुभव रहे हो और उसको सीख के अगर आते हो, उसको भूल के आते हो, तो भगवान कृष्ण ने भी आखिर कितने लोगों को कितनी बार माफ किया। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में तो ऐसा कोई परमानेंट डोर किसी के लिए क्लोज नहीं होता है। वी आर ऑलवेज लुकिंग फॉर गुड पीपल सो दैट वी कैन सर्व द पीपल बेटर।
अभी गुजरात में एक बड़ा इलेक्शन है पीयूष जी, और चर्चा ये हो रही है कि क्या आम आदमी पार्टी वहां पे बीजेपी को कुछ हद तक चैलेंज पोज करेगी, इस इलेक्शन में नहीं तो अगले इलेक्शन में। गिवन योर रोल इन नेशनल पॉलिटिक्स, आपके हिसाब से गुजरात के इस चुनाव में आपकी जो लड़ाई है वो कांग्रेस से है या आपसे है?
मेरे ख्याल से किसी से भी नहीं है। जो आज तक इतिहास में किसी पार्टी को जो सीटें नहीं मिली हैं, इस बार 2022 में गुजरात में 150 पार जाएगी बीजेपी की टैली। यू टेक इट इन राइटिंग फ्रॉम मी।
So that will be the massive mandate, क्योंकि
ह्यूज मैंडेट।
अब तक का जो
रिकॉर्ड 149 इज द हाईएस्ट सो फार,
वो
ये 150
तो आपकी
क्रॉस
सरकार का रिकॉर्ड था,
ये 150 क्रॉस होएगा इस बार। तो जो पॉपुलैरिटी आज मोदी जी की है देश में और खासतौर पे गुजरात में, जिस प्रकार से पूरे प्रदेश में, और मैं कई जगह अलग अलग जगह गया इन द इंटीरियर्स ऑफ गुजरात, द पीपल हैव मेड अप देयर माइंड, दे स्टैंड रॉक सॉलिड बिहाइंड द भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
नहीं, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी वहां पर एक नए एंट्रेंट की तरह आई हुई है वहां पर, और जो रिस्पांस वो क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि उनको वहां पर मिल रहा है।
आपने सही वर्ड का, क्लेम। देखिए, क्लेम करने में तो कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है। क्लेम करने में तो मैं एक टाइम पे तमिलनाडु का भी इंचार्ज था, हम तो वहां पे भी क्लेम करते थे वी गोइंग टू डू वेरी वेल, वी डिडंट डू वेल। तो क्लेम तो हर एक का अधिकार होता है, और सिर्फ पॉम्पस स्टेटमेंट्स टीवी पे देने से, अच्छा आपकी भी मजबूरी, आई डोंट ब्लेम यू एट ऑल, बिकॉज एक तरफा जब पूरी लहर बीजेपी की चल रही है तो आपका तो टीवी चैनल नहीं तो फिर कोई देखेगा ही नहीं, फिर इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव भी फेल हो जाएगा, तो यू हैव टू डेस्परेटली प्रॉप अप सम पीपल। तो आप करिए, हमारे तो हित में,
सर
हमारी
जो चुनाव
सीटें
लड़ रहा है
बढ़ेंगी,
सबका
कम नहीं
रिपोर्टिंग
होगी।
करना हमारा काम है। ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता कि अगर चुनाव
जरूर
हम तो सबका रिपोर्टिंग करेंगे ना, ऐसे थोड़ी
मैं तो एनकरेज कर रहा हूँ। आप थोड़ा और बताइए,
हमारा काम है वो।
आप बताइए, आम आदमी पार्टी के नेता ने मोदी जी को नीच बोला, जितना ज्यादा आप उनके नेताओं को दिखाओगे उतना हमारे लिए अच्छा ही है। लेकिन ये इस प्रकार की ओछी राजनीति, वेरी लो क्वालिटी राजनीति, आज पंजाब के लोगों को जरा जाके देखिए और पूछिए, दुखी है कि हमने कहां से निर्णय ले लिया। ऑफ कोर्स गाली हमें नहीं देते हैं, ज्यादा कांग्रेस को देते हैं कि उन्होंने मैदान ही छोड़ के भाग गए। तो मेरे ख्याल से गुजरात के लोग तो बड़े समझदार हैं, व्यापारी होते हैं, बहुत सोच समझ के भाव तोल करते हैं।
आपने वैसे
सोच
सही
समझ
बात
के
बोली पीयूष जी,
निर्णय लेंगे
कि कंपटीशन अच्छा होना, जीते चाहे जो मर्जी, मैच बराबरी का होना चाहिए और मैच अच्छा होना चाहिए, वो जरूरी है। फिर लोगों का इंटरेस्ट बना रहता है। अगर वन वे ट्रैफिक है, चुनाव होने से पहले ही पता हो कि कौन जीत रहा है, तो उसमें क्या मजा आएगा।
राहुल, आपके टीआरपी जो है उसमें भी फिर आपकी यही राय रहती है?
नहीं, टीआरपी में इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप सबसे आगे रहना चाहिए, उसमें किसी को कोई डाउट नहीं होना चाहिए।
सर चुनाव और टीआरपी में तो फर्क है।
हमारा भी वही हाल है, क्या करें, मजबूरी है हमारी कि हमको वहां जीतना है और बड़े रूप में। आई एम नॉट सेइंग इट आउट ऑफ एरोगेंस, लिटरली आई हैव गॉन इनटू द इंटीरियर्स ऑफ गुजरात, वेदर इट इज पाटन, क्योंकि वहां मेरा टेक्सटाइल का काफी काम रहता है, पाटन का काम जो है बहुत फाइन हैंडलूम्स होते हैं, वेदर इट इज जूनागढ़, वेदर इट इज सोमनाथ, द मूड ऑन द ग्राउंड is completely in adulation of Modi ji, and they are looking for Bharatiya Janata Party to continue to give a good job.
देवेंद्र जी, इसको आप कैसे हैंडल करते हैं, इंटर स्टेट राइवलरी? एक तरफ पीयूष जी के हिसाब से हाँ अच्छा है, गुजरात जा रहा है इन्वेस्टमेंट, नो प्रॉब्लम, वो भी तो हमारा ही स्टेट है।
एक मिनट,
मेरी बात सुनो।
तुम दूसरों की तरह मत बिहेव करो भाई।
मेरा सवाल,
मैंने कहा था ऐसा?
नहीं।
Did I say that?
नहीं।
Don't put words पीयूष जी की तरह, ठीक करो अपने।
Okay, let me reframe the question. From the perspective of the central BJP leadership, अगर कोई प्रोजेक्ट गुजरात जाता तो उसमें कोई बुरी बात नहीं है, कि अच्छी बात है, चला ही गया, वो भी बीजेपी की स्टेट है। अगर महाराष्ट्र आता है वो भी कोई बुरी बात नहीं, वो भी बीजेपी की स्टेट है और वहां पे इंडस्ट्रियल कॉम्प्लेक्स वैसे भी पुराना है। आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं, दिस बिजनेस ऑफ ट्राइंग टू स्नैच अ प्रोजेक्ट अवे और पुल अ प्रोजेक्ट अवे इवन इफ इट हैपेंस टू बी अ बीजेपी स्टेट?
एक से मुझे ऐड करना है उसमें, क्योंकि पीयूष जी ने इस बारे में बोला कि सर यहां जब ये प्रोजेक्ट जाने की बात हुई थी गुजरात में, तब ये कहा गया था बीजेपी के नेताओं की तरफ से कि भाई पाकिस्तान थोड़ी गया है, गुजरात ही गया है, देश में ही है। इसीलिए सवाल उठता है कि अगर सेंट्रल लीडरशिप अगर सोचे तो वो तो सोचेगी कि भाई दूसरे राज्य के पास जा रहा है, लेकिन आप महाराष्ट्र के पर्सपेक्टिव से देखेंगे तो उनके लिए तो लॉस है। तो ये जो डायकोटोमी है वो कैसे हैंडल होगी?
नहीं, बहुत सीधी बात है। देखिए, मोदी जी ने पहले दिन से ये कहा है कि ये टीम इंडिया है, यहां कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म भी चलेगा और कॉम्पिटिटिव फेडरलिज्म भी चलेगा। और मैं महाराष्ट्र का उप मुख्यमंत्री हूं, तो मेरा ये मानना है कि चाहे जो हो, महाराष्ट्र ही नंबर 1 रहना चाहिए। उसके लिए मुझे किसी भी स्टेट के साथ कंपटीशन करना पड़े, अगर गुजरात 1 रुपया इंसेंटिव देता है तो मैं 2 रुपया इंसेंटिव दूंगा, लेकिन प्रोजेक्ट मैं मेरे यहाँ लाऊंगा, ये बिल्कुल पक्का है। और मैंने तो ये स्पष्ट घोषणा की है, 2019 तक हम नंबर 1 थे, गुजरात हमारे पीछे था। पिछले 2 सालों में गुजरात हमसे आगे बढ़ा है, उनको बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं, लेकिन मैंने 2 साल का टारगेट सेट किया है और 2 साल के बाद आपके कॉन्क्लेव में आऊंगा तो महाराष्ट्र ही नंबर 1 रहेगा।
हाउ डू यू कीप दिस राइवलरी हेल्दी? आप कैसे इंश्योर करते हो कि राइवलरी हेल्दी रहे?
I'll just give you the right perspective on this. आप सब याद करिए 2014 जब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने शपथ ली थी, उनके पहले भाषण में उन्होंने कहा अब राजनीति का टाइम खत्म हो गया, चुनाव के परिणाम आ गए, जनता ने हमें स्पष्ट और पूर्ण बहुमत दिया है, अब हमें इस बहुमत को लेके देश के हर एक नागरिक की सेवा करनी, पूरा देश हमारा दायित्व है। और उसी के हिसाब से हर केंद्रीय मंत्री को भी यही गाइडेंस मिली थी कि आपको पूरे देश की चिंता करनी। जब हमने समाजवादी की सरकार थी यूपी में, पर जब हम बिजली देते थे तो हम थोड़ी ढूंढते थे ये बीजेपी का घर है, ये समाजवादी का घर है, ये समाजवादी स्टेट है, ये तभी नीतीश जी भी हमारे खिलाफ थे। पूरे देश में बिजली दी ना सबको, टॉयलेट्स देने की बात थी। कितनी शर्म की बात है कि 65 साल तक आजादी के बाद 67 इयर्स तक इस देश में सरकारें आई गई, हम यहाँ पे काफी बुजुर्ग लोग भी हैं, कभी किसी के जहन में नहीं आया कि महिलाओं की बेइज्जती होती है? महिलाएं बहनें बेटियों के साथ क्या गुजरती होगी जब उनके पास अच्छा इज्जत घर नहीं हो? तो अब हमने 12 करोड़ जब इज्जत घर बनाए, देश के हर घर में शौचालय दिया, क्या हमने राजनीति की उसमें? पूछा किस सरकार की है? मैं तमिलनाडु में भी जाके इन्वेस्टर समिट करता हूं, हैदराबाद में भी जाके निगदिक की प्रेजेंटेशन करता हूं कि लोग आए और इन्वेस्ट करें। केसीआर के साथ भी, केसीआर तो मिलते नहीं है, दफ्तर ही नहीं आते हैं, मिलेंगे कैसे? कोई वास्तु या कुछ की प्रॉब्लम है कि दफ्तर जाएंगे तो पता नहीं हार जाएंगे या क्या होगा। पर जो भी मिलता है देश भर में, किसी भी पार्टी की सरकार हो, एज सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हम सभी को मौका देते हैं, हम सभी के चिंता करते हैं, सभी को प्रोत्साहन करने के लिए कहते हैं कि उद्योग को आप अट्रैक्ट करिए और उसमें मे द बेस्ट स्टेट विन। डिसीजन एक फैक्टर पे नहीं होता है, डिसीजन में टैलेंट आदमी ढूंढता है, डिसीजन में इकोसिस्टम ढूंढता है, इंसेंटिव्स का एक एलिमेंट होता है, बट देयर आर मेनी एलिमेंट्स दैट अ पर्सन सीज बिफोर ही इन्वेस्ट इन अ स्टेट।
नहीं, फिर ऐसा क्यों होता है कि जब विपक्ष की सरकार
આટલી વિશાળ સંખ્યામાં અમને બધાને આશીર્વાદ આપવા માટે આવ્યા એ બદલ આપનો આભાર, આપને અભિનંદન। ભાઈઓ બહેનો, ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈના નેતૃત્વમાં વિકાસનો ઉત્સવ અવિરત ચાલી રહ્યો છે અને હવે લોકતંત્રના ઉત્સવના આજે મંડાણ થઈ રહ્યા છે। મારે ગુજરાત ભારતીય જનતા પાર્ટીના આગેવાનોનો આભાર માનવો છે, કારણ આજે ચૂંટણી જાહેર થયા પછી ચૂંટણી પ્રચારનો મારો પહેલો કાર્યક્રમ આદિવાસી ભાઈ બહેનો વચ્ચે રાખ્યો છે, એનો મને આનંદ છે। કારણ મારે માટે એ ફોર આદિવાસી, મારી એબીસીડી શરૂ થાય, એ ફોર આદિવાસી। અને એટલે મારે માટે આ અત્યંત સૌભાગ્યની પળ છે કે મારી ચૂંટણીની પહેલી સભા મારા આદિવાસી ભાઈ બહેનોના આશીર્વાદ લઈને શરૂઆત થઈ રહી છે।
He's saying that I'm just very happy that I'm starting off with the blessings of the Adivasi friends of mine. Ladies and gentlemen,
કોઈને પણ પૂછો,
ask anybody.
અમને દિલ્હીમાં જે વાવડ આવે એ પણ એ જ આવે કે ભાઈ ગુજરાતના લોકોએ તો ફરી એકવાર ભાજપની સરકાર બનાવવાનું મન બનાવી લીધું છે।
You ask anybody, they will tell you how BJP will come to power
મન બનાવી લીધું છે
in Gujarat.
જૂના બધા રેકોર્ડ તોડવાનું મન બનાવી લીધું છે।
Shattering all the records of the past, ask anybody. Everybody has that
અને આ ચૂંટણીમાં
perception of the BJP.
ગુજરાત ભાજપ મારી પાસે જેટલો સમય માંગશે એટલો હું આપીશ।
I will give as much time as Gujarat needs to the people of Gujarat.
હું મારા જ રેકોર્ડ તોડવા માંગુ છું આ વખતે।
And this time around I'll break my own record.
તો મને મારા રેકોર્ડ તોડવામાં તમે બધા મદદ કરશો ભાઈઓ?
Will you guys help me in breaking my own record?
ઉમરગામથી અંબાજી આખો આદિવાસી પટ્ટો મદદ કરશે? આ વખતે મારે મારા જ બધા રેકોર્ડ તોડવા છે ભાઈ।
I want to break my own record this time around.
જોરદાર હોવા જોઈએ, એના માટે મારે કામ કરવું છે। ભાઈઓ બહેનો, દેશ જ નહીં દુનિયામાં કદાચ નિરંતર આટલો બધો વિશ્વાસ વધતો જાય, જન સમર્થન મળતું જાય અને નવી નવી પેઢી આવતી જાય, નહીં તો રાજકારણમાં એકની એક પેઢી વર્ષો સુધી ચાલ્યા કરે।
You know, I feel like there's going to be more younger generation who comes in. For so many years, we've received so much of love.
ગુજરાતની અંદર जनता जनार्दन
This year too,
भारतीय
people are going to be
जनता पार्टी
first.
विजय बावटो लेने निकली
BJP is going to make sure that the welfare of people is first.
આ ચૂંટણી ન ભૂપેન્દ્ર લડે છે ન નરેન્દ્ર લડે છે આ ચૂંટણી તો મારા ગુજરાતના વાલા ભાઈઓ
This is not a fight that Bhupendra is fighting or Narendra Modi is fighting. This is a fight that the people of Gujarat are fighting.
વારંવાર ભાજપ આ જ સંકલ્પ લઈને ચાલીએ છે ભાઈઓ બહેનો અમારું સૌભાગ્ય છે
It's my honor today
કે ગુજરાતની મારી પહેલી ચૂંટણી સભા આદિવાસી વિસ્તારથી શરૂ થાય
that my
અને
first
પછી મહાદેવના ધામમાંથી શરૂ થાય
that my rallies are beginning with the blessings of my Adivasi friends.
મહાદેવના આશીર્વાદ લઈને એમપી બન્યો ને બધા તમે બધાએ પીએમ બનાવી દીધો ભાઈઓ બહેનો આ વિસ્તાર મારા માટે નવો નથી અહીંના ક્ષેત્રમાં વર્ષો સુધી
This feeling is not new to me.
પ્રવાસો કર્યા આપ લોકોની વચ્ચે રહીને ઘણું બધું શીખવાનું
I have learned a lot from all of you people for years.
અમારું સિદુંબર અને મને આનંદ થયો હમણાં મને અમારા રમતુભાઈ મળ્યા રમતુભાઈનું બેજડા ધરમપુરના જંગલોમાં સાયકલ પર ફરતા હતા આજે બહુ ઘણા સમય પછી મળ્યા રમતુભાઈ આપણા કેટલો આનંદ થાય વર્ષો પછી એ બધા સાથીઓ જેમની વચ્ચે સાયકલ પર ફરીને કામ કર્યું હોય સિદુંબર અવારનવાર મને જવાનું ગમે અને વનરાયની વચ્ચે રહેવાનું અને નદીનું ઝરણું નાનકડું ચાલતું હોય ને બાપુડી
He's just reminiscing how he's been enjoying his time with his friends who he's grown up with in Gujarat. They used to ride bicycles.
લોકો એવા છીએ કે જે ખભે ખભો મિલાવીને સાથે રહીને સંપૂર્ણ ગુજરાતનો વિકાસ કરીએ સમાજનો વિકાસ કરીએ
The kind Gujarat people are such that they want development and together.
આપણી સમાજ સેવાની એક સમૃદ્ધ પરંપરા રહી છે
Social service has been our tradition and culture.
ધરમપુર અનેક રીતે ઓળખાતું રહ્યું છે કોઈક જમાનામાં ધરમપુર સંગીતની દુનિયામાં ઘણું બધું કામ કરતું હતું એ મારું ધરમપુર આજકાલ શ્રીમદ રાજચંદ્ર મિશન એના નામથી જાણીતું થઈ ગયું ભાઈ
He's talking about Dharampur and the way it is known.
સામાન્ય પરિવારમાં જન્મેલ બાળક મહાત્મા ગાંધી બનાવનાર એ શ્રીમદ રાજચંદ્રજી ગાંધીજીના જીવનમાં મોટી પ્રેરણા રહી હતી
Rajchandra has become a big inspiration. He's taken big inspiration from Mahatma Gandhi.
કલ્યાણનો યજ્ઞ જનસેવાનો યજ્ઞ આદિવાસી ગરીબોના કલ્યાણનો યજ્ઞ ચાલી રહ્યો
This is a time where we need to make sure that the Adivasis and the people of Gujarat need to move forward together for development.
પણ જ્યારે ફરી પણ મોકો મળશે તો હું જવાનો તો છું જ કારણ કે મને અમારા બધા કાર્યકર્તાઓ વખાણ કરે કે એટલું સરસ બન્યું છે હું જરૂર આવીશ કારણ કે મારા આદિવાસી ભાઈઓની સેવા માટે કોઈ પણ કામ થાય એ મને સૌથી વધારે ગમે
Any service that I can do to the Adivasi people, I love it the most, he says.
એ ભાવના લઈને આપણે કામ કરતા રહ્યા છીએ અને આ વિચારને લઈને કામ કરતા કરતા આપણા આશીર્વાદથી જે કાંઈ શીખ્યો અને પછી તમે આદેશ કર્યો કે હવે તમે દિલ્હી જાઓ તો દિલ્હી જઈને પણ તમારી પાસેથી જે શીખ્યો છું જે સમજ્યો છું
Today I may be in Delhi in the center in power, but I've learned everything from you, my friends in Gujarat. Gujarat has taught me everything and I will continue giving to Gujarat always.
કે મારા ગયા પછી ગુજરાતની અંદર ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ સીઆર પાટીલ અનેક એવા ગણમાન્ય નેતાઓ મળ્યા
After I left being the chief minister of Gujarat, just look at the kind of people who become your chief ministers like Bhupendra Bhai Patel and see how much they are giving to the people of Gujarat.
વ્યાપારી કારોબારી કર્મચારી
Laborers, wagers,
માછીમાર ભાઈ બહેનો અમારા આદિવાસી ભાઈ બહેનો
Adivasi friends of mine. blue collared, white collared, everybody.
મહેનત કરી છે એના કારણે ગુજરાત બન્યું છે.
These are the reasons that their hard work has made Gujarat what it is today.
જ્યાં જરૂર પડી ત્યાં હાથ લાંબો કરીને મદદ કરી છે, મહેનત કરી છે.
Wherever there was required, they burned the midnight oil to make sure that the success and the development of Gujarat is taken care of. The people have contributed so much to our efforts also.
એની પોતાની એક ભૂમિકા ઊભી કરી, પોતાનું સ્થાન ઊભું કર્યું છે. 2 દાયકા પહેલાના યાદ કરો ભાઈઓ, કેવી આપણી નિરાશાનું વાતાવરણ હતું. અસ્થિરતામાંથી ઊભા થયેલા લોકો હતા આપણે. એમાંય ભૂકંપ આવ્યો. લોકો એમ માનતા હતા કે ભાઈઓ બહેનો આ ભૂકંપ પછી આ ગુજરાત તો મોતની ચાદર ઓઢીને સૂતું છે.
When the earthquake happened in Gujarat, people thought that Gujarat is done. Gujarat is done, it's never going to rise out of the ashes.
નિર્દોષ લોકોને મોતને ઘાટ ઉતારવામાં આવે, શાંતિ ઢોળી નાખવામાં આવે, ધંધા રોજગાર 2 મહિના માટે પાછા ખોરવાઈ જાય, એવા દિવસો હતા.
The kind of days we went through, 2 months, there used to be no business that was taking place also. But we went through it. We went through the trials and tribulations. And this is the power of us Gujaratis.
આ ગુજરાતને આજે પહોંચાડ્યું છે. આજે ગુજરાતીઓ દુનિયામાં પોતાનું નામ રોશન કર્યું છે.
Today Gujaratis are world famous.
ગુજરાતના વિદ્યાર્થીઓ,
the professors, the educated, the Adivasi friends of mine,
ચારે તરફ છાયેલા છે. અને એટલે
they're all over the world.
ચાહે મારો આદિવાસી હોય, ચારો મારો
every Gujarati across the social class,
આત્મવિશ્વાસથી ભરેલો છે.
they are full of self-esteem and confidence.
પ્રત્યેક ગુજરાતી બોલે છે, અંતર્મનનો અવાજ બોલે છે. પ્રત્યેક ગુજરાતના હૈયામાંથી નાદ નીકળે છે. કયો નાદ નીકળે છે?
Every Gujarat only has one thing on his that comes out. That is the one thing that comes from within, which then the public is going Modi, Modi.
અંદર મનમાંથી નીકળે છે અવાજ.
This is a chant that comes out from within you.
ગુજરાત મેં બનાવ્યું છે.
I have made this Gujarat. This is what is coming out from everyone's heart, that I am responsible for making Gujarat being so successful and developed. So it is each one of the people who are present over there who have made the Gujarat what it is today.
આ ગુજરાત, આ ગુજરાત.
BJP's big attack on Kejriwal. BJP claims Sukesh and Jain speak to Kejriwal from jail. BJP claims Kejriwal number saved as AK2 on Sukesh's phone. BJP demands Kejriwal call records. BJP demands that shift AAP Mantri Satyendra Jain out of Bihar. AAP and conman link, is there any? That's the big question. Listen in.
This particular amount was paid and he was further asked to arrange 30 such people, a team of 30 people who are going to collect 500 crore worth of amount for the expansion of Aam Aadmi Party in southern India. And that was a job assignment given to Sukesh Chandrashekhar. As per this letter, he, through a tweet, he has been called Mahathug. Now from Mahathug is like a real criminal person who engages in extortion racket. Now somebody is extorting money out of an extortionist. There can be no bigger thug and no bigger extortionist than the Chief Minister himself, as represented by this letter. This letter is stating that if I am an extortionist, who are you? Because you are extorting money out of me. That's what the letter is saying. The letter is saying that if 50 crore has been extorted out of Sukesh Chandrashekhar, then who's a greater extortionist? The one who's extorting 50 crore and is further assigning a task of collecting 500 crore worth of money by collecting 30 more people for the expansion of the party in southern India. What needs to be seen in this case is that as per the debates, when the constitution was getting framed in the parliament way back between 47 and 1950, in the debate it was mentioned and it was debated as to what needs to be done in case the ministers and other office bearers are found to be engaged in corruption and such things. And giving that quotation, High Court passed an order, and I would request all of you to search that order. High Court passed an order in the past which nobody seems to talk about, and I think it's time to go back to that order of the High Court, where High Court said that this is left to the moral and ethical value system of the Chief Minister and the Aam Aadmi Party, that a person who is found to be guilty of corruption continues to remain a minister. What can be worse that a person who is found guilty is continuing to remain in the position of a minister? In this case, it becomes further important that a person who is in charge of jails, under whose jurisdiction jails are functioning, is housed in the same jail. There is a principle in law that no one can be a judge in one's own case. Applying that principle to this particular case, a person who is in charge of jails continues to be in the same jail which works under his jurisdiction. And the best thing is that the officers who are found guilty in this particular case have been transferred or suspended, but this person, who is the jail minister, continues to remain in the same jail, so he will further exercise and misuse his powers to put pressure on other officers and misuse the facilities of the jail. So I demand that this person be either removed as the jail minister, or he be transferred out of this jail from Delhi and he be transferred out to any other jail other than the Tihar jail, because he will continue to misuse his power and continue to extort money, because there is an extortion racket which is operating out of Tihar itself, and none less than the minister himself seems to be engaged in it, and Chief Minister is also found to be engaged in it as per this letter. As per this letter, Sukesh has spoken to Arvind Kejriwal as the Chief Minister and has also said as AK2, the number of Arvind Kejriwal is stored in the phone book of Satyendra Jain, and if AK2 is recorded and there's an extortion racket and money racket operating out of Tihar jail, a strict action needs to be taken. So my request to the government of Delhi, to the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, to the judiciary, that this person, if Aam Aadmi Party and the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, is going to be so brazen, so loud and so immoral that they continue to keep this person as a minister in spite of charges being framed, in spite of being housed inside the jail, and they continue to keep him as a minister. In those circumstances, it is these people who need to take a call and transfer Satyendra Jain out of Tihar jail and keep him in another state so that justice can take it, normal process can be followed. Otherwise, he will continue to misuse his office, and that office of being a jail minister, and continue to remain in the same jail where he's the officer in charge or executive in charge of the jail.
Aam Aadmi Party is now asking as to why BJP is leaving into the allegations of appointment of Sukesh Chandrashekhar. Also, very soon he is going to join BJP. This is what the Aam Aadmi Party is saying.
He is not joining BJP. I can give it to you in writing. The fact is, this person was made a member of Aam Aadmi Party, and he's specifically claiming that the Chief Minister, Kailash Gehlot, along with Satyendra Jain, joined his dinner at a farmhouse in Asola, and he has paid the money. So the onus of proof is on them who have received the money. And why I will believe, because I know this is the kind of thuggy they are doing with Delhi. There's not one scam, they are repeated scams, so I have every reason to believe this is how the expansion is happening. I have every reason to believe this letter for the simple reason that whether it's excise policy or 2 lakh fake construction workers which have been found, They are engaged in scams, one after the other. Why should I not believe this? And other thing, how is it that Satyendra Jain continues to be the minister of jails and continue to remain in jail? Is that not proof enough? That is a proof. I have every reason to believe this because they are engaging in unethical, immoral behavior.
While people of Delhi NCR are gasping for fresh air and there are serious allegations that have been labelled by Sukesh Chandrashekhar, Arvind Kejriwal is still on a political tourism. He's campaigning in Gujarat and there he has just said that मैं झूठे वादे नहीं करता, मैं ये नहीं बोलूँगा.
All right, latest coming in right there as far as the AAP versus BJP is concerned, and whether or not there is a common link out there or not of the Aam Aadmi Party. The jury is still out on that one. We'll continue to get you more reactions as we go along the way, but BJP's scathing attack coming in right there. Rahul Gautam is now joining us. Rahul, what's going on? This link of Sukesh and Arvind Kejriwal, has that been proved or not proved?
Well, it is yet to be proved by the official authorities, but we have to understand that the BJP is now increasing the heat against Satyendra Jain and Aam Aadmi Party after the two letters allegedly written by Mr. Sukesh Chandrashekhar came to the fore. We have to really understand that Meenakshi Lekhi has been trying to create this narrative ever since these letters came to the fore, that how Aam Aadmi Party is actually shielding Satyendra Jain, who has been accused of extorting money from Sukesh Chandrashekhar. In fact, she also demanded that Mr. Satyendra Jain must also be transferred from the national capital somewhere outside Delhi, given the fact that he is still a member of the cabinet. Therefore, he is exercising his powers and is in fact also extorting at this point of time. She also demanded at the same time that call details of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and Mr. Satyendra Jain must be probed to establish a clear link that these two were actually talking and discussing money matters. So you can expect that that the BJP is going to continue to attack Aam Aadmi Party over this issue, and is certainly going to gather more steam in coming days.
All right, leave it at that. Thanks so much for joining us with those very latest details right there, Rahul. Rahul's continued to be with us right there. So at the moment, it is not proven. But if you could tell our viewers about the letter that Sukesh Chandrashekhar has also written to the LG about this.
He alleged that 50 crore rupees were asked, by Satyendra Jain from him as to, gain certain undue favors while he was the prison minister in the national capital. In fact, he said that this was, termed as a protection money, that was asked from him. In fact, in the other letter, he said that Mr. Kejriwal has asked him to get around 50-60 people so that he can garner around 500 crore rupees for the expansion of Aam Aadmi Party all across the country. Now, these two letters have become now cannon fodder for the BJP, which is obviously using this as an apt opportunity to attack Aam Aadmi Party, given the fact that Sukesh Chandrashekhar, we all know, is lodged in jail for extorting money from various people, for duping money from various people, and therefore this has given ample amount of ground to attack Aam Aadmi Party. Also, I must tell our viewers that you can expect that now Aam Aadmi Party is also going to come up with its own rebuttal, because earlier also Aam Aadmi Party made it very clear that this is nothing but an attempt to malign and tarnish the image of Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, they said that these letters are fake. And in fact, this has been happening at the very behest of the BJP, just to malign the image of Satyendra Jain and Aam Aadmi Party. So therefore, you can expect that this is going to set a stage for confrontation between the two parties.
All right, leave it at that. Thanks so much for joining us with the details right there. AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal, speaking at India Today town hall event in Ahmedabad, continued to dismiss the allegations by Sukesh, saying he's been used by the BJP against him. Take a look.
एक किताब आती थी मनोहर कहानियां, आपने पढ़ी है, सुना है, आपने सुना, आजकल आती है। एक अब नई निकलने वाली है बीजेपी की मनोहर कहानियां। ये क्या है? मतलब कुछ भी। मोरबी का एक्सीडेंट संडे की शाम को हुआ और मंडे को अचानक ये कोई क्या सुकेश चंद्रशेखर कोई चिट्ठी लिखता है तिहाड़ जेल से कि सतेंद्र जैन को मैंने 10 करोड़ रुपए दिए और पार्टी को 50। अरे कहां के? और उसने क्या लिखा है? आम आदमी पार्टी के दक्षिण भारत में कोई पोजीशन देने के लिए 50 करोड़ रुपए मैंने दिए। मैं आज कह रहा हूं, मैं और भी पोजीशन देने को आप दिलाती हो तो 50-50 करोड़ दिला दो। मैं कई सारे, मतलब हमारी तमिलनाडु का कोई अध्यक्ष बनने के लिए 50 करोड़ अगर देने को तैयार है तो यार हम तो बड़े माला माल हो जाएंगे।
लेने को तैयार हैं आप?
ये बीजेपी की मनोहर कहानियां ऐसी हैं जो कि मतलब कोई खरीदेगा भी नहीं यार मार्केट के।
चलिए कांग्रेस की मनोहर कहानियां
एक चीज में इससे बीच में।
अच्छा, अगले दिन उन्होंने एफआईआर क्यों नहीं कराई उस केस पे? एक मिनट, मोरबी का केस हुआ संडे को, मंडे को अचानक ये चिट्ठी निकल आती है। क्यों? मोरबी से ध्यान भटकाना था। सोमवार के दिन पूरा दिन मीडिया ने मोरबी चलाया, मंगलवार को सुबह सुबह सुकेश चंद्रशेखर सतेंद्र जैन चलने लगा, मोरबी गायब हो गया मीडिया से।
इससे सर
इतनी गंदी हरकतें होती है, इतनी गंदी हरकतें होती हैं इन लोगों की, बहुत पाप चढ़ेगा इन लोगों को।
नहीं, इसका मैं थोड़ा ऐड करता हूं। इनको अगर करप्शन से दिक्कत होती तो यहाँ जहरीली शराब से 75 लोग मरे हैं, एक भी रिजाइन नहीं लिया है। अगर इनको करप्शन से प्रॉब्लम होती और बच्चों की भी थोड़ी सी भी अगर होती तो एक नहीं 12 पेपर लीक हुए हैं, और पेपर में भी ये कहा जाता है कि 500 हजार करोड़ के हुए हैं। कुछ गड़बड़े नहीं, कुछ नहीं हुआ। इससे अगर करप्शन से इनको दिक्कत होती तो मोरबी में जो वारदात हुई ना, अभी तो तब से सिर्फ सिक्योरिटी की धरपकड़ किए 150 से ज्यादा लोगों की मौत हुई। इससे पहले 19 में सूरत में तकसीला कांड हुआ था, 22 बच्चे जिंदा जल गए थे। 15 आरोपी में से 14 बाहर घूम रहे हैं और एक मंत्री जेल में नहीं गया है।
Convent Sukesh Chandrashekhar has written a fresh letter to Delhi LG B.K. Saxena claiming he was threatened by the jail administration after his last letter to LG about Satinder Jain went public. After Delhi Chief Minister rubbished Sukesh's previous letter, calling him the biggest thug, the jailed conman has shot another letter spurring the BJP to demand for a thorough probe into the allegations.
India Today's conman Sukesh and Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain newsbreak has just got bigger. First, the 200 crore extortion racket accused wrote a letter to the Delhi IG claiming that Jain sought protection money from him while he was in Tihar jail. Now Sukesh has shot off another letter, this time to the Delhi Chief Minister. The conman has put direct questions to Arvind Kejriwal. He's asked the Delhi Chief Minister why he allegedly took 50 crore rupees and asked him to bring in 30 people for party positions. Sukesh further questioned why Kejriwal has constantly kept contact with him even after his arrest. India Today questioned the AAP chief on Sukesh's latest letter bomb.
आम आदमी पार्टी के दक्षिण भारत में कोई पोजीशन देने के लिए 50 करोड़ रुपए मैंने दिए। मैं आज कह रहा हूं, मैं और भी पोजीशन देने को आप दिलाती हो तो 50-50 करोड़ दिला दो। मैं कई सारे, मतलब हमारी तमिलनाडु का कोई अध्यक्ष बनने के लिए 50 करोड़ अगर देने को तैयार है तो यार हम तो बड़े माला माल हो जाएंगे।
Sukesh in his previous letter had alleged that he paid 10 crore rupees to incarcerated AAP minister Satyendra Jain as protection money in jail. Sukesh had also alleged he was promised an important party position in South India. The conman's fresh letter has triggered a new round of political slugfest, with the BJP demanding a thorough probe into the allegations. However, AAP has dismissed these charges, calling Sukesh the BJP star campaigner for the Gujarat polls.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बड़े बड़े नेताओं को सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जैसे महाठग का सहारा लेना पड़ रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्टार कैंपेनर कौन है? सुकेश चंद्रशेखर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्टार कैंपेनर है।
किसी भी मुख्यमंत्री पर इस प्रकार का आरोप कि जेल में अपराधियों को शरण दे रहे हैं, उनके लिए सुविधाएं मुहैया करा रहे हैं, और सुकेश चंद्रशेखर तो एक ठग है, लेकिन तिहाड़ में तो आतंकवादी भी बंद है। तो सत्येंद्र जैन और केजरीवाल अगर सुकेश चंद्रशेखर से पैसे ले रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब ये और आतंकवादियों से, देश के दुश्मनों से, उनसे भी पैसे की डील कर रहे होंगे।
हमारा भारतीय जनता पार्टी से यही दो सवाल हैं कि पहले आप हमें बता दीजिए कि आपके अनुसार क्या सुकेश चंद्रशेखर ठग है या सत्यवादी राजा हरिश्चंद्र है? दूसरा सवाल, क्या सुकेश चंद्रशेखर को तिहाड़ जेल से छुड़वाकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अमित शाह जी और नड्डा जी ज्वाइन कराने वाली?
ऐसा है कि अभी सतेंद्र जैन नए डॉन बनकर दिल्ली में सामने आए हैं। ये आम आदमी पार्टी का जो पहला गनौना चेहरा था उससे भी भयानक चेहरा सामने दिख रहा है।
Between the money laundering case, massage gate, and now this Sukesh salvo, trouble is only mounting for Satyendra Jain and AAP. Bureau Report, India Today.
Chaiti Narula on this bulletin. For further news and updates, don't forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome once again to the India Today Mumbai Conclave. Is India's democracy in recession? Is India today only a partly free democracy?
Are we an elected autocracy? Is India heading towards fascism? These are the epithets that have been used in recent times by the Economist Intelligence Unit, by the Swedish-based think tank VDEM, by Freedom House, and India's democratic rankings in the Economist Intelligence Unit has slipped from 27 to 46. But how valid are these rankings? Is Indian democracy being exposed, or is Indian democracy being unfairly demonized? Joining us now is someone who believes that India deserves better, that India has been unfairly demonized when it comes to democracy rankings. Professor Salvatore Babones is Associate Professor at the University of Sydney, a comparative sociologist with a focus on quantitative cross-national research. And his paper questioning and challenging, or his articles challenging these democracy rankings, have created quite a stir. So I'm going to ask you, Professor, to tell us why you believe that all these various rankings suggesting that India in the Modi years is a country where democracy is in recession are actually inaccurate, falsified, and are demonizing democracy in India.
India gets a bum rap in the international rankings. Now, I know that because they provide evidence.
What is a bum rap?
A bum rap is an unfair deal. And I will say not so much India as Indians get an unfair deal in the ranking. After all, it's your democracy. The problem is that all three of these rankings organizations, in the evidence they've provided to substantiate their rankings, that evidence is full of mendacity, it's full of errors, it's full of seemingly intentional misrepresentations, it's full of lapses of editorial oversight. In fact, almost to a number, not one of the bits of evidence adduced in support of the decline in India's democracy rankings since 2014 actually adds up.
So we'll come to that evidence in a moment, on the basis of which you suggested that the democracy rankings are unfair. But before that, let's set the record straight. Those who are supporters of Prime Minister Modi are saying Salvatore Babones needs to be embraced by us. He's saying what we've been saying for years. Critics of the Prime Minister are saying, who is this American-based professor in Australia who's never been to India to talk about India's democracy? You want to respond and set that record straight?
And this is my first visit to India. Thank you very much. I am a comparative sociologist, so my work is on international rankings, not on India as such. I've become interested in India because when you look at India in an international perspective, in a comparative perspective, India is by far the world's greatest democratic success story. And I say that unreservedly because as a social scientist, if we study democracy, the first thing we see is that there are no poor democracies. There is no country with a GDP per capita of less than $10,000 per year that has a consistent record of democratic elections going back more than a few decades. India stands out as the enormous exception. It's no surprise that rich countries are democracies. All the rich countries are democracies. India is the only poor country that has a well-institutionalized democracy. It's the only post-colonial country to have remained a democracy throughout its entire history, and it's the only well-institutionalized democracy on the Eurasian continent between South Korea and Israel. That makes India a truly exceptional case that drove me to study it.
That's interesting because, you cite the fact that the GDP or the per capita income of Uttar Pradesh is very similar to that of Rwanda. And you ask us to contrast, look at democracy in Rwanda and look at it in Uttar Pradesh. So your basic thesis comes from the fact that a poor country, in your view, is one with, it's an exception, which India is an exception, a poor country, which is a rich democracy.
Statistically, it stands out. And I am a sociologist. My background, though, is as a statistician. Those of you who are engineers, I know engineers are very popular in India, will be surprised to learn I have a Master of Science in Engineering from Johns Hopkins, but it's in applied math. So I can't actually build something. Yes, we have to control for factors like wealth. We have communal, I've read a lot about communal tensions in Uttar Pradesh. I've heard a lot about communal violence in Uttar Pradesh. Compare that to the communal violence in Rwanda. or in a Burundi, countries that have similar levels of GDP per capita as Uttar Pradesh, and it's shocking. Compare Bihar to Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Congo is the heart of darkness. It is the archetype of the basket case of a failed state. Well, Bihar has problems. I've read about them. I've never been there. I'd love to learn more about it, but nothing on the scale of the problems in the Congo. And I think that's a testament to the success of India.
Let's then test the empirical evidence that you have suggested is the basis, which you've in a way demolished or attempted to demolish, the empirical evidence cited by these think tanks that have lowered India's democracy rankings. The Economist Intelligence Unit labels India as a flawed democracy characterized by a serious deterioration in the quality of democracy under leader Narendra Modi. Sweden's VDEM says that we are essentially moving towards an electoral autocracy on par with Russia, and Freedom House says we are only partially free with an overall freedom rank of tied 85th in the world. Now, one of the major reasons they cite for this is discrimination against minorities, and they use laws like CAA to suggest, or the abolition of Article 370 to suggest that minorities are under siege. How do you link that to the ranking system?
So let's be clear, as in the last session, when we say minorities, people are really talking about Islam in India.
We're talking about Muslims.
Primarily about Muslims in India. Muslims are severely underrepresented in Indian politics. They're probably severely underrepresented at this conference. How many Muslim speakers are at the conclave? Probably not 15%. Now, there are reasons for that. You don't have to have overt discrimination to see that sort of figure. Muslims in general are poorer than the rest of India. How many poor people are in the audience here? Very few. Right. So if there are lower levels of education, if there are lower levels of income, you would expect lower levels of accomplishment at the level of parliamentary seats. Now, I'm not excusing that. Okay, India should be working harder to be more inclusive for its minority populations, Muslims especially. But the rankings have pointed specifically to this number of a low level of Muslim representation. 5% of Lok Sabha is Muslim. Yet the number of Muslims in the Lok Sabha has increased between 2014 and 2019. Now, we can say it hasn't increased enough.
It's a marginal increase. We are basically, interestingly, in 2009, 5% of the Lok Sabha was Muslim. In 2019, it was also around 5%.
Or we could say there's been a 23% increase in the number of Muslims in Lok Sabha. Look, either way you say it, it can't be used to justify a decline in the rankings between 2014 and 2019. It can be used to justify a low ranking. And if India's ranking had been consistently low on all three of these indices for the last 20 years, I wouldn't have written the paper.
Let's therefore look interestingly at one of the other factors that is cited for India's declining democracy quotient, sedition laws. And the belief that, as many of these think tanks have suggested, sedition is being used to criminalize dissent, and the number of sedition FIRs have increased between 2010 and 2020. Not necessarily 2014, but from 2010 to 2020.
Right. So I know this is very personal for you. I've read your Wikipedia page. But
it is.
but look,
unfortunately, the Supreme Court as of now has struck down sedition, as of today.
But I have to go to the data, not to the personal cases. Now, when I as a statistician saw 2010 to 2020, and the text said during the decade 2010 to 2020, immediately it clicked in my head. You know, there are lies, damn lies in statistics. 2010 to 2020 is not a decade. 2010 to 2019 is a decade, or 2011 to 2020 is a decade. Why those end dates? So I went back to the original data. It turns out if you choose either of those other definitions of a decade, the number of FIRs filed for sedition has fallen. But if you choose specifically the two endpoints,
2010 and
2020, they've risen because 2010 was a low date for sedition. 2020 was a big bump in the numbers, and so you can find a trend. Right. And they found a trend, and I think that's the problem. The fact that you can find a trend should not be driving impartial academic studies of democracy. If a journalist does that, I'll forgive you. But an academic organization, an independent think tank, should not be engaging in that sort of cherry picking.
So what you're saying is the data was being cherry picked. There was the necessary element of academic skepticism which should accompany any such rankings was missing. Am I correct broadly?
The skepticism is the point here, because the organizations doing the rankings picked that number from an activist NGO report. And they didn't say to themselves, should I take the activist NGO at their word, or should I go and just look a little deeper into the numbers? They didn't exercise that editorial oversight.
Let's therefore take a look at one of those other numbers they looked at, that the maximum number of journalists were arrested in India, next only to China, in the last 1 year. And that was used to again suggest that democracy in India and journalism in India is under threat.
So another one that's personal. Here, look, it wasn't journalists.
No, I haven't gone to jail yet. I might.
Well, good, because it was actually journalists killed. So we don't want that at all. We don't want anyone killed. So the number of journalists killed is the largest number in a single country outside China, which sounds dramatic. Until you make the very elementary adjustment, what about per capita? So it turns out that in India, there were 3.5 journalists killed per billion people. That's 3.5 too many. In rest of world, there were 6.3 killed per billion people. In fact, it's safer to be a journalist in India, despite the fact, and I emphasize this again, that India is a relatively poor country. It's safer to be a journalist in India than in rest of world. I mean, on that same note, Press Freedom Index, not covered in my paper, Press Freedom Index now ranks India below Hong Kong. 2022, this is post-security law, post the closing of Apple Daily, the abduction of its publisher, the demolishing of its printing presses. Press Freedom Index, published by Reporters Sans Frontières, rates India below Hong Kong for press freedom. Now, you journalists in India, tell me, are you more oppressed than journalists in Hong Kong?
You know, I have always believed that journalists are relatively free in India compared to most parts of the world. When I find, for example, Indian academics going to Qatar or going to Middle Eastern countries and lamenting the fate of journalists in India, I wonder whether they are speaking to the wrong audiences. You know who I'm referring to.
I do, and look, that article was about the accusation that India is a fascist state. And I encourage you, pick up your phone and do a quick Google search. Ask Google, is India a fascist country? Google will tell you yes. Look at it, do it right now. You'll find the first 10 results telling you that India is a fascist country. That's something that should really concern you. That is a danger for India, whatever side you are in politics, whether you think that the current government is fascist or not, you make your own judgment. But that India is now being portrayed as a fascist country in the global media, and that if a student who knows nothing more about India, if a legislator, if a parliamentarian, if a journalist overseas who just has to do one article on India, they're not an expert on India, they have to pen off something, they have 4 hours to make 600 words on India, they Google, is India a fascist country? Google says yes, they click some links, now it's there, now it's in the New York Times, now it's in the Washington Post. That is a problem for India and for Indians.
I'll come to that problem in a moment, what that does to India and India's image and reputation. But Professor Babonis, the fact is much of this is perceptional. If I come across a case, as there have been cases in Uttar Pradesh, where a journalist covering a midday meal scheme and exposing the manner in which the midday meal scheme was run is immediately arrested, or FIRs are filed, or is charged with sedition, I will get a sense that there is something wrong with the Indian state. And that might, in a way, influence my article. I'm a journalist, not an academic. So a journalist will go by live examples. You're then doing data mining to suggest, no, all is well, or it isn't as bad as you're making it out to be. So is part of the problem the fact that maybe from an external perspective, you're looking at data. I live in India, and I'm actually looking internally at what journalists on the ground at times have to go through in different parts of the country to report fairly and honestly. Maybe I expect a higher standard of freedom than what you perhaps look at purely from a data perspective.
Look, I want to be clear. I'm not faulting journalists. I'm not faulting activist NGOs for doing their job. I mean, forgive me, the dharma of an activist NGO is to criticize. That's what they do. That's what their reason for being is. I'm not criticizing individual citizens for what they believe about their own country. I'm criticizing fellow academics who are being, I think I can actually say, mendacious in their evaluations of India, because I went through every bit of evidence adduced, and at every point there was cherry-picking, misrepresentation, failure to exercise editorial oversight. There was hardly anything in the 3 reports that would stand up to scrutiny.
Are you therefore suggesting that these institutes, most of them based in the Western world, are in a way prejudiced because they allow their ideological biases to influence their better judgment? Are you suggesting that there is this left liberal monopoly in a way over many of these institutes that judge India through the prism of the fact that Narendra Modi, a right-wing nationalist populist leader, is leading India, and thereby tend to, at a way, look at India through the prism of Mr. Modi as the Prime Minister of India?
In a word, no.
In a word, no.
In a word, no. These are not biased organizations that are out to get India. They evaluate democracy in 150-plus countries. Most of the people involved have no particular interest in India. The problem is that all of these rankings are based on surveys. So each of them has the same methodology. They do a survey of intellectuals, journalists, academics who either are based in the country they're studying or who are students of the country from outside. Prominent academics and journalists who cover, in India's case, India. It may be people at Harvard, maybe people at JNU, it may be people in the mainstream media. They survey them and they ask them to report back on the country. It's those reports that are biased. Now, at the level of the organization, there's a lack of editorial oversight. I don't excuse that, but I do understand it. If you're exercising editorial oversight about narratives for 150, 170 countries, that's a lot of oversight to exercise. It's a lot of hard work. But fundamentally, these biases don't creep in because the organizations are anti-India. They creep in because, forgive me, India's intellectual class is anti-India. As a class, not as individuals.
No. India's intellectual class is anti-India, or are you saying that they are anti-Mr. Modi and are conflating the two? Or are you conflating the two?
There is a bit of both. They're certainly anti-BJP, anti-Mr. Modi, as a class, not every individual. But imagine that in a couple years you get a UPA government. Okay. Will they tear down the Ram Mandir? Will they reverse the policies, the very policies that are criticized in these rankings? Will they get rid of the UAPA? Right? So the basis on which the criticisms are made, those bases will probably remain in place. If they do, then the same criticisms will apply to them.
No, but aren't those intellectuals or activists supposed to stand up to the Indian state where, let's say, an individual activist is arrested for his ideological beliefs and denied bail under UAPA, like an Omar Khalid, for example, an activist in the CA agitation, when there are hundreds of Kashmiris who were put in jail once Article 370 was removed? I mean, are these not questions that Indians are entitled? When you turn around and say intellectuals and activists are being anti-India, maybe they are standing for the few spaces that are available to question the government of the day. And that's what is, in my view, India's greatness, that we still allow it to happen, unlike a China or a Hong Kong. Why not celebrate it rather than suggest this is being anti-India? Actually, patriotism, as separate from nationalism perhaps, is actually questioning your government. So the very intellectuals that in a way you're demonizing are actually the intellectuals we should be celebrating, because unlike others, they're at least raising a few red flags.
Yeah. The issue is this tied to the BJP government, or will it continue when that government inevitably, I know people think the BJP will last forever. It won't last forever. There will be a change of power at some point. When that change of power occurs, will there be a recalibration in people's opinions? Or will the demands placed on Congress and the UPA be unrealistic? Will those demands not be fulfilled by that government either? And the question is India a fascist country today? And you know, if you want to raise your hands, I think that's really an outrageous proposition. India has problems. Certainly journalists and activists have absolutely a role to play in calling out those problems. The problem isn't that these journalists may be opposed to the government of the day. The problem isn't that the activists uncover sordid details of law enforcement. The problem is that they allow that to color their overall evaluation of the system.
So in a way, what you're suggesting is that in this era of increasingly polarized politics, it's becoming more and more difficult to have objective rankings on democracy. Am I correct?
Maybe. Maybe you're correct. Look, what I'm suggesting is that people who may have been motivated to criticize Indian democracy because they don't like the outcome that democracy has resulted in are sliding bit by bit towards, instead of criticizing the party they don't like, to criticizing the state they don't like. And that becomes a threat for India. That's the point at which India in the future may face sanctions of the kind that Israel has long been under. India, I mean, why is India so close to Russia? One reason is that India needs that Russian veto on the Security Council. Otherwise, India will be cast in the United Nations as a fascist state. Right? The activism won't stop at India's doors. The demonization of India will continue in the international arena. And that's really what you should be worrying about.
It's interesting you're saying this in a week where your country, the United States, goes to the polls, where the US President Joe Biden goes to the people of the United States this week and says democracy is on, the future of democracy is on the ticket.
On the ballot.
It's on the ballot. The future of democracy is on the ballot, almost as if to suggest that if you vote Republican in the United States, you're being anti-democratic. So it's not as if India is the only country which faces people. Your own US President today is suggesting that those who don't vote for the Democrats are anti-democratic.
A few weeks ago, Joe Biden called 70 million Americans ultra-MAGA extremists and suggested that they were a form of terrorists. Yet all of you read the U.S. news. Many of you probably have New York Times or Wall Street Journal subscriptions. You're very aware of what's happening in the U.S. All journalists, all parliamentarians in India can name the U.S. president, probably the U.S. Well, in India, certainly the U.S. Vice President. You may be able to name the Speaker of the House. You probably know 40 or 45 U.S. states. You've visited the U.S. You have relatives in the U.S. You can form your own judgment, regardless of what Joe Biden says. The problem for India is the same is not true of American journalists, of American parliamentarians. I had the head of a think tank in Australia warn me about my India research, sending me a column in the Washington Post saying that India is a fascist country, and saying, well, should I be writing this kind of work? Am I really making a mistake here? And I rolled my eyes and I said, no, that's Rana Ayub. She writes that every month in the Washington Post. You shouldn't. But he doesn't read every column she writes. For him, this was a Washington Post columnist saying it, right? Because that's the only data point a typical leader has. I heard in person a former national security advisor of the United States tell a story about a military coup in India during the Johnson administration. Now, there's never been a military coup in India. If he meant the emergency, that wasn't during the Johnson administration. Yet this profound misunderstanding reaches into the Oval Office. Most of you know more about the United States than the National Security Advisor of the United States knows about India. And that's the problem.
So are you suggesting to me that this stems primarily out of ignorance or out of malice? And taken that forward, are you suggesting that so-called venerable newspapers like the Washington Post and the New York Times are part of some kind of a sinister conspiracy possibly, or pure ignorance when it comes to India?
Mostly it's ignorance, but it's ignorance compounded by goodwill. Many of the worst things are done by people who mean well. So you have a young Indian journalist, new graduate, Columbia Journalism School, who's very passionate about his or her home country, wants to write articles about it, just an intern maybe at the New York Times. Well, you give that person the chance. Oh, yeah, write an article. That article gets 800,000 hits. that journalist that's a win, right? Let's get another article from that young budding journalist. So what you have is editors who maybe don't know very much. They take the word. If you have a young, earnest, idealistic new journalist, you take that journalist's word. This is what happened at VDEM. VDEM's ranking of Indian democracy collapsed when, and I don't know the person personally, I don't know her background, I don't want to give the name, but when a young Indian research assistant was brought in to author the India report at VDEM. So it went from being authored collectively by VDEM to they did a special report in India in which the co-author was a young Indian intern. Suddenly, India's democracy rankings collapsed.
In conclusion, ever since you sort of debunked these rankings, has the government of India approached you, Professor Babanis, that why don't you become a consultant? The Modi government would like the world to know that India is not a fascist state, that India is not slipping in on the democracy index. You'd be extremely valued. Has the government approached you? Anyone sort of offered you a consultancy?
I'd be thrilled, but so tomorrow I'm traveling to Delhi to visit friends in Delhi, and while I'm there, I'm going to be speaking at the S.P. Mukherjee Foundation, Research Foundation, the think tank arm of the BJP. They didn't even offer to pay for my hotel. Now, it's my own flight, it's my own hotel. India Today brought me to India. They may applaud what I'm doing, but no, I've not gotten any money for it.
But aren't you then worried as an academic that you will be now labeled, branded as someone who's a Modi Bhakt? In case you need a translation for Bhakt, it means a devotee. That you become a devotee of the Modi government, and therefore here is Professor Babanos, he's the person we've been looking for.
Look, that's always a risk. I was very careful not to accept any invitations until I got one to India from a very highly reputable journalistic organization, India Today. I did get offers to come to India to speak. I don't know who from. They were a bit mysterious, but I turned them down. This invitation I accepted because I was confident that here we could talk without any hint that there was anything untoward involved. Thank you for the invitation.
And thank you very much for accepting it and in a way giving us your perspective. And the very fact that we have a platform like this here in India is a platform that we are unlikely to see ever in a Beijing or a Shanghai or a Hong Kong, or dare I say most of the countries, some of the countries that are actually being ranked above India on the democracy ranking at the moment. So I guess that in itself is testament to the fact that these rankings need closer interrogation. And I think that's what is the challenge of our times, that don't go by rankings purely by the headline that they offer, but you need a closer audit of just how those rankings are being made. Professor Babanis, thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy your visit to Delhi.
Thank you.
Now that you've announced it here, who knows what other invitations may be on your way while you're there. But thank you very much. You'll be called an anti-national by one side, and the other side might believe that you've sold out. But thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you for the invitation.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Hello and welcome to Health 360. I'm Sneha Mordani. Well, have you ever wondered why recently there are so many news items doing the rounds of visibly healthy young Indians suddenly succumbing to heart disease? Many of them even below the age of 40, some even below the age of 30. There are several videos that have been doing the rounds of people just falling down, some of them dropping dead. The reason? A cardiac arrest. Many of these Indians have succumbed after moderate exercise or moderate physical activity, like dancing, for example. In fact, the last few months we've had several news of celebrities succumbing to heart disease, be it singer KK, comedian Raju Srivastav or actor Siddharth Shukla. In this episode of Health 360, we will explore the reasons why so many Indians are now succumbing to heart disease. Is there a sudden increase, or is there more spotlight on this disease right now because of many celebrities dying of it? What are the possible reasons and what could be the solutions then? First up, take a look at these videos that have been doing the rounds on social media. Our first report gets you up close with one such young survivor of a massive cardiac arrest. Doctors also explore what are the reasons behind Indians being more susceptible to heart disease. Has COVID-19 got anything to do with it? Take a look.
Sachin was brought to the emergency in a collapsed state. There was a history of chest pain. He was accompanied by one of the employees who said he had some chest discomfort.
He was in an arrested state. He had a prolonged cardiac massage of around 40 minutes in the hospital. Now, 40 minutes of cardiac massage in the hospital means a lot, because if blood supply stops to the brain for 3 minutes, some amount of irreversible damage does happen to the brain.
I was coming back from my office and in the midway I started feeling pain in my chest. That point of time I was not sure of that, it could be a heart attack or something, but because it was very unbearable.
When he was brought in, he was in an attack. He collapsed.
37-year-old Sachin is one among lakh of young Indians with a mind-numbing experience. That of a cardiac arrest, and this often absolutely out of the blue.
There was not even a single hint I could think of, because I'm vegetarian, I don't drink, I don't smoke. So there was no any such kind of apprehension towards that this could happen to me.
Describing Sachin's condition, doctors say his was a case of a massive cardiac arrest.
We did decide to take a chance because it was a massive heart attack when he was revived. Then we start thinking after 40 minutes of CPR that whether to intervene because brain may have suffered irreparable damage and he may not become conscious again. But we took a chance because he was a young guy and we did an angioplasty. Thereafter, yes, he was on ventilator for almost a week or so. His kidneys had shut down and totally shut down for almost 20 days. He was on ECMO support for about 5-7 days. But after almost 28 days in the hospital, he was discharged.
Like Sachin, thousands of young Indians are facing a threat, that of an undiagnosed heart ailment. Recently, news of a host of celebrities, singer KK, comedian Raju Srivastav, actor Siddharth Shukla, cricketer Avi Barod, entrepreneur Pankuri Srivastav, all young and ostensibly fit, died of a heart attack. Opinion is divided on whether there is a sudden spurt in heart ailment or if this is a case of the lens on these ailments being more because of celebrity death. Whatever the case may be, the fact is that this is a medical problem now and we cannot look away. Indians undoubtedly are more vulnerable.
Two main reasons which I can think of are, in fact, three. One is our genetic predisposition, second is our faulty lifestyle, and third is increasing stress in our day-to-day lives. There has been a debate about the role of genetics in Indians in causation of heart disease, but we know that there is now a lot of data which shows that South Asians, especially Indians, have higher genetic propensity to develop cardiovascular disease.
COVID pandemic has also given reasons to believe that COVID-related thrombosis seen in the deadly second wave in India is on the rise.
The other possibility could be that these increases may be related to COVID-induced blood vessel damage. We know that COVID causes damage to arteries, causes clot formation, and then all that can lead to heart attacks. So that may be another possibility, although we don't have an exact data to confirm this or to determine the exact contribution of COVID to this increase.
There are some doctors who attribute a possible increase in heart ailment due to lifestyle changes in the last 3 years.
Many people have taken more to smoking and alcohol to get over these stresses and boredom, and they were confined to their homes. So overall, the control of diabetes and hypertension has lessened, and the physical activity has almost vanished or stopped, and the people were drinking more, smoking more. So this has led to increased incidence and cases of definitely heart disease and heart attack.
Patients like Sachin say that to them, stress is a major factor.
I think there is something, something about your mental health as well. How you are taking care of your, peace, and how you are dealing yourself with your body. Whether you are taking a lot of excursion, or whether you are stretching just because you feel you are fit, and you are stretching it to an extent. I think these are the lessons that I have learned over, through this incident.
He adds that the attack has been an eye-opener and has changed him forever.
I'm more patient now. I am more relaxed. Previously, it used to be, you can call as an angry young man, maybe, but not now. I try to keep my calm, and these are some of the things that has made me realize that things happen at their own pace. You have to take care of the life in a very simple and understanding way. Don't rush yourself in just getting the job done or something like that. But over a period, I have understood that take care of your mental peace as well. That is very, very critical.
Well, it's that time of the year when your eyes hurt, your head feels light and you feel nauseous. You can't breathe. No points for guessing what I'm talking about. Air pollution has become a part and parcel of our lives. But you must know that the impact is not just on our lungs and breathing. The impact is also on our hearts. This report will explain.
It is that time of the year again. Your eyes will hurt if it isn't hurting already. You will be switching on air purifier if you haven't already. And you will not be able to breathe otherwise. Delhi, like many cities in the country, have started to see the air quality index dip, which means air pollution is worsening. However, if you think that Delhi's air or the air of major cities of the Indo-Gangetic Plain dip only during the Diwali festival, think again. Air pollution is not just a winter thing in Delhi anymore. Studies have established that pollutants affect residents of the Indian capital throughout the year now, and it is your heart that takes a beating.
There is not only the exposure because of the direct effect of these air pollutants on our skin, eyes, maybe nasal problems or cough, but it will lead to long-term exposures because of the absorption into our brain, into our nervous system, into our cardiac system, and leading to increase in cardiac morbidities.
Doctors said air pollution causes blockage of blood flow in arteries and veins, which causes hypertension. It increases the risk of heart diseases because harmful ultraviolet rays absorb the vitamin D from the sun, and the lack of vitamin D increases the risk of heart disease. High level of air pollution can cause blood clot in the heart and heart blockages.
It causes inflammation of the heart arteries, and with that inflammation happens the tendency for the blood to clot, and therefore leads to heart attacks, leads to stroke. And in fact, the statistics are that for every 10 increase in PM of 2.5 in the atmosphere, we have a higher risk of increase of 2% risk of admissions from heart attacks, admissions from heart failure, admissions from stroke. So that is the sort of level we are actually worried about.
Well, there are things that all of us can do at our own individual levels to ensure that pollution is kept at check. For example, let's try and go green. Ensure sustainable living. There are brilliant ways of doing it. We can all give it a shot. Try not using plastics. Also, when it comes to shorter distances, try walking instead of taking your car. Now, talking about transportation, why don't we try using public transport? That is an attempt that we can make in trying to keep vehicular pollution at check. Also, talking about vehicles, we can all try and invest in an electronic vehicle. That too is an option for many of us living in cities nowadays. Also, importantly, one must ensure that if a person is smoking, then you can quit smoking. That too actually goes a long way in keeping air pollution at check. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation, or CPR, is performed on an individual suffering from a heart attack. It doubles and triples the chances of survival in such a patient. You heard that right. Doubles and triples the chances of survival. Listen in from experts.
So CPR, or cardiopulmonary resuscitation, is a hand-on intervention which is used in patients who have become unresponsive or have developed cardiac arrest. Because we are aware that if cardiac arrest is left untreated, it results in death within a few minutes. So any bystander can learn how to perform CPR and can save lives. So why it is important is that because, as I said earlier, anybody who develops cardiac arrest can die if left untreated. So before medical help arrives, anybody who is around the patient can save life of the patient at that point of time. So it's very important that ideally every person of society, every member of society should be aware of cardiopulmonary resuscitation and should aim to learn because like a good Samaritan, one can save lives if one wants. So one of the problems that happens at the time of cardiac arrest is that the breathing stops and the circulation stops. So the body tissues do not get any oxygen to survive and the glucose to survive. And this is particularly true of the brain because the brain does not get oxygen and nutrition for even few minutes. There is irreversible damage in the brain. So while other organs and other tissues may be more tolerant to this stoppage of blood supply, but brain definitely is not. So it is so important for that reason that we should perform CPR as quickly as possible till the medical help arrives. So for performing the CPR, what we do is that we have to do chest compression, and in some cases we also like to do rescue breathing or mouth-to-mouth respiration. To perform the chest compression, we have to place our one wrist at the center of the chest and other hand on top of that, and both the arms should be absolutely straight. And then we have to compress the chest about 2 inches, 2 to 2.5, not more than 2.5, because that can break the ribs. So about 2 inches compression should be given, and the rate should be very fast, about 100 to 120 times every minute. After 30 compressions, we stop and give mouth-to-mouth breathing. If a person is totally untrained or it may be unsafe to perform CPR or to mouth-to-mouth breathing, then we just keep on performing chest compression till medical help arrives. And I said the speed of compression should be fairly fast, about 100 to 120 times every minute. So this chest compression will keep patient circulation intact, and it will keep the oxygenation going to various parts of the body. So your whole body should be used to provide the force, not the hands, because hands will get tired very easily. So hands should be kept absolutely straight, the arms should be kept absolutely straight, and the whole body should be moved up and down to provide the weight for the compression. This will not tire. You can perform like this for even half an hour, 1 hour, and you will not get tired. If you try to compress it like this, then you get tired very soon. So arms should be straight, and one should transfer the entire weight of the body onto the chest to depress it by about 2 inches.
With that, it's time for a quick commercial break here. On the other side, we're telling you about the medical innovations to diagnose heart disease. Also, we tell you what you can do to keep your heart healthy. Treadmill test, ECGs and EEGs. Well, these aren't the only diagnostic tools available right now to diagnose heart disease. There has been a sea change when it comes to diagnostic tools to identify and detect heart disease. Take a look. Blood test, C-reactive protein, an inflammatory protein where higher levels indicate higher risk of cardiac arrest. plasma ceramides. Their detection has been linked to plaque buildup in the heart and taken to be a sign of blockage. Brain natriuretic peptides, a hormone often secreted to help ease pressure on a heart when it is experiencing problems pumping. Calcium scoring, which helps determine plaque buildup in the heart. Troponin T, which indicates increased levels of the protein that have been linked to increased risk. While medical science is still exploring the benefits of meditation, there is enough anecdotal evidence to suggest that meditation indeed helps us in managing our stress levels and does wonders as far as the body and our mind is concerned. Take a look at this report. We seriously recommend meditation. The COVID-19 pandemic and the challenges it brought with it has tested man like never before. Stress related to the pandemic, loss of a loved one, loss of livelihood, stay-at-home stress, fear of disease has put the spotlight more than ever on the need to practice mindfulness and meditation. Meditation is a simple technique in which one uses mindfulness to train attention to attain a stable and calm state of mind. It is a very simple technique and we'll tell you why everyone can practice it.
We're here to relax and to connect to our body. So we're going to gradually look into ourselves and just connect to ourselves. It's not necessary that you need to follow any particular pattern. You can try out a lot of patterns and you could probably begin with simple focus on breathing or maybe just putting on some visual in front of you and trying to focus on your breath work. It's extremely important that we keep practicing it. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in the first time you do it. It'll take you time too, because we're so disconnected with our body today that we don't somehow listen to it.
The benefits of practicing meditation, even for 10 minutes, is useful.
Mindfulness is a natural outcome of the process, which is meditation. When you relax into yourself, you become so much more aware, so much more sharper. So mistakes tend to happen less. You tend to be so much more creative, productive, efficient. Whatever work has to happen, it can happen faster with less stress, so that you have much more time to spend on other things, maybe family.
So just breathe in and breathe out at your own pace. Simple deep breathing and relax yourself.
Several foundations in India have put their energies on this practice and cultivated huge following of people who say meditation has changed their lives.
From the tip of your toes to the tip of your head, and your body is completely relaxed.
That it really helps me to energize, and ensuring that this is the very first thing that I do every morning helps me to just boost my entire mood, have a very energized start to my day, and throughout the day I feel there is a sense of calmness that stays with me because I practice this as the very first thing.
You may fold your hands and rub them together, and the energy that you generated, place your palms on your eyes gently.
There are several forms of meditation practice. It can be mindfulness. It is the practice of actually being present in the moment, which in turn trains us to become more mindful throughout the day, particularly during difficult situations.
Just blink them inside.
It can be transcendental meditation that involves no concentration, no control of the mind, no contemplation, no monitoring of thoughts. Focus is only on a mantra which has no meaning. There is also movement meditation. No matter what form of meditation technique you choose, there is enough scientific and anecdotal evidence to believe that everyone needs it, and there is no part of your mind or your body which does not benefit.
Breaking news is coming in. India has thrashed Zimbabwe. In the T20 World Cup, India now will be facing England in the semi-finals. Big breaking news coming in. Big win coming in for India. Indian team thrashes Zimbabwe in T20 World Cup. Our top story right now. News just coming in at the moment. Just look at the victorious men in blue on your screens. India has thrashed Zimbabwe, now going to be facing England in the semi-finals. Our sport reporters will be joining us in moments from now to get you all that happened in the match. In case you could not catch it, they'll get you the highlights of this match as well. Big breaking news coming in. Let's go straight across to Nikhil.
लोग ना मनाएंगे 90,000 लोग हैं हमारे साथ 90,000 लोगों को आइए हिमांशु थोड़ा आगे आइए अच्छा दिल्ली और कोलकाता दिल्ली पहले मैं दिल्ली चलता हूँ फिर कलकत्ता भी चलते हैं ना सारे मेलबर्न से लेके दिल्ली कोलकाता सारी जगह मनाते आप लोग हैं हमारे साथ नारा लगाओ फिर नितिन मैं ये बात समझता हूँ कि मैं शायद आई एम लकी इनफ टू बी हियर लेकिन आप चूंकि दिल्ली में लड़कों के साथ है बच्चों के साथ है तो वो बताइए जरा नहीं आप नाच के रहिए क्या
बिल्कुल इस जीत के बाद जो जश्न का दौर जारी आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर जितने भी बड़ी क्रिकेटर्स हैं वो एकदम जो है माहौल में है मस्ती में है और सभी जूस जो है जश्न मना रहे हैं भारत की जीत का क्योंकि उनको पता है कि अब हम सेमीफाइनल खेलने जा रहे हैं और सबकी यही उम्मीद भी है कि जिस तरीके से मैच दर मैच भारतीय टीम अपने प्रदर्शन को जो है करते जा रही है जीत जो है मजबूत करते जा रही है सेमीफाइनल की बारी है यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं जीतेगा भाई जीतेगा उससे कम कुछ भी नहीं चल रहा है और बात करते हैं क्योंकि आज का मुकाबला जिम्बाब्वे के उतना जो है टफ मुकाबला नहीं था 115 पर जिम्बाब्वे को ढेर कर दिया अब बारी है सेमीफाइनल की जीतने तैयार है आप
इंडिया पूरी तरह से तैयार है सेमीफाइनल जीतने के लिए और वर्ल्ड कप भी इंडिया ही जीतेगा इस बार का
केएल राहुल की बैटिंग और सूर्यकुमार यादव ये दो जो खिलाड़ी है वर्ल्ड कप में उभर कर जो है अब सामने आ गए केएल राहुल की अगर बात की जाए सूर्य का बल्ला तो वैसे भी चमक रहा है
केएल राहुल का वापसी आना बहुत ज़रूरी था इंडिया के लिए जैसे वो पहले मैच में जल्दी आउट हो गए लेकिन अब थोड़े 2 मैच से उन्होंने अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस करा ये इंडिया के लिए बहुत अच्छी बात है सेमीफाइनल्स और फाइनल्स के लिए सूर्यकुमार तो वैसे भी अच्छा ही खेल रहा है और आगे भी अच्छा खेलेगा
चलिए तो उम्मीदें कितनी अब बढ़ गई हैं क्योंकि हमें पता है कि इस ग्रुप से पाकिस्तान भी आ चुकी है क्वालिफाई कर लिया है अब अगर दोनों अपने अपने मुकाबले जीत लें तो क्या एक बार आपको दिख रहा है भारत पाकिस्तान का फाइनल
हाँ इंडिया मेरे हिसाब से इस साल फाइनल में जाएगा और पाकिस्तान भी अपने ग्रुप में क्वालिफाई हो चुका है तो होप्स तो दोनों अपने मैचेस जीत के फाइनल में मिले तो बहुत अच्छा लगा रिवाइवल चलती रहेगी
बिल्कुल तो अगर बात करें कि क्या वर्ल्ड कप की जो ट्रॉफी है 15 साल के बाद घर आ रही है
हम लोग को तो बहुत अच्छा लगेगा कि 15 साल बाद क्योंकि हम लोग को पहले का तो मालूम नहीं बट अभी का हम लोग बहुत इंजॉय कर रहे हैं और हम लोग चाहते हैं कि वर्ल्ड कप जीत के आए कि वो हम लोग के नॉलेज के लिए रहे
जी बिल्कुल आप कुछ कहना चाह रहे थे बताइए
हाँ कि इंडिया वर्ल्ड कप जीतेगी और इंडिया ने आज अच्छा करा और सूर्यकुमार यादव अच्छा खेले हमको बहुत खुशी हुई
बिल्कुल यहाँ पर देखिए सभी यही चाहते हैं कि भारत जो है ये वर्ल्ड कप जीते क्योंकि जिस तरीके की प्रदर्शन अब भारतीय टीम कर रही है उससे कहीं ना कहीं ये साफ है कि वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम बनकर उभरी है और यहाँ पर भी जो नए जनरेशन के लोग हैं वो चाहते हैं कि उस मोमेंट को जिए जो 2007 में हुआ था तो यही है कि भारतीय टीम से बहुत सारी उम्मीदें सबकी
मैं हैरान हूँ खिलाड़ी 90,000 लोगों को कैसे खेलते हैं मुझे यहाँ पे नहीं सुनाई दे रहा
सेमीफाइनल खेल रहे हैं
आप क्या कर रहे हो
मैं क्या आपको ढूंढते यहाँ तक पहुँचे
मैं यही हूँ बैठा मैं अगले हफ्ते भी यही होऊंगा अगले संडे भी यही होऊंगा आप लोगों ने आना है ना आगे आगे चलते हो देखिए वो सर हो गया जी जी जी
एक चीज दिखा दो आप।
जी जी मैं सिर्फ देख कुछ नहीं पाऊंगा, मुझे कुछ नहीं सुनाई दे रहा है। वेरी गुड, चलिए 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 चलिए, ये नॉर्मल मैं मतलब
क्या बोल नहीं पाओगे आज, नहीं बोल
मैं तो क्या बोलूंगा, ये तस्वीरें ही काफी हैं, तस्वीरें काफी। सूर्यकुमार यादव,
हाँ जी,
है ना इंस्पेक्टर लड़के में?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
हमारा 360 ऐसे कोई ना कहते उसको।
ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਦੇਖੇ ਬਿਨਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਤਾਂ ਨੀਂਦ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਰਿਵਿਊ ਦੇਖੀ ਦੇ।
थैंक यू।
बेस्ट स्पोर्ट्स तक के
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, उधर देखिए, योर फेस टुवर्ड्स द कैमरा। चलिए।
Yes. I knew India will win. I knew India would win. I swear by God.
यहाँ पर ये ना हो जाए, थोड़ा स्टैम्पीड ना हो जाए, थोड़ा सा आगे आ जाए। धक्का धक्का मुक्की नहीं, जीत के आए यार, हार के थोड़ी।
फोटो प्लीज दिखा रहे हैं।
हाँ फोटो लीजिए बट आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से आराम से। कोलकाता से मेरे साथ
फाइनल में मिलेंगे, यहाँ पर ही खड़े होके।
जी बिल्कुल, फाइनल यही मिलेंगे। कोलकाता अनिर्बान कोलकाता में तो हमेशा पैशन रहता है। जी 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 बताइए सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, थैंक यू।
इंडिया
मैदान का जो क्लब है, आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ छोटे छोटे जो बच्चे हैं, बडिंग क्रिकेटर्स हैं, सारे मिलकर जश्न मना रहे हैं। और जो इंडिया जिम्बाब्वे के खिलाफ जीता है, वो जीत का जश्न बहुत ही बढ़िया है। आप देख सकते हैं कि ये जो बच्चे हैं सारे मिलके एकदम झूम उठे हैं। और जो आपका जो मेलबर्न का जो चित्र हम देख सकते हैं, वैसे ही बिल्कुल कोलकाता पूरा झूम रहा है और इंडिया इंडिया का नारा लगा रहा है। देख ही सकते हैं कि बहुत ही बढ़िया जश्न मना रहे हैं यहाँ पे। और बस 2 ही गेम है, और 2 गेम अगर इंडिया रोहित शर्मा और विराट कोहली ये पार कर दे तो फिर बहुत सालों बाद जो वर्ल्ड कप की ट्रॉफी है, वो वर्ल्ड कप की ट्रॉफी इंडिया में आएगा। और वो सारे मिलके जो अभी जश्न है, वो सबका यही कहना है कि बस इंडिया और 2 मैच है और 2 मैच में जीत जाए। और 2 मैच जीत
खास
के
बात आपकी इस जीत में ये रही है कि खास बात ये रही है इस जीत में कि आपके पास वो 2 खिलाड़ी जिन्होंने अभी रिलेटिवली भारत के लिए खेलना शुरू किया, भले वो सूर्यकुमार यादव हो जिन्होंने पिछले साल शुरू किया, आज वो आपकी टीम की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। अर्शदीप जैसा नया लड़का आया है। तो ये जब परफॉर्मेंसेस होती हैं, आई थिंक आप तभी इस चीज को समझते हैं कि यार सिर्फ बड़े खिलाड़ी नहीं चाहिए, और टूर्नामेंट जीतना, मैच जीतने में बड़ा फर्क है। लेकिन एक बड़ा इम्तिहान है भारत का, ऐसा नहीं है। देखिए कभी कभी क्या होता है ना, हम जश्न जो है वो थोड़ा प्रीमेच्योर भी हो जाता है। आप सेमीफाइनल खेलने नहीं आए हो, आपको याद होगा शोएब अख्तर ये मत करो, ये सब नहीं करना। ये सब क्यों कर रहे हो?
पाकिस्तान के फैन आ चुके, पाकिस्तान के बोल रहे हैं पाकिस्तान होगा।
ये कौन सा ठंडा है? नो यार वो ये मतलब इंडिया का झंडा दिखाओ ना यार।
जीतेगा भाई, जीतेगा पाकिस्तान, जीतेगा इंडिया, जीतेगा।
मैं ये कह रहा था कि
पाकिस्तान ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਬਾਰਕਾਂ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ 'ਚ ਪਹੁੰਚਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਬਹੁਤ ਕੰਮ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ, ਇੰਡੀਆ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਇਨ ਫਾਈਨਲ MC।
दोबारा बताएं भाई।
ਭਾਜੀ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਮੁਬਾਰਕਾਂ ਸੈਮੀਫਾਈਨਲ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਠੀਕ ਆ, ਇੰਡੀਆ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਫਾਈਨਲ।
हालांकि मुझे देखिए बहुत सारे
feel better. We met before the match, and that time I told you, like Rishabh Pant is in, Karthik not in.
But you're happy with what he did?
Yeah, that's all right. Bad luck, but it's all right. Yeah, good.
Okay, good info. Did you enjoy it?
Oh yes, we enjoy a lot.
What was your favorite?
Of course, Indian cricket team playing very well. That's all our favorites.
Okay. Can you introduce some chair? India's won. You guys are... Have you got your tickets for the final?
Not yet, but we are finding it.
India and Pakistan.
Yes, India and Pakistan for the final. Yeah, India and Pakistan.
Okay.
Bhaiya,
we are now citizen here, Australian. वो mind से है, but दिल से हिंदुस्तानी. Okay. दिल है हिंदुस्तानी.
He's from Australia and he's supporting India now.
I love India. It's the best country, man. And it's absolutely, they killed it today. And go India!
Okay, so heard from a lot of people. Some of them have now become Australian citizens. But as you heard from them, where they said, "Dil hai abhi bhi Hindustani." You know, that's what it means for an India victory. So many people turned up, about 90 odd thousand people turning up, and you could still see a sea of blue. People still very exciting. Pragyan, guys, come on. So, pardon them for their excitement and the pushing around, but I guess everyone loves to be on camera, which is why they're all here. I think the Indian victory didn't excite them that much as being on camera has done. Pragyan, I don't know if you can hear me because I can barely hear, what the studio has to say because of the amount of noise here. But what do you make of this win? Ashwin had said before the game started that clinical is the word that he used. Were the Indian team clinical?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a great game, and it is very important to carry a momentum that you have gained over the course of the tournament. So it was very pleasing to see the way Indians played, especially there were a few things that we needed to address, and it has been addressed over the course. After Bumrah getting injured, Indians wanted someone who could bowl well, and we got someone like Arshdeep who bowls up the order, and then in the death also he really gives you that option of being a versatile bowler. So I think that is one thing, and the other one is Suryakumar Yadav, the way he's played. The way he's got those runs, and those runs, mind you, have made a lot of difference for the Indian team. And the best part is now KL Rahul is also amongst runs. So I think those little bit worry that Indian cricket had, I think it's completely now, for they're regrouping. They're regrouping. They are in a good space. They're ticking all the boxes now, and I think they are very much ready for the big semi-finals.
Okay, let me quickly, because you were talking about Suryakumar Yadav, let me see this. It says fly high in the sky, which is Suryakumar Yadav. So another Suryakumar Yadav fan. It says Surya, he is on fire. And I have another one where he says Surya is far. So okay, this one's jersey says India झुकेगा नहीं.
नमस्कार दोस्तों. झुकेगा नहीं.
Oh, that's what India has been doing. Be a bit careful. You might just stumble upon that. But tell me, what did you make of Surya's batting? Describe it in one word.
He played well. Lot of sixes there, and the semi-final he's gonna rock it.
And I know when I came here, everyone only says Virat Kohli. Has Surya also won your hearts?
Why? Yes, definitely. He is the new 360 for the India and all over the world after the A.V. de Villiers, and A.V. de Villiers also agreed that he has taken over his name.
Okay.
Next big thing after Virat Kohli. Before it was Sachin, then it's now Virat, and now it will be Surya.
Okay. I know the only combination Surveer that's going to rock in the MCG final here, and we're coming in. I will come here to support them, and we'll rock.
All right, thank you so much for speaking to us. Plenty fans all lining up. When the tournament started,
I thought, I'm a big fan. I live in USA every day morning.
Guys, just be a bit back.
Every day morning.
Thank you. I thought after the game was over, your energy must have come down.
No, I am coming all the way from USA. I live in Washington, D.C. And every day morning a sports talk. You, Vikrant, every show. My wife says, I know these guys. Whereas,
all right, don't do that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your kind words. I thought that their energy may have run out after screaming throughout the game, but looks like they have extra energy. The energy is still there after hours after the game has gotten over. But you guys, for those of you who missed the highlights, here are the quick highlights of how India won that encounter by 71 runs. 186 is what India notched up, and then winning that game by 71 runs. All the bowlers came to the party. 3 wickets for Shami, Hardik Pandya, 3 wickets for R. Ashwin. Hardik Pandya picked up a lot of wickets as well. Akshar getting a wicket in the end. So did Bhuvaneshwar and Arshdeep Singh. Here are the highlights of the game that just finished.
Sir? Rohit Sharma elected to bat first, but he himself couldn't make good use of that opportunity. A short delivery doing the trick for Zimbabwe.
Was mentioning using his height.
But KL Rahul, after playing out a maiden over to start with, soon began to launch big boundaries.
Excellent.
He shared a 60-run stand with informed Virat Kohli before the latter was caught at long off, looking to clear the fence. Next over, KL Rahul launched Sikandar Raza for a 6 to bring up his half-century of 34 balls.
He's one of the clean.
But the very next ball, Raza had his man, with KL Rahul going for another one, only to be caught at the edge of the boundary.
For his 100th T20 international.
Ryan Burl pulled off a blinder at wide long on to send back Rishabh Pant, who was playing his first game of the tournament. Even as India lost wickets in a heap, Suryakumar Yadav's presence made all the difference with his innovative and audacious stroke play. It took him just 23 deliveries to race to yet another half-century, and his unbeaten 61 of just 25 balls helped India post 186 for 5.
Well, you and I can't do it.
Zimbabwe's chase was derailed by the Indian fast bowlers right at the start.
What a sensational...
First, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar got Wesley Madavere, and then Arshdeep Singh got Chakaba. Mohammad Shami and Hardik Pandya also joined the party to reduce Zimbabwe to 36 for 5 in 8 overs. Once again, India's inability to get wickets in the middle overs was exposed, with spinners Ashwin and Akshar Patel operating. That allowed Ryan Burl and Sikandar Raza to stitch a 60-run stand at a brisk pace.
That area.
Ashwin finally had some relief when Burl edged one onto his stumps. It was always going India's way, and the formalities were completed with men in blue registering a massive 71-run victory to nicely warm up for the semi-final against England on Thursday. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Okay, that's how the game panned out between India and Zimbabwe. Clear victors there, India by 71 runs. Still plenty. I've been talking to a lot of fans. The rush of fan continues, and the energy also continues. Be careful, be careful. India! Be careful. Be careful. I hope you want to be fit for the final. What?
Mata ki jai! Mata ki jai! India! रोहित शर्मा की कप्तानी में हिंदुस्तान एक बार फिर से वर्ल्ड कप लाएगा, ये पक्का है.
Okay, thank you so much. What did you enjoy the most?
Sky batting, number 1. Amazing performance.
What did you enjoy?
Sky's performance, I think he was incredible today. He's the
game changer. Sky. Till this time, Sky is playing like this, we are winning. We are winning the cup. Yeah. For sure.
But KL Rahul getting back into form, enjoying that as well?
No, KL Rahul is great. Look, everyone is
the only disappointing thing was Pant in today's game. But apart from that, I think till the time Sky plays well, we will win the game.
Okay, have you got your tickets to the final?
Yes, of course. We might go to Adelaide for India, England as well. Okay. And then we already...
Adelaide first.
India.
Okay, please guys, be careful. Guys, come on, please. Just mind your step, you're going to hurt yourself. Okay, Pragyan, it's unmanageable, the situation here. So you will have to help me out. People pointing out KL Rahul, people pointing out Rishabh Pant not really doing well. Let's talk about KL Rahul first. You reckon that, him getting back into form augurs well for India going forward?
It was very important for him to get back into the form because
Guys,
if you look at India has not gotten the start that they were looking in important games. So that opening partnership is very crucial, and Rahul coming back into the form is a blessing, and we know what in-form Rahul can deliver for the Indian team in crucial games. And in the semi-finals, I expect him to continue his run the way he's got those back-to-back half centuries. So I just want him to do that. And if he does that, he will take a lot of pressure off the middle order. We know our middle order is very strong. Surya has been performing really well. But in the semi-finals, if you want a good score on the board, you want the pressure to be distributed amongst the batsmen.
KL Rahul is one guy who's showing some good form in the tournament so far. Other than that, Pragyan, do you reckon that sometime you worry that the day that Suryakumar Yadav doesn't fire, the Indian batting tends to have that hiccup towards the bottom, and he's the one who's saving them again and again? Is it something that they need to look at?
See, that is the reason I said in crucial games, in knockouts, or, in those semi-finals and finals, you want everybody to chip in. The pressure should be divided amongst everybody. When we are bowling, it should be all the bowlers taking the load, and when we are batting, it has to be the entire batting lineup, because these are the games where the pressure really rises. You think of certain standard, but because it's a semi-final, because it's a knockout game, so that automatically goes up. To handle that, you want a bunch of people handling it together, not 2 or 3 individuals. Yes, we will get few guys scoring big, but at the same time, you want others to also chip in where, it is well managed. It is not that one guy is trying really hard and the other guy is not able to chip in. So for that, this game was very important. We saw few things that was not happening for the team. It happened. KL Rahul back-to-back 50. Then we saw Ashwin getting those wickets. So I think it's more or less the team is really, really focused and ready for the semi-finals.
Okay, since we're talking about Suryakumar Yadav and his performance, let's listen in to what he had to say after the Zimbabwe match.
I think the plan was very clear when me and Karthik were batting together. He said the same thing, let's take a positive route from here and see where we land at the end of 20 overs. And when we started hitting good boundaries, we got runs in that over, then we never stopped till 20th over. I think everything is good. The atmosphere of the team is really nice, and the build-up to the knockouts was really nice. Really looking forward to the game. My plan has always been clear. I mean, I have not tried doing anything different. I do the same thing when I bat in the nets as well. And whatever the situation is, I just try and see what my team needs at that situation and bat accordingly.
Okay, that was Suryakumar Yadav talking after the game was done. Could you be kind enough? Just please, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, that was Suryakumar Yadav live after the game was done. But you can see the excitement here that is still Fans are enjoying. You'll just step back, then they'll be able to see you. If you're not going to step back, then nobody can see you. It's unmanageable here, and you can imagine 90,000 odd people turning into the stadium, and you expect something like that. But come on. They can't hear you if you're going to behave like that. Nobody can hear you. You have to be
T20 ले जाएगी. इंडिया T20 ले जाएगी. विराट कोहली बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है. ये हमारा सचिन तेंदुलकर है. ये हमारी देश की जान है. विराट कोहली है. फाइनल में इंडिया और पाकिस्तान होना चाहिए. And it's gonna be really good match and we're gonna enjoy.
सूर्यकुमार यादव, तुम लगे रहो, हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं.
East or West, India is the best.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I think. Right, so everyone's got their 10 seconds of fame. I don't know if Pragyan, you can still hear me. But on the subject of the game, the other thing that was really worrying for India, spinners not coming to the party. We didn't see Ashwin amongst a lot of wicket. Again, the team persisted with him, went on with him. Today, has picked up those 3 wickets. Again, something that India can take from this game.
Absolutely. I never had a doubt that Ashwin will not pick wickets, but it's all about the mindset that you carry. For him, if you see this game, he looked like he was willing and he was trying to look for wickets. So that is the difference. But as far as spinners are concerned, I would always back someone like Yuzi Chahal. He is a guy who gives you those wickets in the middle over. And saying that, it's good to see Ashwin getting into that mindset of picking wickets. But when you're playing against England in Adelaide, so maybe you can always look into have someone like Yuzi Chahal. You have seen what leg spinners have done so far in this tournament, how they have turned things around for their teams. So that is the reason when you have a wicket taker, why not have a look at him? Why not look to change a combination? And it is not that he's not an experienced guy, that he's not got a game time. He'll be he'll take some time. He's a guy who will just come and deliver for you. So maybe something they can look into. But this is the approach that really showed what Ashwin is all about. It was all about his approach. His skill was never different.
कुछ हो रहा है इसलिए बोल नहीं रहे.
Okay, Pragyan, valid point that you make about how the team really needs to step up in certain situations, and I think that is the question that was asked to Rohit Sharma as well post the game, and this is what he said.
Yeah, I thought it was a good all-round performance, something that we were looking for. I do understand before the game we were qualified, but it was important for us to come out here and play the way we wanted to play, and I thought we got pretty much from the game. No, absolutely. I think what he is doing for the team is it's remarkable. Just coming out there and playing the way he wants to play, playing and taking the pressure off the other batsmen as well. That is, I think, from the team's perspective, it's quite important because we know his ability, and it allows the other guy who bats around him to take some time as well, and just the confidence that he shows when he bats. The dugout can really be at ease when he bats, and he's shown a lot of composure in the entire game that he's played so far, and this is something that we expect from him, and he's gone from strength to strength.
Okay, Pragyan Ojha is still with us. Pragyan, on Rohit Sharma himself, he was talking after the game, talking about things that went right and not. But on Rohit Sharma himself, his form, he'd have to come good because India has now 2 tough games, a semi and a final, and need someone like Rohit Sharma to fire for India to do well.
Absolutely, you're spot on. I think this is a big stage when you talk about semi-finals, and if you win that, you go on to play the finals. These are the games when you expect your most experienced players to come and deliver, and Rohit Sharma has done it. So whatever has happened so far in the tournament doesn't matter now. For him, it has to be, he's a leader, he's the most experienced batsman. If he delivers, he's got a partner who's also amongst runs now. So once these two guys start, giving India something solid, and then you know what Virat Kohli, Suryakumar Yadav or Hardik Pandya can do. So it is very important. He's got the stage set. It is all about him to come up and do what he does the best in these crucial games.
Chal, drive straight back, okay? We'll talk touch base tomorrow.
Okay, more fans. Go back a bit, then I can get you. Go back a bit. Tell me what.
Suryakumar played a brilliant knock today.
Brilliant knock,
And he has been brilliant throughout the tournament.
He has been.
It's the era of Suryakumar Yadav.
Wow, that's a big statement.
Surya is the X factor of this team. Let's not forget.
Yes, it is.
Like 2011 Yuvraj, 2022 Surya. I think history will repeat itself. 2007 we got knocked out of the first stage. 2011 we won the World Cup. 2021 knocked out of the first stage. 22 we are winning this World Cup.
Yes!
India, Kohli, India.
Okay, I've got some more cricket experts. Come here.
Hey, man, come on. Okay, we really think it's Surya and it's Virat who are going to actually make us win for us. We really think it's all Surya and it's all Virat who are going to make us win. We're really more than confident that India are going to win. And yeah, like how my brother said, history is going to repeat itself. It's gone.
Brilliant analysis that I'm getting to hear. Yeah.
One more thing. We're going to be in Adelaide to cheer up the team. विराट कोहली को भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए कोहली 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 कोहली
Wait. I have another set of fans. He says the real king is yet to arrive. So his real king is Yuzi Chahal, huh?
Yes.
He's good, but he hasn't.
The way he sits in the ground, it just reflects he's a lion. He is a lion. He's the king of the jungle.
So you think he's that one thing that's missing from this Indian team?
He is like the secret recipe. He's the secret recipe for everything. Yeah. So the Indian team has saved him just for the final team.
And
we
miss as well this one.
We miss Jaddu.
Jaddu
and Bumrah. We miss you.
Okay, so he says miss. Okay, let me hear this.
Real king.
King Kohli fans.
Happy birthday to King Kohli. King Kohli. Happy birthday, King Kohli. Kohli, we love you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Kohli. Happy birthday to you. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! जीतेगा भाई जीतेगा इंडिया जीतेगा जीतेगा भाई जीतेगा इंडिया जीतेगा जीत गया भाई जीत गया इंडिया जीत गया.
I want to say one thing.
Come here.
Just one thing I just want to say.
Say two things.
Yeah. This is not related to the match or the World Cup. Just I want to appreciate your coverage. You and Vikrant sir hold out this coverage.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
It's been very good.
Let people not think I paid you to come.
No, he hasn't. Vikrant sir, and especially the show Vic. It's very good, man. It's very good.
Thank you so much, guys.
You and Vikrant sports.
Thank you. I hope you guys had a great game. I hope to see you guys in Adelaide.
3 cheers for Rajasthan.
Okay, it was lovely to catch up with these fans. A lot of them, love Suryakumar Yadav's batting. Someone is missing Yuzi Chahal. You heard everyone even sing happy birthday to Virat Kohli. And other than that, if you see this one, and Suryakumar Yadav, the other analyst that I saw said that, listen, he's going to be the Yuvraj Singh of the 2011 World Cup. That's the kind of impact that a Suryakumar Yadav will have. Maybe a young kid like him comes to the ground, watches someone like Suryakumar, watches someone like Virat Kohli. Maybe there is a future Virat right here. That's where you take your inspiration from by seeing performances that you've seen here, like India versus Zimbabwe. Our continuous coverage will continue on India today. Remember, we're talking about India's victory versus Zimbabwe, a 71-run victory at a large margin. Now up next is going to be the semi-final that is going to be played in Adelaide. A lot of fans that I met here have already got their tickets for that semi-final in Adelaide. But what they're saying it's not just the semi-final.
First of all, I think I've seen you on Sports Tag. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, you are. You are. But you are live on TV right now.
English में बोलना हिंदी में. So first of all, we watch every show of yours on the Sports Tag, and that's a beautiful show as well. And I just love it. Secondly, we are going to Adelaide. You all know the average and strike rate of the Virat Kohli in the Adelaide Stadium, and make sure we're gonna whistle the Lagan over there from England and Rishabh Dugna, second, Doguna, 2 times, you know, and second, we're going to win over England over there. Uske baad MCG, we're gonna come here, win the MCG World Cup final, Rohit Sharma captaincy. Whoa! And also, big, understand what I'm saying to those who underestimate the Virat Kohli. He's the dad of cricket after MS Dhoni. Whoa! And sorry, my name is Shubham Mantala. I forgot to mention that. Thank you very much, sir.
Rohit Sharma is pending, and hopefully it will come in semi-final. One beginning, it will come soon.
A big shout out to Rajiv Sardesai. I'm a big fan of him. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, plenty of people are enjoying our coverage. We'll have to take a break, completely out of time, taking a short break. But on the other side, we'll get more coverage. Bye-bye for now, taking a short break.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-presented by Max Life Insurance. You are the difference.
Okay, welcome back to our continuous coverage of Battle of Champions. We are discussing India's last win in their league games. This one came against Zimbabwe. What that means is India have topped their group and now will be playing their semi-final in Adelaide against England. We'll talk about that semi-final, but right now it's time to celebrate Mr. 360, Suryakumar Yadav. He was outstanding once again, 61 runs that he got, and mind you, at a strike rate of 200 plus. And that's the one quality that he brings to this team. No matter what the situation, his strike rate is amazing. And these people behind me. So people behind me lucky enough to have lucky enough to have watched Suryakumar Yadav's batting. Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed the batting of Suryakumar Yadav, and especially KL Rahul also batted well. And we hope that in the final also India team will reach and we should win against Pakistan.
And this kid's gonna tell you who's gonna win.
Okay, who's gonna win?
Step back.
Thank you. So we heard it from the young kids as well. But now, as I said, let's take a look at Suryakumar Yadav and his innings.
India!
Yes, the previous one was a little bit Garava. It's crowd noise.
Superb. He is at a different level, a template that only he can follow. Suryakumar Yadav has redefined the way T20 cricket is played.
Yes, it's cleared his front foot and look at that.
He's audacious in his stroke play and reputations rarely matter to him. He can pull off the most difficult of shots that don't even exist in the book. One may argue about the risk that he takes, but he's getting the job done at an alarming consistency. This year, he's the leading run getter in T20 internationals with over 1,000 runs at an average of 44. But what separates him from the rest is that strike rate of over 186. Against South Africa, on a spicy Perth wicket, even as the other Indian batters were falling one after the other, Surya kept his team in the hunt with his attacking stroke play.
Up and over and brilliantly played.
For him, it's all about execution.
जो हम लोग के मैनेजमेंट है उन लोग सुबह वीडियोस सब कुछ अवेलेबल रहता है, वो बुलाते हैं आधे घंटे के गैप में वो दिखाते हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा तो आइडिया लग जाता है. बाकी तो गेम प्लान आपका रहता ही है, बट थोड़ा आइडिया लग जाता है कि कौन से बॉलर के पास क्या क्या वेरिएशंस है, तो आप अपने शॉट्स रेडी कर लेते हो वो टाइम पे. और फिर ग्राउंड पे जाने के बाद तो फिर वही सब एग्जीक्यूशन की बात है, और जैसे आप अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस करते हो वही है.
Surya's presence in the middle order has had a calming effect on the Indian team. It's not just about the amount of runs he scores, but the manner in which he gets them, something that the English team began some years ago.
It's a 12-15 T20 internationals.
Perhaps time has come to give England a taste of their own medicine, and what better occasion for Suryakumar Yadav to do that in this T20 World Cup semi-final. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Okay, we are still live from the MCG and with me two very special fans. Give me your names first.
Anshul, Arushi.
Okay, show me what their poster says. So they carry this poster which says, Arshdeep, will you marry me? Firstly, did he notice it?
We got on the TV. So we hope we did.
On TV right now, but you're talking about the match.
In the match we got on the screen. We don't know if he saw it.
But you know, you've made a mistake. You should have left the phone number. How else is he going to get in touch with you even if he saw it?
Look, we're everywhere. We come to all these matches. What easily will be at the finals.
Okay, but tell me, which one of you decided to make this?
हम बैठे-बैठे सोच रहे थे करना था कुछ का
बैठे-बैठे प्यार हो गया इनको. Whose idea is?
He's 23, so he's in between our ages, so he can marry either one. मेरे से एक साल छोटा है.
But it's your both's idea, right?
Yeah.
But whose proposal is this?
मेरा proposal है. It's my proposal too.
Oh God. So are you going to fight now?
Now you get why is this shortage of a girl?
Okay, but see that's Arshdeep's fan following. Maybe he would have noticed it. If he
We
did.
love you, Steve. love you so much.
So what is it that you like about him? And when did you become his?
Such a good bowler. I was floored when I saw him, and he looked cute to be there. Cute to be here.
What about you?
He's really cute.
I hope he's got a glimpse of this while it was on television right now. Come, okay, let me also. The guys are feeling. Come back. So the boys felt left out because I was talking to the girls. Okay, your chance. Give me a chant first, huh?
Guys. Sports today! Zindabad! Sports today! Zindabad! India today! Zindabad! India today! Zindabad! India today!
Okay. Have you got your tickets for the final?
Yes!
Who's India playing in the final? New Zealand. Okay, let's see this. What does this say? What does this say? Let's repeat the legacy of 2007 because show it up, take it up a bit. Yeah, because India won and happy birthday Virat Kohli. Okay, so both those posters are the same. Okay, your favorite innings today?
Surya!
And there's another one. Come in. It says.
Oh my God! Now we have to go, man.
It's a free.
Oh man!
Guys, come on.
Change your love.
Bit chaotic here. That's why I just stay back a bit.
Love changes in a second. See the backside. Love changes.
Okay.
Double right.
All right. Thank you so much for your enthusiasm for coming live, and hope you enjoyed the game. Go and enjoy the semi-final.
California.
My brothers come from California.
Okay.
Just
Got your money's worth.
I think so, absolutely, and I think India and Pakistan are going to play, and India is going to win the final. India is going to win. Let's go, India!
We've taken. What does this say? Okay, let me take it.
We being Guju.
Okay, so what does this say?
It says, come on Dokla for you, Hardik Pandya. Anytime you can come and visit us.
Yes. So they've prepared special dhoklas for Hardik Pandya. He can come. Maybe he needs that dhokla energy, to get his sixes going.
Yes. Guju power.
Okay, Guju power. We hope it comes to the fore for the Indian team. There's also Akshar Patel. No dhoklas for him.
I am from his city, to be honest.
No dhoklas for him, only for.
They're going to share it. That's all.
Yeah, Akshar Patel is in my Facebook list.
Great. So
signature from
the match, as I said, it's been an hour since the match got over, but fans just love partying right now. A lot of them right here, still soaking in that India victory. Pragyan Oja, still with us. Pragyan, you're a lucky guy who's away from so many fans. It is very tough to go live from here because talking to a lot of them, sometimes I fail to hear what you're saying. So pardon me if I end up asking you the same question again, because the audio is really not very audible here because of the number of fans that have come here. But in terms of now India moving to Adelaide, a completely different venue from Melbourne, what do you think India take from here? One other thing that they tried today was Rishabh Pant. They got him into the team, but that didn't pay a lot of dividends, did it?
So first of all, I'd like to say that how can he be lucky that I'm away from people who love cricket? As a cricketer or as a cricket enthusiast, I would love to be amongst them. You are actually lucky that you are there. You are actually experiencing the power of Indian fans and the way they give it back to the players and to the game. Saying that, I think yes, MCG was a different venue. The dimensions were different. The bounce was different. But when you go to Adelaide, it will be totally different. So that is the reason I said against England, when the sides are a little shorter, so you need bowlers who can pick wickets in the middle overs. That is very crucial. And that is where I believe India has to look into it, because that is where if they pick wickets, we saw what happened last game England played. They were cruising. Suddenly they lost 4 or 5 wickets and they were just trying. They could manage to win. So still there is a gap in their batting lineup. We need to explore it, and we need to make sure that we try and create an impact on those checklist, because all the teams, they must have been following each other. When you look at England, they on paper they look a solid side, but they've not delivered yet, and India has to make sure that they don't deliver to their maximum potential. So to do that, you already have bowlers who can swing the ball up in the first 6 overs, and you have got bowlers who can bowl in the last 4 to 5 overs. But in the middle, you need bowlers who can pick wickets. That is something which India would look to do. And when you talk about batting, absolutely India would want Rohit Sharma to deliver, because he's a big match player. He's the captain of the side. So everything will depend on how Rahul and Rohit Sharma they start, because it's a big occasion, and we've seen on big occasions what big players do. The biggest example is Virat Kohli. There were a lot of talks about Virat Kohli not being in the form, but look at how he has delivered on a big occasion. These guys, they know how to handle pressure and raise their bar.
Okay, Pragyan says that I should consider myself lucky being here. I'm going to hold you to that, Pragyan. Next time I'm going to be doing a live show, I will make sure you stand next to me right outside the stadium. Try and soak in the atmosphere here amongst all the crazy fans that turn out of the stadium. And then I'm sure you will enjoy it. Okay, we're still live from outside the MCG. As you can see, clearly the enthusiasm of the crowd still spilling over from that game, still continuing. I'm guessing the party is going to carry on for much longer, even hours after the game is done between India and Zimbabwe. But Pragyan, just looking at the match, various things that India have been trying. The other area of concern, Akshar Patel, he was a standout bowler for India in the T20 format when we were playing at home. What do you think may not be working for him as soon as the bandwagon is moved to Australia?
See, absolutely. India would be looking at who are the options who can bowl in the middle. And to do that, I think they were banking on Akshar because he could bat and bowl. But he has not delivered so much with the ball, because it is the same thing what we were discussing about Ashwin. So if you start bowling quicker, when you're trying to your first instinct is to try and restrict the batsman on a wicket which is helping the batsman more, so you are already in back foot. So what you need to do is you need to be a little more aggressive. You need to have the understanding that why you are in the playing 11, why the captain has given you the ball in the middle overs. So that is what you need to really think about. Once you have that clarity, once you start varying your pace, that's when you will make the difference. Because on these kind of tracks, if you're predictable and the batsman understands what you can do, what you can't, and he judges you with your pace and bounce, then it becomes that much easier for him to dominate you. To be unpredictable, you need to find different angles, vary your pace. That is something which we have not seen much from Akshar Patel. So that is something which he needs to address. So that is the reason why we are again and again discussing about the middle overs, because in the league matches, maybe we had the cushion of making a comeback. But in a semi-final, which is a knockout, that is where we need to be spot on. We cannot make any mistakes, or maybe we can cut down on mistakes. The team that makes less mistake will qualify. So that is the reason I was saying it is very important how we address those over number 7 till number 13-14.
Okay, Pragyan, stay on with us. I'll get back to you a little later. But first, let's take a look at the highlights from that game. A game where India got 186 and then ended up on the winning side by a big margin of 71 runs.
Rohit Sharma elected to bat first, but he himself couldn't make good use of that opportunity. A short delivery doing the trick for Zimbabwe.
Was mentioning using his height.
But KL Rahul, after playing out a maiden over to start with, soon began to launch big boundaries. He shared a 60-run stand with informed Virat Kohli before the latter was caught at long off, looking to clear the fence. Next over, KL Rahul launched Sikandar Raza for a 6 to bring up his half-century of 34 balls.
He's one of the clean.
But the very next ball, Raza had his man, with KL Rahul going for another one, only to be caught at the edge of the boundary.
For his 100th T20 international.
Ryan Burl pulled off a blinder at wide long on to send back Rishabh Pant, who was playing his first game of the tournament. Even as India lost wickets in a heap, Suryakumar Yadav's presence made all the difference with his innovative and audacious stroke play. It took him just 23 deliveries to race to yet another half-century, and his unbeaten 61 of just 25 balls helped India post 186 for 5.
Well, you and I can't do it.
Zimbabwe's chase was derailed by the Indian fast bowlers right at the start.
What a sensational...
First, Bhuvneshwar Kumar got Wesley Madavere, and then Arshdeep Singh got Chakaba. Mohammad Shami and Hardik Pandya also joined the party to reduce Zimbabwe to 36 for 5 in 8 overs. Once again, India's inability to get wickets in the middle overs was exposed, with spinners Ashwin and Akshar Patel operating. That allowed Ryan Burl and Sikandar Raza to stitch a 60-run stand at a brisk pace.
That area.
Ashwin finally had some relief when Burl edged one onto his stumps. It was always going India's way, and the formalities were completed with men in blue registering a massive 71-run victory to nicely warm up for the semi-final against England on Thursday. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Yeah, I thought it was a good all-round performance, something that we were looking for. I do understand before the game we were qualified, but it was important for us to come out here and play the way we wanted to play, and I thought we got pretty much from the game. No, absolutely. I think what he is doing for the team is it's remarkable. Just coming out there and playing the way he wants to play, playing and taking the pressure off the other batsmen as well. That is, I think, from the team's perspective, it's quite important because we know his ability, and it allows the other guy who bats around him to take some time as well, and just the confidence that he shows when he bats. The dugout can really be at ease when he bats, and he's shown a lot of composure in the entire game that he has played so far, and this is something that we expect from him, and he's gone from strength to strength.
All right, Sunny Gavaskar also joining us live on Battle of Champions. It's now really eased up, much quieter here outside the MCG. There was a flux of fans that just came out. We were interacting with a lot of them. Sunny bhai, the one player that everyone mentioned whose batting they enjoyed the most, Suryakumar Yadav, I think he's spoiling us, making us get used to innings after innings. Each of those innings are outstanding.
Yes, and each of those innings is pretty much, the 360 degrees. He's the new Mr. 360 degrees. There was that one shot that he hit for a 6 just behind just to the left of the wicketkeeper. Then he went a little squarer when he was towards in the final overs, for example, taking advantage of the angle that the bowler was left hand over the wicket bowler was trying to aim at. Then also the extra cover drive, lofted extra cover drive, everything. He showed all the shots in the book. There was a straight drive as well. Fantastic straight drive. And he is actually turning out to be the player who's taking India to totals which you can defend. 180, on this pitch, this is the highest T20 score at the MCG for a T20 international. So, but for his 61 not out, India would not have reached even 150.
Okay, so that was Suryakumar Yadav's innings, outstanding once again. Sahiba, the only downside of that, would you say, is on occasions, up until now he's been outstanding, very consistent, but on occasion, let's say he goes on to not get one of these fantastic innings going. Do you worry for this Indian batting lineup then?
Well, I think at the moment there have really been two batsmen who you can say are in prime form. One is Kohli and the other one is Suryakumar Yadav. It was very good to see KL Rahul also get yet another half century, but he has to look to get more than that, for the simple reason that in case, as you say, in case Surya doesn't fire, then India will struggle to get 140, 150. It's very, very important, therefore, for Rahul to keep going. I think sometimes, we, as an Indian batting lineup, we sometimes make the mistake of trying to clear the boundary. We saw that happening with Rishabh Pant. We saw that happening with KL Rahul. Yes, you need to go for the big shots, but I think if you play smartly, hit it between the fielders for boundaries, one bounce over the rope, then I think it gives you that much of a safety net as well, and you're still scoring at a good clip.
Okay, Sahiba, finally, before we wrap up, one experiment that India tried, and you had mentioned that they should look at that, is bring Rishabh Pant in. They got him in, but that experiment hasn't quite worked. Does that put the Indian team in a precarious situation? They don't know now which way to go. Should they go back to Dinesh Karthik or persist with Rishabh Pant? Because from here on, all games are very crucial. You've got 2 games to win to lift that trophy.
Well, for the Adelaide short boundaries, I would still give Rishabh Pant another opportunity. But he's also got to play it smart. He's now, if you have seen his T20 performances in the last, whether it's internationals or for the Delhi team, he's always looking to hit the sixes and he's getting out. Again, I think in his eagerness to play the big shot, he's been getting out caught in the deep or skying the ball up in the air. Here, with Suryakumar Yadav batting well at the other end, all he had to do really was to try and get his eye in, and then which is maybe 3 or 4, 5 deliveries, and then go for the big shot. I know he got out of the 5th delivery, but again, he chose the longer end of the boundary where he got caught. Brilliant catch, but I would still give him another opportunity, because this catch at the MCG would have been a 6 at the Adelaide Oval.
All right, we're completely out of time, but Sunny Gavaskar, Pragyan Ojha, thanks so much for taking out time and joining us, analyzing that game between India and Zimbabwe. Now remember, the analysis have just begun, because the big games are coming up. There is that semi-final versus England, and then who knows, you might just face Pakistan in the final. So it's going to be a week-long celebration of Indian cricket after their stunning performance in the group stages. But now 2 crucial games. You'll have continuous coverage on India Today. Joining us, as always, will be our panel of experts in Sunny Gavaskar, Harbhajan Singh, Pragyan Ojha. No other place will give you the kind of 360-degree coverage that you get on India Today, much like the batting that you witnessed from Suryakumar Yadav. For the moment, it's good night from the MCG. This is Nikhil Nas signing off. Bye-bye.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. TRS is celebrating mega bipole victory. KTR says, I want to thank the Munugodu public for the massive win for the TRS. Remember that there was a high voltage contest with the BJP. TRS has won that. Listen in to the reactions coming in.
గ్రామీణ నియోజకవర్గం మీద దండయాత్రకు పోయినట్టేదో కేంద్రం మొత్తం దండయాత్రకు వచ్చినట్టే 15 సిఆర్పిఎఫ్ కంపెనీలు 40 ఐటీ టీంలు ఒక్కొక్క టీంలో 10 మంది అంటే 400 మంది ఏదో టీఆర్ఎస్ వాళ్ళు డబ్బులు పంచుతున్నారు మేము పట్టుకుంటామని చెప్పి 40 టీంలు వచ్చి దాడులు చేసిన మాట వాస్తవం కాదా? ఇంత పెద్ద ఎత్తున 75 కోట్లు 100 కోట్లు అడ్డంగా ఇక్కడ దొరికిన కోట్లు ఇవన్నీ దొరికినాయని మేము ఎలక్షన్ కమిషన్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియాకి షికాయత్ చేస్తే ప్రేక్షక పాత్ర వహించిన మాట వాస్తవం కాదా? నేను అడుగుతున్న ప్రశ్న తప్ప అసమంజసమా? ఇది మాత్రమే కాదు, ఇన్కమ్ ట్యాక్స్ అధికారులు ఇట్లా ఎన్నెన్నో 1-2 కాదు ఫేక్ ప్రచారాలు ఎన్ని చేసినా చివరికి గెలుపును అడ్డుకోలేకపోయినారు టీఆర్ఎస్ది. కానీ కొంత మెజారిటీ మాత్రం తగ్గించగలిగినారు. అదొకటి మాత్రం సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా చేసినారు. కొంత మెజారిటీని తగ్గించగలిగినారు. కొన్ని ప్రలోభ పెట్టి కొంత ప్రయత్నం చేసి కుయుక్తులు పన్ని మెజారిటీ తగ్గించగలిగినారేమో కానీ గెలుపును మాత్రం ఆపలేకపోయినారు. ఇంకొక మాట కూడా నేను సూటిగా తెలంగాణ ప్రజలను అడుగుతా ఉన్నా. ఎన్నికలు డబ్బుమయమైనాయి అని కొంతమంది ఆక్రోశిస్తున్నారు. నేను సూటిగా అడుగుతా ఉన్నా, ఇదే తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం ఏర్పడ్డ తర్వాత 8 సంవత్సరాల్లో ఎన్నో ఉప ఎన్నికలు వచ్చినాయి. నారాయణ ఖేడ్లో, పాలేరులో,
In the past 8 years since the Telangana is
హుజూర్ నగర్ లో, నాగార్జున సాగర్ లో ఎక్కడ కూడా ఈ పరిస్థితి లేదే. ఎందుకు హుజూరాబాద్ లో కేవలం మునుగోడులోనే డబ్బులమయమైన ఆరోపణలు వచ్చినాయి? ఎందుకు 100 కోట్ల రూపాయలు అక్కడ వచ్చినాయి? ఎందుకంటే బడా బడా ధనవంతులు, కాంట్రాక్టర్లు, అక్కడ ఈటెల రాజేందర్ అనే ధనవంతుడు, ఇక్కడ రాజగోపాల్.
Only in Munugodu did money come. It is only because big businessmen
అక్కడ హుజూరాబాద్ కానీ ఇక్కడ మునుగోడు కానీ తప్ప
have brought this money.
నాగార్జున సాగర్ ఉప ఎన్నిక, హుజూర్ నగర్ ఉప ఎన్నిక ఇదే జిల్లాలో జరిగినాయి.
Apart from Huzurabad,
ఇక్కడ మాత్రమే తెలంగాణ ప్రజలు నేను అడుగుతా ఉన్నాను,
Munugodu, there is no other allegations in any other allegations. People of Telangana must understand
ప్రజాస్వామ్యం మీద రుద్దే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తారు.
who are distributing money.
ఈ ఇద్దరు ధనవంతులకు 100 కోట్ల రూపాయలు ఢిల్లీ నుంచి పంపి బమ్మిని చేసిన గెలవండి అని ఆదేశం ఇచ్చి ఈరోజు
they are only
అడ్డదారులు
misusing
అడ్డంగా దొరికింది భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ.
public.
నేను చెప్తున్నది వాస్తవం కాదా? మరి మేమేమైనా అడ్డదారులు దొరికింటే 40 ఐటీ టీములు, 15 కంపెనీల సిఆర్పిఎఫ్ పోలీసులు వాళ్ళందరూ లేరా? ఈరోజు మాట్లాడుతున్నారు
40 IT teams and several CRPF officials. Are they not there?
సంస్కారం ఉండాలి. మేము కూడా గతంలో దుబ్బాకలో
Are they ready to accept the laws that they have
ఓడిపోయిన తర్వాత
attained in this Munugodu?
ప్రజాస్వామ్యంలో ప్రజాభిప్రాయాన్ని గౌరవించే ఇంగితం సోయి.
We've lost Huzurabad, but we immediately accepted it.
పెట్టడం, ఓడిపోగానే నిందలు పెట్టడం.
In the democracy, we must have basic ethics.
ఆక్రోశించడం ఎవరి వల్ల అయింది?
Speaking all unparliamentary words,
భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ
distributing money. Who has done this? Why is it only in Huzurabad?
ఎందుకైనా ఈ 2 ఉప ఎన్నికలు ఈ స్థాయిలో డబ్బు ఎందుకు ఖర్చు అయినాయి? ఆత్మవిమర్శ చేసుకోండి, ప్రజలు కూడా ఆలోచించండి.
Bharatiya Janata Party has given hundreds of crores in Huzurabad.
ఈరోజు ఈ
people must understand this. That is what has been distributed.
100 కోట్ల రూపాయలతో తెలంగాణలో ప్రజాభిప్రాయాన్ని తుంగలో దొక్కే ప్రయత్నం చేసిన మా అభ్యర్థి ఈరోజు గతంలో కంటే 2018లో.
All right, big win coming in for the TRS right there against the BJP. We'll get you some reactions in terms of BJP also because of the high voltage drama, you remember, that transpired as far as this bipole is concerned. Let's go straight across to our reporter who's standing by getting us some reactions at the moment. A verdict and what a verdict it is after all the drama and the high voltage action that we saw around the Munugodu bypoll. TRS has come out victorious. What are we picking up at the moment? Abdul, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Get us the mood on the ground.
Okay, so here right now I am in Munugodu where the election counting process has commenced here almost. Where until the 13th round that has been announced, the TRS party candidate Prabhakar Reddy is evident that he's going to win this people's mandate here. People have decided Prabhakar Reddy, the TRS candidate, as their leader here. Here you can see hundreds of party workers have come here to celebrate at this moment the victory that they are going to, that is yet to be announced officially in few moments here. Right now, this is the place where the counting is held. Several people have gathered here celebrating. You can see they're chanting slogans and chanting slogans of TRS and JKCR. This is what is the mood here on ground, where heavy police deployment can also be seen following the clashes that have previously took place during the campaign and the polling day. Now, here celebrations of these people where TRS workers have gathered here at this point. You can see how the sloganeering is going on, how the people are waiting for the candidate Prabhakar Reddy to move out of this place where the counting is yet to commence now, yet to finish here, and officially the candidate will be announced as the Munugodu MLA for the 2022 now. However, this is set to be the semi-final of the upcoming assembly elections that are set to be held around 2024. So here you can see this is the point where the counting is going on. 15th round and 14th round results are yet to be announced, but TRS is leading with more than 10,000 votes here, with majority mark from the trailing BJP candidate Rajagopal Reddy. So here you can see the TRS vehicle that is coming out. Heavy police deployment can be seen. The candidates are right now inside waiting for the official announcement of a TRS victory here at this site here. So here on my left side you can see how drums and music is being played. People have gathered in heavy numbers here, huge numbers, celebrating the victory. This is after the TRS has lost its election during the other assembly. When we talk about the GHMC elections, the BJP had gained victory of more than 44 seats, where the aggressiveness of BJP was felt after the GHMC election. But here is the victory where TRS has taken the seat. This seat here belonged to the Congress candidate previously who had resigned and joined BJP. Now the same candidate has lost to the TRS candidate Prabhakar Reddy. So this is the mood. You can see how people are now sloganeering here, waiting for their candidate to move out, and then he will be addressing the press conference about the present situation here. So here you can see how people are gathering here in huge numbers. We have several TRS leaders also approaching here to congratulate the candidate here, the Prabhakar Reddy candidate. Other MLAs of other constituencies are coming here. So this was Saidi Reddy, MLA of TRS, who reached here to congratulate.
Hold on, right there. We're getting a reaction coming in. Let's listen in. BJP's conceded defeat in Munugodu. Let's listen in to the reactions coming in.
मुनुगोड पब्लिक जो वोट दिया, उसका जो जजमेंट दिया, मैं उसको रेस्पेक्ट करता हूं, मगर जो उन लोग गलत तरीका से जो वोट लेके आया वो गलत जीत है, इसको मैं स्वीकार नहीं करता हूं. हमारा स्वीकार हमारा मन को मालूम है, तेलंगाना समाज को, मुनुगोड पब्लिक मालूम है. एथिकली मोरली बीजेपी वन दिस मुनुगोड. नंबर में केसीआर जीता. इसका मतलब कौन जीता? भारतीय जनता पार्टी, राजगोपाल रेड्डी, मुनुगोड का पब्लिक जीता.
Well, Telangana's Munugodu, the much-awaited by-poll results are out. TRS has won. The counting began at 8 a.m. It is completed in 15 rounds. After 13 rounds of counting, Munugodu's TRS candidate Prabhakar Reddy is all set to win now. He's leading with a margin of 9,146 votes. The TRS leads the celebrations amongst the TRS camp. and that has already begun. BJP candidate Rajagopal Reddy has conceded defeat, says he respects the verdict of the people, but alleges TRS victories by wrong measures. Remember, by-election was marred by allegation of corruption, distribution of cash, liquor, even gold amongst the voters. The by-poll was necessitated after sitting MLA Komati Reddy Rajagopal Reddy resigned from his post. The Congress to join the BJP in August, he contested the Komati Reddy, Rajagopal Reddy resigned from the Congress to join the BJP in August. He contested the poll on a BJP ticket. The by-poll is expected to influence the future course of the state politics in the run-up to next year's assembly polls in Telangana. It's crucial for the three major political parties in the state.
इधर पूरा टीआरएस का भवन में सेलिब्रेशंस हो रहा है, कैसा लग रहा है?
देखिए, ये जीत यकीनी थी क्योंकि मुनगोड़ के अवाम यही चाहते हैं कि टीआरएस की पार्टी बहुत भारी मेजर से जीते वहाँ पर, क्योंकि बहुत बड़ा कंपटीशन था। एक तरफ तेलंगाना स्टेट के लोग थे तो दूसरी तरफ पूरा हिंदुस्तान लगा हुआ था। किसी तरह भी हमारे कैंडिडेट को शिकस्त देने की अवाम ने तय कर लिया था कि केसीआर साहब के जो सर्विसेज है उसकी मिसाल हिंदुस्तान में नहीं मिल सकती।
बीजेपी का जो कैंडिडेट है राजगोपाल रेड्डी, वो बोल रहे हैं कि टीआरएस ने अधार्मिक रूप से जीता है।
ये तो बोलने के इल्जामात है। देखिए, आप अवाम कभी और टीआरएस पार्टी एक पीस पार्टी है। हिंदुस्तान में अगर कोई अमन की पार्टी है, प्यार और मोहब्बत बढ़ाने वाली पार्टी है, राउडीज़म खत्म करने वाली पार्टी है तो टीआरएस पार्टी है।
Last day they match fixed with the Congress and TRS. They don't want to see the victory of BJP, but even though we hope and trust the enlightened voters of Munugodu definitely give the verdict in favor of Bharatiya Janata Party, our candidate definitely win. That is our confidence. But the system, the way they have deviated and the norms and procedure and code of conduct of the election commission, the election commission should inquire all sorts of things, and they have established an inquiry establishment.
लोग बीजेपी के साथ है और नाराज जरूर टीआरएस के साथ है, फिर भी अपना जो पैसे 100 करोड़ खर्च करने के बावजूद भी नैतिक माध्यम से आज तो मैं मानता हूं बीजेपी का जीत हो गई, राजगोपाल रेड्डी का भी जीत हो गई। आज कांग्रेस जो पार्टी इसके पहले जो जीती थी वो अभी 3rd प्लेस में है। कांग्रेस और टीआरएस दोनों मिलजुल कर परोक्ष पद्धति में चुनाव लड़ने के बावजूद भी आज बीजेपी, आज मुझे और उम्मीद है आखिरी राउंड तक बीजेपी जीतने का उम्मीद है।
The by-poll battle is setting the political tone of the country. BJP is maintaining its numero uno position by winning 4 out of 7 seats that went to midway polls. As trends kept trickling in and winners got increasingly clear, boisterous celebrations are underway. Supporters of winning candidates hit the streets, savoring the hard-fought wins. In Bihar's Mokama, RJD's Neelam Devi won despite the campaign by Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. BJP won in Gopalganj, snatching win from Mahagathbandhan. In Uttar Pradesh, the BJP bagged Gokarnath seat in a straight fight with the Samajwadi Party. And in Haryana's Adhampur, BJP candidates swept the maximum amount of votes. Meanwhile, the BJP also mocked AAP for its candidate losing in its deposit in Haryana. The BJP also won its traditional bastion, the Dhamnagar seat in Odisha. The Uddhav Sena had a virtual walkover in Mumbai's Andheri East as its candidate Rutuja Latke won comfortably after the BJP withdrew its candidate.
सबसे पहले तो मैं धन्यवाद व्यक्त करता हूं गोला विधानसभा की जनता का, सभी नागरिकों का कि उन्होंने पिताजी का नाम बनाए रखा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का विश्वास जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर है उसका नतीजा आज आप लोग के सामने है। सबका मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं।
आपके पिता 29,000 वोट से जीतते थे मार्जिन से, लेकिन आपको तो उससे भी और ज्यादा वोट मिला। आप जनता के इस प्यार को क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, पिताजी ने जब भी चुनाव लड़ा 96 से लेकर आज तक हमेशा वोटों की मात्रा में उनकी बढ़ोतरी हुई है। और जैसे मैंने आपको अभी थोड़ी देर पहले बताया था कि ये पिताजी का ही चुनाव है, हमारा नहीं। पिताजी का ही चुनाव था, उन्हीं का है, और उसी तरीके से उन्होंने अपने वोटों की रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा है और आगे भी टूटता है।
पूरा गोपालगंज जिला मेरे साथ है, सब कोई जनता मेरा साथ दिया है, मेरा परिवार साथ दिए हैं, सबको जीत ही मेरा जीत है। जो विकास नहीं हुआ है उसको हमको पूरा करना है।
पार्टी का चेहरा था, तभी उन्हें भरोसा था कि मैं इधर जाऊंगा तो मैं जीत के आऊंगा।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक बहुत बड़ी पार्टी है। इसका मैं एक उदाहरण दे रहा हूँ। जनरल वीके सिंह हमारे हरियाणा प्रदेश के हैं। वो 2 बार गाजियाबाद से, कभी उन्होंने गाजियाबाद देखा नहीं, तो आर्मी के जनरल थे, देश की सीमाओं पे रहते थे और उन्हें लोगों ने दे दिया। गुलाम नबी आज़ाद कांग्रेस में थे, वो चुनाव लड़ते थे, वहाँ से जाके महाराष्ट्र से चुनाव जीत जाते थे। पार्टी को लोग वोट देते। पार्टी बड़ी है, पार्टी से बड़ा कभी भी पार्टी का प्रधान भी नहीं होता, पार्टी की बॉडी भी नहीं होती, पार्टी सबसे बड़ी होती है।
मोकामा और गोपालगंज के मतदाताओं ने लालू नीतीश के 7 दलों के महागठबंधन को पूरी तरह से नकार दिया। मोकामा की जीत लालू नीतीश की जीत नहीं बल्कि अनंत सिंह की जीत है, छोटे सरकार की जीत है। पिछले 7 चुनाव में अनंत सिंह और उनका परिवार 6 बार चुनाव जीत चुका है। पार्टी चाहे आरजेडी हो, जनता दल हो या निर्दलीय हो, हर बार जीत अनंत सिंह की होती रही है, न कि किसी पार्टी की।
Our reporters are joining us now. Samarth Srivastav live from Lucknow, Rohit Singh live from Patna. Let's go straight across to Samarth first. Samarth, you know, when you have these bipole elections, they usually set the mood and the trends for the election to come. And we've brought our viewers up to speed in terms of what happened right there. If you could tell us, what are the key takeaways at the moment?
If you talk about the key takeaways, then that's a massive win for BJP ahead of that particular civic elections coming in Uttar Pradesh and also the Lok Sabha elections, because this was one such important seat. Though the sympathy vote was with the BJP after the demise of Aman Giri's father, who was the candidate of BJP, but Samajwadi Party candidate Vinay Tiwari kept on complaining that yes, administration is with the side of Saffron Party, but at the end of the day, it was a major and massive difference between the votes which took place between Samajwadi Party and BJP, because BSP and Congress did not field any candidate in this particular election. And what we saw the visuals out in the Lucknow office of BJP, celebrations took place, they exchanged sweets, they burst crackers, and because they are calling it a big win ahead of civic elections, but it's not the end, because the major exam of BJP is with the Rampur and Manpuri bipoles, because these are the massive stronghold places of Samajwadi Party. If you talk about Manpuri, that is the Yadav land. If you talk about Rampur, that is a stronghold of Azam Khan. So that's going to be very crucial, and a win ahead of these two major bipoles for BJP will obviously tell the show of strength of BJP, because BJP leaders spoke to India Today TV and clearly said that they worked on booth level, and that actually helped them to get a win in Gola. Because if you talk about that particular caste scenario, then the Kurmi plus Muslim factor works very well in Gola. And if you talk about the M factor, that always went with the Samajwadi Party, while the non-Yadav OBC, that means the Kurmi factor, always went with the Saffron Party. We saw that in 2014 elections, in 2019, and the recently concluded Vidhan Sabha elections of 2022 in Uttar Pradesh. So these were the crucial things which helped in a way BJP.
Rohit is also joining us from Patna. Rohit, what are the setting trends as far as you are concerned? What are you picking up?
Well, as far as the Bihar by-election results are concerned, it's like a draw. It's a tie, 1-1 each. BJP and RJD winning and retaining their seats which they had, Mokama as well as Gopalganj. But it is very much evident that it was a bit of a shock for BJP as far as Gopalganj is concerned, because considering the victory margin, which is extremely narrow, just about 1,700 votes is the victory margin of the BJP candidate, clearly goes on to show that had Asaduddin Owaisi's AIMIM candidate not been in this election, then it would have been very difficult for BJP to win this, because remember, it's the MIM candidate who has polled about 12,000 votes, which is about 7 times more than the victory margin of Kusum Devi, the BJP candidate. So it is very much evident that Owaisi has played a very crucial role in shaping the victory of BJP as far as Gopalganj is concerned. And as far as Mokama is concerned, the victory margin of RJD has reduced, but it was almost certain like the RJD would be winning that seat, because it has remained a stronghold of Anand Singh, the Bahubali leader. He has won 4 elections from here, both from the JDU also, from the RJD also, as an independent also. So he has a stronghold in that area, and it was almost certain that now that he's in jail, his wife was fielded as the RJD candidate, that she would be winning, and that has happened. Though the victory margin has reduced as far as 2020 assembly elections are concerned. But it was a big test for Mahagathbandhan also.
All right, Samarth, Rohit, thanks so much for that. We're moving on to the other big story we're tracking here on India Today. Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar has written a fresh letter to Delhi LG VK Saxena claiming he was threatened by the jail administration after his last letter to LG about Satyendra Jain went public. After Delhi Chief Minister rubbished Sukesh's previous letter calling him the biggest thug, the jailed conman has shot another letter spurring the BJP to demand for a thorough probe into the allegations. Here's a look.
India Today's conman Sukesh and Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain newsbreak has just got bigger. First, the 200 crore extortion racket accused wrote a letter to the Delhi IG claiming that Jain sought protection money from him while he was in Tihar jail. Now Sukesh has shot off another letter, this time to the Delhi Chief Minister. The conman has put direct questions to Arvind Kejriwal. He's asked the Delhi Chief Minister why he allegedly took 50 crore rupees and asked him to bring in 30 people for party positions. Sukesh further questioned why Kejriwal has constantly kept contact with him even after his arrest. India Today questioned the AAP chief on Sukesh's latest letter bomb.
आम आदमी पार्टी के दक्षिण भारत में कोई पोजीशन देने के लिए 50 करोड़ रुपए मैंने दिए। मैं आज कह रहा हूं, मैं और भी पोजीशन देने को आप दिलाती हो तो 50-50 करोड़ दिला दो। मैं कई सारे मतलब हमारी तमिलनाडु का कोई अध्यक्ष बनने के लिए 50 करोड़ अगर देने को तैयार है तो यार हम तो बड़े माला माल हो जाएंगे।
Sukesh in his previous letter had alleged that he paid 10 crore rupees to incarcerated AAP minister Satyendra Jain as protection money in jail. Sukesh had also alleged he was promised an important party position in South India. The conman's fresh letter has triggered a new round of political slugfest, with the BJP demanding a thorough probe into the allegations. However, AAP has dismissed these charges, calling Sukesh the BJP star campaigner for the Gujarat polls.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बड़े बड़े नेताओं को सुकेश चंद्रशेखर जैसे महाठग का सहारा लेना पड़ रहा है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्टार कैंपेनर कौन है? सुकेश चंद्रशेखर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्टार कैंपेनर है।
किसी भी मुख्यमंत्री पर इस प्रकार का आरोप कि जेल में अपराधियों को शरण दे रहे हैं, उनके लिए सुविधाएं मुहैया करा रहे हैं, और सुकेश चंद्रशेखर तो एक ठग है, लेकिन तिहाड़ में तो आतंकवादी भी बंद है। तो सत्येंद्र जैन और केजरीवाल अगर सुकेश चंद्रशेखर से पैसे ले रहे हैं तो इसका मतलब ये और आतंकवादियों से, देश के दुश्मनों से, उनसे भी पैसे की डील कर रहे होंगे।
हमारा भारतीय जनता पार्टी से यही दो सवाल हैं कि पहले आप हमें बता दीजिए कि आपके अनुसार क्या सुकेश चंद्रशेखर ठग है या सत्यवादी राजा हरिश्चंद्र है। दूसरा सवाल, क्या सुकेश चंद्रशेखर को तिहाड़ जेल से छुड़वाकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अमित शाह जी और नड्डा जी ज्वाइन कराने वाले?
ऐसा है कि अभी सत्येंद्र जैन नए डॉन बनकर दिल्ली में सामने आए हैं। ये आम आदमी पार्टी का जो पहला गनौना चेहरा था उससे भी भयानक चेहरा सामने दिख रहा है।
The BJP has now leveled bigger allegations, claiming Sukesh and Jain maintain contact with Kejriwal from jail and have demanded the AAP conveners call details.
Sukesh has spoken to Arvind Kejriwal as the Chief Minister and has also said as AK2, the number of Arvind Kejriwal is stored in the phone book of Satyendra Jain, and if AK2 is recorded and there's an extortion racket and money racket operating out of Tihar jail, a strict action needs to be taken.
Not just that, the BJP is also lobbying for the AAP minister to be shifted out of Tihar jail.
ये व्यक्ति खुद जेल मंत्री है, जेल में बैठा है और मुख्यमंत्री को कुछ गलती नहीं दिखाई देती। आप बताइए, दुनिया बताए ना। अरे किसी भी जेल में भेजो, यहाँ नहीं रह सकता, कहीं भी भेजो, काला पानी भेजो भाई।
Between the money laundering case, massage gate, and now this Sukesh salvo, trouble is only mounting for Satyendra Jain and AAP.
Slipping into a break. When we return, it's a baby girl for Ranbir and Alia, bringing you that in moments from now.
You are watching India Today. Watching India Today.
Congratulations are in order for Bollywood star couple Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor have been blessed with a baby girl. Celebrations erupt in the Kapoor and Bhatt households. Here's a look.
It's time for the Kapoors and the Bhatts to celebrate as Alia and Ranbir have finally become proud parents to a baby girl. The couple was blessed with their first child on November 6 morning at the Ambani Hospital in Mumbai. Soon after, they also released a statement announcing the arrival of their little one. Alia was spotted arriving at the hospital for delivery, while mother-in-law Neetu Kapoor reached at around noon to be there by her beloved Bahu's side. Congratulatory messages and comments also started pouring in for the couple as soon as the news of the arrival of their baby came in. Alia Bhatt and Ranbir Kapoor had announced their pregnancy in June, months after they tied the knot on April 14. In October, the couple in fact had also hosted an intimate baby shower at their Vastu residence with close friends and family in attendance. Neetu Kapoor, Ridhima Kapoor, Shaheen Bhatt, Mahesh Bhatt, Karan Johar, Ayan Mukherjee and Karisma Kapoor were among the ones who arrived for the ceremony. Several pictures from the day also went viral on social media. Now, if you jog your memory, their love story wasn't a regular guy meets the girl romance. In fact, theirs was something you'll find in fairy tales, a relationship that was always meant to be. Yes, before something actually started brewing between the two, Alia crossed paths with Ranbir. Their first meeting was back in 2004. He was working as an assistant director to Sanjay Leela Bhansali's Black, while she, at the age of 11, visited the sets for an audition.
Man, you'd love to have content for you.
Ranbir? It was in 2013 Alia Bhatt appeared on Karan Johar's Coffee with Karan and confessed her love for Ranbir. She said that she had a huge crush on him. What's more,
who would you kill, marry or hook up with?
Marry Ranbir. Even Ranbir was turning heads in the same year when he showed up for the promotions of Alia Bhatt's Imtiaz Ali directorial Highway. The duo ever since was inseparable, and how. They made their first public appearance together in 2018 at Sonam Kapoor's reception, and this was followed by many more on several occasions, including family weddings and cozy lunches or dinner parties. From sharing posts of Ranbir on social media, every now and then to going out on vacations together, supporting each other at both personal as well as professional levels, to often taking routine inspections at the construction site of their new abode with Neetu Kapoor. Alia and Ranbir have given major couple goals and are continuing to do so, leaving fans asking for more. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And from me, Chayati Narula on this bulletin. For further news and updates, do not forget to log on to indiatoday.in or go ahead and download our app. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks for your time.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Max Life Insurance. You are the difference.
Hello and welcome to Battle of Champions. We're coming to you live from Melbourne, where we witnessed another, and I'm going to quote Ravichandran Ashwin, another clinical performance by the Indian team, defeating Zimbabwe by a huge margin of 71 runs. What that does is takes India to the top of their table, which now takes India to the semi-final, and that semi-final will be played in Adelaide. Plenty to discuss with Sunny Gavaskar, who joins me, and it's pretty late at night here, and that's why I have had to bribe him with some coffee. Only then is he agreed to come and do live with us. But you know, it's been a long day for all of us covering the game. There was a massive build-up, almost a sold-out stadium, the MCG, despite it being an inconsequential game in that sense, because India had already qualified for the semi-final. Before we take a closer look at that encounter, let's take a look at the highlights in a game where India batted first, got 186 and then won by 71 runs.
Rohit Sharma elected to bat first, but he himself couldn't make good use of that opportunity. A short delivery doing the trick for Zimbabwe.
Was mentioning using his height.
But KL Rahul, after playing out a maiden over to start with, soon began to launch big boundaries.
Excellent.
He shared a 60-run stand with informed Virat Kohli before the latter was caught at long off, looking to clear the fence. Next over, KL Rahul launched Sikandar Raza for a 6 to bring up his half-century of 34 balls.
He's one of the clean.
But the very next ball, Raza had his man, with KL Rahul going for another one, only to be caught at the edge of the boundary.
For his 100th T20 international.
Ryan Burl pulled off a blinder at wide long on to send back Rishabh Pant, who was playing his first game of the tournament. Even as India lost wickets in a heap, Suryakumar Yadav's presence made all the difference with his innovative and audacious stroke play. It took him just 23 deliveries to race to yet another half-century, and his unbeaten 61 of just 25 balls helped India post 186 for 5.
Well, you and I can't do it.
Zimbabwe's chase was derailed by the Indian fast bowlers right at the start.
What a sensational...
First, Bhuvneshwar Kumar got Wesley Madavere, and then Arshdeep Singh got Chakaba. Mohammad Shami and Hardik Pandya also joined the party to reduce Zimbabwe to 36 for 5 in 8 overs. Once again, India's inability to get wickets in the middle overs was exposed, with spinners Ashwin and Akshar Patel operating. That allowed Ryan Burl and Sikandar Raza to stitch a 60-run stand at a brisk pace.
That area.
Ashwin finally had some relief when Burl edged one onto his stumps. It was always going India's way, and the formalities were completed with men in blue registering a massive 71-run victory to nicely warm up for the semi-final against England on Thursday. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Okay, dominating performance there from the Indian team in their last league encounter before they play the semi-final. Sunny Gavaskar with us. Sunny bhai, we keep talking about momentum and that you need to win. There was plenty of talk, inconsequential games. So even if India loses, they qualify for the semi-final. But do you think they've ticked all the right boxes now going ahead into the semis?
Most of the boxes. You can't say that they have ticked all the boxes. Because that can make a team feel complicit. But I think the performance, for example, Rahul batting so well, Kohli also getting going but not able to go on to play the kind of innings we have seen him in the previous matches. Suryakumar Yadav batting the way he did, and then the bowling. The bowling was very, very good. I think the spinners, you have to be just a little bit concerned because both the spinners conceded quite a bit of runs, and because they keep on bowling at that flat on these pitches where there's not much turn for the finger spinner, it's a lot easier to hit them. They might have taken wickets, but they've also given away a lot of runs. So I think that's an aspect that they need to look at, and therefore whether to go drop a spinner and take another extra medium pacer like a Harshal Patel, that is something that they'll have to think over the next couple of days before they play the semi-finals.
So plenty still to think for the Indian team ahead of that semi-final up against very tough opposition in England. But first, let's listen in to the Indian captain Rohit Sharma as well as the star performer Suryakumar Yadav. Both spoke to the media after India's win versus Zimbabwe, and this is what they had to say.
Yeah, I thought it was a good all-round performance, something that we were looking for. I do understand before the game we were qualified, but it was important for us to come out here and play the way we wanted to play, and I thought we got pretty much from the game. No, absolutely. I think what he is doing for the team is it's remarkable. Just coming out there and playing the way he wants to play, playing and taking the pressure off the other batsmen as well. That is, I think, from the team's perspective, it's quite important because we know his ability, and it allows the other guy who bats around him to take some time as well, and just the confidence that he shows when he bats. The dugout can really be at ease when he bats, and he's shown a lot of composure in the entire game that he's played so far, and this is something that we expect from him, and he's gone from strength to strength.
I think the plan was very clear when me and Karthik were batting together. He said the same thing, let's take a positive route from here and see where we land at the end of 20 overs. And when we started hitting good boundaries, we got runs in that over, then we never stopped till 20th over. I think everything is good. The atmosphere of the team is really nice, and the build-up to the knockouts was really nice. Really looking forward to the game. My plan has always been clear. I mean, I have not tried doing anything different. I do the same thing when I bat in the nets as well. And whatever the situation is, I just try and see what my team needs at that situation and bat accordingly.
Okay, so high praise there from both Rohit Sharma and Suryakumar Yadav talking about that innings. I'll get to Suryakumar Yadav a little later. Let's talk about Rohit Sharma. He hasn't been in great nick at the moment. What do you reckon? He's saving runs for the semis and the finals, or do you think now he really needs to look at his batting closely?
Well, just let's hope that he's saving the runs for the next two matches, which are going to be the biggest matches, because obviously, in a group game, you know that there is another game to follow, so you can, maybe sometimes try a little too much and get out. But now these are knockout games. So in a knockout game, you can't really afford to experiment too much. You need to be at your best. So let's hope that Rohit Sharma comes across to his best. What has been happening is because he himself, being the captain, has set this template that in the first 6 overs they're going to go bang, bang, bang. Now certainly he can't be seen as looking to work the ball around. He's always been a puller of the ball. But on Australian boundaries, that pull shot has got him into trouble here. We saw that 2 years ago as well. He got out twice playing the pull shot after having scored 40-50 runs. And that's something that that's something that he has to think about. Because you look at the percentages. Clearly in a T20 format with just one fielder in the first 6 overs out there. I don't think they'll put 2 fielders out there. One fielder, then he's got to be very, very mindful of where the fielder is and play that pull shot. It's a productive shot for him as well. Let's not make any mistake about that. He scores a lot of runs on that. But he also gets out. And over here, if he can hit it away from that fielder, then obviously it's going to get him runs. But yes, a captain scoring runs, a captain who's a bowler captain picking the wickets, makes a big difference. If you have a look at the teams that have actually not gone on, you see that their captains are the ones who haven't really done well. You look at today, I mean, you saw Australia, Finch, got runs in one game, didn't do anything. Shakib for Bangladesh, didn't do anything, struggled a little bit. You look at the other teams, which are supposed South Africa, Temba, Bavuma, didn't do anything at all.
Yeah.
So the captains who haven't, your captaincy also suffers to an extent because you don't have that authority. Because people generally don't say that, but people, when you're scoring runs, when you're taking wickets, you have that authority to say, yeah, do this, do that, do that. And Rohit, of course, has got the respect of the team. You can see that from the way the team responds to him. So I don't think that's going to happen in Rohit's case. But for himself as well. Sometimes, it's a decision that you're looking to take, which you're not very sure, should I or should I not? There's that instinct that kicks in. But if you're scoring runs, then you go with that. Yes, you take an instinctive call. Yes, this is it. And it works 9 times out of 10.
I think Sai Gavaskar makes a very valid point about the size of the boundaries as well. That same pull shot for Rohit Sharma, most often in subcontinental grounds is a 6. Bigger boundary, he gets caught there. The other thing that India tried, and you thought that India must go ahead with Rishabh Pant, give him some sort of opportunity to free his arms and legs and get into his groove. But did he make most of this opportunity?
Again, I think, it's a bit like what Bangladesh did the other day. They didn't play smart cricket. They're looking to try and hit the 6s. And I think in Rishabh Pant's case, you can excuse him because it was only his first match and he came in a situation where, India had maybe just stagnated just that little bit, weren't scoring as many. So maybe he looked to do that. But he had somebody like a Suryakumar Yadav at the other end. Yeah. And so with that in mind, and because he's a captain as well, and he's a captain in waiting, so he should be thinking, hang on a minute, let me play some smart cricket. I will run hard, push it. Once I get my feel and I feel settled, then I can go for the big shot. Then I target. What the target is, then it's a straight boundary. The straight boundary is 73. The other boundaries are about 80, 89 meters. Or 5-7 meters can make a big difference. And that's what happened.
Okay. We'll also talk about the man of the moment, and that is Suryakumar Yadav, because we're saving the best for the last. But the one, element of the game that can never be underestimated, that's the fan power, the Indian fan power that you get to see in any stadium. We were today at the MCG. It felt like any ground in India. That's the kind of enthusiasm you see with the fans. All of them turned up in large number. And before I came here, everyone would say Kohli. That still exists. But there's another name that's ringing there, and that is Sky. Just listen into the fans after the Zimbabwe victory. It says Surya, he is on fire. And I have another one where he says Surya is far. So, okay, this one's jersey says India झुकेगा नहीं.
नमस्कार दोस्तों. झुकेगा नहीं.
Fans all lining up. When the tournament started, I thought,
He has been brilliant throughout the tournament.
He has been.
It's the era of Suryakumar Yadav.
Wow, that's a big statement.
Surya is the X factor of this team. Let's not forget.
Yes, it is.
Like 2011 Yuvraj, 2022 Surya. I think history will repeat itself. 2007 we got knocked out of the first stage. 2011 we won the World Cup. 2021 knocked out of the first stage. 22 we are winning this World Cup.
Yes!
India! And with me, two very special fans. Give me your names first.
Anshul, Arushi.
Okay, show me what their poster says. So they carried this poster which says, Arshdeep, will you marry me? Firstly, did he notice it?
We got on the TV. So we hope we did.
On TV right now, but you're talking about the match.
In the match we got on the screen. We don't know if he saw it.
But you've made a mistake. You should have left the phone number. How else is he going to get in touch with you even if he saw it?
Look, we're everywhere. We come to all these matches. We will be at the finals.
Okay, but tell me, which one of you decided to make this?
हम बैठे बैठे सोच रहे थे करना था कुछ का
बैठे बैठे प्यार हो गया इनको whose ideas?
He's 23 so he's in between our ages so he can marry either one मेरे से 1 साल छोटा है
but it's your both's idea, right? Yeah. But whose proposal is this?
मेरा proposal है. It's my proposal too.
Oh my God! So are you gonna fight now? Now you get why is this shortage of a girl? Okay, but see that's Arshdeep's fan following. Maybe he would have noticed it if he did.
We love you, Arshdeep. I love you so much.
So what is it that you like about him? And when did you become his?
Such a good bowler. I was floored when I saw him, and he's cute to be there. Cute to be here.
What about you?
He's really cute.
I hope he's got a glimpse of this while it was on television right now.
India! 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 Guys! Sports today! Zindabad! Sports today! Zindabad! India today! Zindabad! India today! Zindabad! India today!
We've taken, what does this say? Okay, let me take it.
We being Guju.
Okay, so what does this say?
It says, come on Dokla for you, Hardik Pandya. Anytime you can come and visit us.
Yes. So they've prepared special doklas for Hardik Pandya. He can come. Maybe he needs that dokla energy to get his sixes going.
Yes. Guju power.
Okay, Saniba, it takes a long time to build that fan following. Sunny Gavaskar had to get a lot of runs in Australia to do that. Sachin Tendulkar had to get a lot of runs. Virat Kohli had to get a lot of runs. Suryakumar Yadav, he's barely come to Australia. Already I see fans chanting his name. That's the kind of impact he's had in such a short international career.
And not surprising because, he's actually played some outstanding cricket. Some of the shots that we've seen, there was that one scoop that he played today. Was amazing. That was unbelievable. It went for a 6, using the angle towards in the final over, for example, going right across. And if he had left the ball, it would have been a wide ball. But converting that low Yorker and hitting it over square leg, not easy shot. Again, let's not forget the size of the boundaries. So don't forget that. And going for a 6 and into the stands, not just crossing the ropes. So look, he's taken India in a different direction. He's the one who's giving India that push, that momentum, that impetus, which is making the difference. So even in the earlier matches, he's done that. But we haven't really given him the kind of, the praise that we should have. But right now, I'm so happy that he's getting it because he deserves every single bit of it. He's been a late bloomer, a late arrival on the international scene. He was scoring lots of runs, but like it happens with a lot of people, the middle order was crowded. So he wasn't able to get the opportunity to play. Sometimes it happens. Right. But at least luckily he's got the opportunity to play. And I do believe with his fitness, we should be seeing Suryakumar Yadav for another 5-6 runs. And do not forget his catching. Yes. In the deep, the way he covers the ground, the way he anticipates, takes the catches. Don't forget that aspect of his cricket as well.
Does that also worry you to an extent? Because the Indian middle order hasn't really fired in this tournament. But there's only Suryakumar Yadav that steps up and show that, he takes India into a safe zone or a match-winning zone. Do you think that the day he doesn't come good, it could be a semi-final, final? Because, you can be consistent, but you can't get runs in every game. That day, India would be a worried team?
Yes, I think so. I think because, the fact that he look, if he hadn't scored those 61 at a strike rate of to almost 250, India wouldn't have reached 140, 150. Yeah. They were so far behind. So the fact that he came in and scored those runs is the reason why India ended up with 186. So yes, I think when he doesn't score runs, we have to hope that he only hasn't scored runs because he's coming to bat for 3 or 4 overs, and the top 4 batsmen have got India to 150, 160.
I sometimes wonder whether there's a computer chip inside his brain, because the way he picks those gaps, bowlers have certain ways of bowling. So you'll bowl outside the off stump, he'll take that front leg there and hit them, bring the fine leg in, he'll hit you there, bring the mid wicket in, he'll hit you there. I mean, it can't be easy picking gaps the way he does. He makes it look so easy.
And awareness of the field is such an important aspect of batsmanship in any form of the game, whether it's Test cricket or it's 50 overs or T20, but more so perhaps in T20, we are looking for the boundaries and the sixes. So he's been doing that consistently. So that's been the best part about his batting, is that he's been doing, making this look so simple. He's the new Mr. 360, genuinely Mr. 360, because he can play the ram shot like this, which goes to the right of the wicketkeeper. We saw him play the scoop shot, not the scoop sweep, the scoop shot, which has gone to the left of the wicketkeeper. So yes, I think he's the genuine article now, the new Mr. 360.
Well, that's right. I read somewhere that the original Mr. 360, A.B. de Villiers, has also acknowledged that yes, Suryakumar Yadav is the new Mr. 360. As Sanibai is saying that, he's got the ram shot as well. So you bring the third man in and he'll hit you there. Bring the final leg in, he'll hit you there. Whatever you do with the field, he'll end up finding gaps. And that's how outstanding he is to watch. And sometimes you have to be on the field to observe that. Sometimes on television you really can't make out because you see those field changes and you realize how good Suryakumar Yadav is. Okay, talking about Suryakumar Yadav, Sanibai said 61 that he got today, and what's really a standout thing in his innings is the fact that the rate of knots that he scores with 200 plus strike rate every time that he goes out to bat, and today was no different. Let's just enjoy that knock by Sky.
Yes, the previous one was a little bit Garava. It's crowd noise.
Superb. He is at a different level, a template that only he can follow. Suryakumar Yadav has redefined the way T20 cricket is played.
Yes, it's cleared his front foot and look at that.
He's audacious in his stroke play and reputations rarely matter to him. He can pull off the most difficult of shots that don't even exist in the book. One may argue about the risk that he takes, but he's getting the job done at an alarming consistency. This year, he's the leading run getter in T20 internationals with over 1,000 runs at an average of 44. But what separates him from the rest is that strike rate of over 186. Against South Africa, on a spicy Perth wicket, even as the other Indian batters were falling one after the other, Surya kept his team in the hunt with his attacking stroke play.
Up and over and brilliantly played.
For him, it's all about execution.
जो हम लोग के मैनेजमेंट है उन लोग सुबह वीडियोस सब कुछ अवेलेबल रहता है वो बुलाते हैं आधे घंटे के गैप में वो दिखाते हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा तो आइडिया लग जाता है बाकी तो गेम प्लान आपका रहता ही है बट थोड़ा आइडिया लग जाता है कि कौन से बॉलर के पास क्या क्या वेरिएशंस है तो आप अपने शॉट्स रेडी कर लेते हो वो टाइम पे और फिर ग्राउंड पे जाने के बाद तो फिर वही सब एग्जीक्यूशन की बात है और जैसे आप अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस करते हो वही है
Surya's presence in the middle order has had a calming effect on the Indian team. It's not just about the amount of runs he scores, but the manner in which he gets them, something that the English team began some years ago.
It's a 12-15 T20 internationals.
Perhaps time has come to give England a taste of their own medicine, and what better occasion for Suryakumar Yadav to do that in this T20 World Cup semi-final. Sports Bureau, India Today.
What an outstanding knock there by Sky once again. The other aspect of his game, Saibai, which cannot be understated, is the way he attacks right from the word go. No matter what the situation, that's a risky tactic. But if the ball is there to be hit, he'll hit it for a four.
Well, I think that also stems from confidence. The confidence that, he's in good nick, that he has the shots, he knows where the fielders are. Look, he began his T20 career, first ball he hit Jofra Archer, no less. Jofra Archer was quick. He scooped him for a 6. So if somebody can do that with the first ball of his international career, he just tells you the enormous self-belief that he has. And then when you're scoring runs, it's just that, your body shape is fine, everything you're trying to do. When you're not scoring runs, you're a little bit tight. So, your hands don't flow towards the ball, you don't go there. And this is not happening with him because he's scoring runs. So, straight away once he comes in, he'll play this shot because he's got the confidence that come what may, his judgment of the line length is going to be perfect and he's going to get away with that shot.
I'm just going to talk about a couple more players and their performances today. KL Rahul got a good knock the other day, got another good, quick fire 50. The only thing that you could see that he gets that 50, then gets out. If you could pass on advice to him, what would you say?
Nothing. I think, ideally, I think you just be aware of what the boundary sizes are and play your shots accordingly. Look, he's got a 50. Now, earlier on, we were talking how he's not going. Now, when you've got a 50, you're still making a complaint. Look, this is.
It is greedy Indian fans.
I totally understand that. I think Indian fans are like that they want more and more and more. I totally understand that. But look, He's just come into form. 2 successive 50s he's got. He's fielding brilliantly. He's taking great catches, diving around, throwing. His commitment is total. So let him just relax and play the way he can play. Like I've been saying all this time, that he actually doesn't seem to know the kind of ability that he has. He's got huge ability, enormous ability. He's an outstanding player in defense or whatever it is. The first time I saw him play was 2014 when the first ball that he faced was from Mitchell Johnson, short ball on his test debut. He got right behind the line and played it pop down there. Now when he did that, and I said to myself, that is a player. That is a player. Okay. He took a little time to get going, which is understandable. But look, he's doing well. So let's not question that he should go on, etc. He's scoring 50. So let's be happy with that, and let's hope that he will carry on and get you the 70, 80, 90, or maybe even 100. That will help India to get to almost 180, 90, or maybe 200.
Finally, I'll talk about the 2 spinners. Let's start with Akshay Patel. He was a revelation as soon as he replaced Ravindra Jadeja. People thought that, hey, listen, he may even be better than a Ravindra Jadeja as far as the bowling is concerned. That's how effective he was in T20 cricket. Hasn't been that effective in Australia. Is it the change of condition? What's not working for
It's the pitches. Over here, and the pitches don't really help the finger spinner to get that much, turn. And so therefore, he's struggled a little bit because his pace is such and his length is such that you can fairly predict and then go through the line because you know that the ball's not going to deviate. But what he's also started to do now, which is again comes with experience, is that he sometimes the angle with which he delivers the ball is also changing. So he knows that he probably doesn't have the variety that you need at the test level. At the test level, it can work. But at this level, so he just changes the delivery angle and uses his crease nicely. But if he can vary his pace, then he'll be that much even more difficult to score off. At the moment, the reason why he's conceding so many runs is bowling flat, and it becoming easy for the batsman when the length is there. It's an automatic thing. When you play Test cricket, that's the length that you bowl. So automatically you bowl that length. So the moment Ashwin bowled further up, that Burl.
Yes, he got out. Yes.
Burl got out because it was too close to him. If it had been even a foot and a half a little further up, it would have gone for a 6. So I think it's a matter of adjusting that length. Hopefully he will have learned from this game, and then if he does that, because he's got the happy knack of picking wickets, Akshar Patel.
Yes.
He picks wickets. So it's just that if he can pick wickets and not give these runs that he's doing, he'll be a valuable addition.
So we're completely out of time. So
I'm sure. I'm giving long answers.
No. Brief, one-word answer. India-Pakistan final coming up.
Yes.
Yes, okay, that's good enough for us. Sunny Gavaskar, thanks so much for joining us this late in the night. Of course, the coffee that he's holding also helped. But that's all the time that we have on Battle of Champions. But remember, India are going to be playing the semi-final. It's a World Cup that every fan hopes for. And your destination for all the analysis, match reports, ground reports. It is India Today. So we'll see you tomorrow, same time. For the moment, we're signing off from Melbourne. Bye-bye.
News is about putting people first.
Just look at the queues right across.
About asking the right questions to those in power. Is money power being used to bring down elected governments? Who will be held accountable for ministerial corruption? It takes no sides.
माँ का दर्द एक दर्द कोई नहीं समझ सकता उस दर्द को.
It reveals. It heals.
Angry people came out on the streets. Is this the kind of justice system we want in this country?
News is all heart and no hatred.
बिल्किस बानो आज क्या कहना चाहेंगी आप?
हमारे साथ जो हुआ है किसी के साथ भी नहीं होना चाहिए.
Experience the news. With me, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
आप तालियों से स्वागत करिए आज के खास मेहमान शिखर धवन को.
Thank you so much.
Shikhar needs no introduction, कोई introduction की जरूरत नहीं है, but he is now going to wear a new hat क्योंकि कुछ ही दिनों पहले उन्हें Kings 11 पंजाब का कप्तान नियुक्त किया गया. He is going to be the captain of the Kings 11 Punjab for 2023. And also interestingly, he is also appearing in a movie where he is dancing with Huma Qureshi. What is it? Double XL2.
Double XL, yeah.
Double XL. So Shikhar Dhawan is about to make his Bollywood debut also. Finding life after cricket in a way while he is still playing the game. Shikhar, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Radip bhai, and good evening to everyone. And I hope you all having a great time over here.
आप आज एक ऐसे दिन पर हमारे साथ हो जो एक स्पेशल दिन है कई कारणों के लिए. इंडिया is all set to enter semi-finals IPL of the World T20 और आज विराट कोहली का बर्थडे भी है. How would you like to greet Virat Kohli on his birthday, Shikhar bhai?
विराट को पहले तो कि विराट ने इतना अच्छा परफॉर्म किया वर्ल्ड कप में एंड आई एम श्योर कि ही मस्ट बी क्वाइट हैप्पी विद हिज परफॉर्मेंस एंड विशिंग हिम अ वेरी वेरी हैप्पी बर्थडे एंड मालिक उसे खूब अच्छी सेहत तरक्की और खुशियों से बख्शे. यही दिल से अरदास है एंड ही इज डूइंग सो वेल फॉर हिमसेल्फ सो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी फॉर हिम. एंड बाकी इंडिया सेमीफाइनल के लिए पहुंच रहा है तो इंडिया राइट टाइम पे पीक कर रहा है इस टूर्नामेंट पे. They're getting better at every match and which is very very good to see, and as all Indians we are supporting them and rooting for them. Yeah.
मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ, आप दिल्ली से आते हैं, क्लास ऑफ 2004 जब आप अंडर 19 वर्ल्ड कप खेले, विराट कोहली क्लास ऑफ 2008 वर्ल्ड कप खेले. ये विराट की खासियत बताइए क्योंकि इन अ वे आपके जनरेशन का शायद सबसे बड़ा खिलाड़ी वो था और है. क्या है विराट कोहली में और क्या है दिल्ली के ये लड़कों में, शिखर धवन हो या विराट कोहली हो, कुछ तो जज्बा है आप में.
विराट का जो सेल्फ बिलीफ है वो बहुत स्ट्रांग है. तो आई फील जितने भी सक्सेसफुल लोग होते हैं उनका सेल्फ बिलीफ काफ़ी स्ट्रांग रहता है और जब भी उससे बात करो तो उसका माइंडसेट काफ़ी पॉजिटिव है. एंड इट्स ऑल अबाउट हाउ यू टॉक टू योर सेल्फ बिकॉज इंसान सबसे ज़्यादा अपने आप से बात करता है. तो यू कैन बी योर बेस्ट फ्रेंड और योर ओन विक्टिम. सो टोटली डिपेंड्स ऑन द इंडिविजुअल एंड और उसके साथ मेहनत करना, डिसिप्लिन. ही इज़ क्वाइट डिसिप्लिन एज वेल. लाइक जब वो स्टार्टिंग में आया था अपने करियर में तो सब कुछ खाता था तो थोड़ा मोटा भी था और फिर उसका जब एक बारी स्विच आया कि नहीं यार अब मेरे को संभालना है तो वो टोटली एक्सट्रीम में दूसरा एंड पे चला गया और ना कार्ब्स खाने से प्रोटीन पे रहता था. तो इज़ वेरी वेरी हिज विल पावर इज़ वेरी स्ट्रांग एज वेल. सो वो एक खूबी है और स्किल उसकी अच्छी है ही है. तो जब वो इन तीनों चीज़ों का कॉम्बिनेशन बनता है तो यू गेट दैट सक्सेस. एंड दिल्ली में के लड़कों की ये खूबी है कि नॉर्थ बेल्ट जो है एग्रेसिव बेल्ट है एंड जिगरा भी है. दिल्ली दिल वालों की है तो जिगरा भी है. एक तो जिगरा होना बड़ा ज़रूरी है. आपके पास सारी समझदारी हो सकती है लेकिन अगर जिगरा नहीं है तो फिर वो समझदारी भी किसी काम की नहीं. तो वो करेज होना ज़रूरी है. एंड बात जीत हार की नहीं होती लेकिन जिगरे की होती है कि किसमें कितना दम है.
चलिए, दिल्ली के लड़कों में जिगर है. मैं
गुड लुक्स भी हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं.
मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा हूं क्योंकि देखिए दो बॉल में विराट का करियर एक बार फिर बदल गया. कल तक जो लोग कह रहे थे विराट कोहली इज फिनिश्ड, 2 छक्के मारता है हरीश राव को, इंडिया को जिताता है मैच अगेंस्ट पाकिस्तान और अब सब कह रहे हैं विराट कोहली इज द किंग वंस अगेन. ये दुनिया ऐसी है.
बिल्कुल दुनिया ऐसी है और सी जब क्रिकेट की बात आती है तो काफ़ी इमोशंस रहते हैं और जो एक नॉर्मल लेमैन देख रहा था उनके वो इमोशन से बात करते हैं अपने, तो उन्हें नहीं पता कि भाई एक क्रिकेटर की लाइफ में क्या चलता है, क्या प्रोसेस है, क्या अप्स एंड डाउन्स देखने होते हैं। उनका सिर्फ जो एंड रिजल्ट होता है उससे उनका इमोशन होता है। तो पर क्रिकेटर वैसा नहीं सोचता, क्रिकेटर एक अपने प्रोसेस पे बिलीव रखता है, वो क्रिकेटर काफ़ी प्रोसेस ओरिएंटेड रहते हैं, तो वहाँ पे एक फ़र्क आता है। लेकिन स्पोर्ट्समैन या सेलिब्रिटीज़ एज वेल वो एक शील्ड बना के रखनी पड़ती है कि भाई जो इतने नेगेटिव कमेंट्स आ रहे हैं तो उससे उसको कैसे अपने अंदर दिमाग में नहीं लाना, क्योंकि वो नेगेटिव कमेंट्स अगर उससे इफेक्ट होना शुरू हो गए तो फिर वो पॉजिटिविटी चली जाती है। एंड दैट्स वेयर इवन विराट इज़ वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग एंड उसका जो सेल्फ बिलीव था वो बरकरार रहा, और चाहे वो रन नहीं भी बना रहा था लेकिन वो मेहनत उससे ज़्यादा कर रहा था और स्क्रैच कर रहा था। और क्या होता है कि जब बंदा अच्छा नहीं कर रहा होता है, स्ट्रेस से भी गुजरता है, तो यू डिग मोर डीपर, यू थिंक मोर कि क्या और कर सकता हूँ, कहाँ गलती है, क्या कमी है। तो सेल्फ रिफ्लेक्शन करना बड़ा ज़रूरी है। तो आई फील कि हर एक फेज लाइफ में सिखाता है, चाहे वो सक्सेस का हो चाहे वो फेलियर हो, एंड इट्स अबाउट द जर्नी, इट्स नॉट अबाउट द डेस्टिनेशन। बिकॉज अगर आप कोई चीज़ अचीव भी कर लेते हो तो उसकी खुशी वहाँ पे आधा घंटा, 1 घंटा, 1 दिन कर लोगे, लेकिन जो मज़ा जर्नी का है, तो वंस इंडिविजुअल रियलाइजेस कि भाई इट्स ऑल अबाउट जर्नी, देन इट्स मोर फन।
आपने कहा दिल्ली के लड़कों में जिगर है, ऑल ऑफ यू आर वेरी डिस्टिंक्टिव। आप हर दिल्ली के क्रिकेटर की एक डिस्टिंक्टिव अदा है। विराट के टैटूज हैं, शिखर का हेयर स्टाइल है, आपके रिप्ड जीन्स हैं। अगर पुराने क्रिकेटर आपको देखते तो कहते यार ये कहाँ से आया है ना? ये नहीं, आपकी जो स्टाइल है, चलने की अदा है। यू वांट टू शो मी दिस थाई 5 जो आप करते हो, ये कहां से शुरू हुआ ये थाई? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल शो अस क्लासिक शिखर धवन थाई 5। थाई 5 होता क्या है?
थाई 5 जैसे मैंने कैच पकड़ी तो
किसी के पास बॉल है या नहीं है? अगर बॉल नहीं है, इमेजिन दैट शिखर ने कैच पकड़ लिए, बाउंड्री लाइन पर है,
तो ऐसे कैच ही है ना।
हाँ। अरे वाह! पर ये कहां से शुरू हुआ, कैसे शुरू हुआ?
ये जैसे जब मैं कबड्डी देखता था तो मुझे काफ़ी मज़ा आता था कबड्डी देखने में, और कबड्डी में कभी जब भी रेडर पॉइंट लेके आता है तो रेड मारने के बाद वो करता है ना, इट्स अ वेरी मैनली थिंग एंड आई गॉट कनेक्टेड विद इट। और फिर मेरे को जब मैंने कैच पकड़ी तो करना शुरू किया, तो मैं बड़ा दिल से करता था। और अब कभी भी मैं कहीं जैसे बाउंड्री पे खड़ा होता तो वहाँ पे सारे ऑडियंस या जितनी पब्लिक होती है मेरे को हमेशा थाई फाई करने को बोलती रहती है, तो अच्छा लगता है कि जो चीज़ मैं दिल से करता हूँ वो दूसरे लोगों के दिल तक पहुँचती है, तो खुशी होती है।
You know, I think very few people know कि शिखर धवन ने जो लास्ट आईसीसी ट्रॉफी इंडिया जीती थी 2013 में, उसमें आपका बहुत बड़ा योगदान था। यू आर द टॉप स्कोरर इन दैट टूर्नामेंट in England, 2013 Champions Trophy, and you have a great record in 50 over cricket, especially in ICC, average of over 53. तो as India is entering semi-finals and 2 मैच रहेंगे टूर्नामेंट जीतने के लिए, क्या होता है? वाई इज इट कि आईसीसी टूर्नामेंट्स में क्या करना पड़ता है शिखर पर आने के लिए टू विन द टूर्नामेंट? क्या करना पड़ेगा ऑस्ट्रेलिया में? अब
ऑस्ट्रेलिया में यही कि ऑफ कोर्स दे हैव टू प्ले गुड क्रिकेट एंड एवरीवन नोज देयर रोल, और जब पूरी टीम अच्छा परफॉर्म करती है तो जीतती है। कभी भी चैंपियनशिप किसी एक प्लेयर के बलबूते पे नहीं जीती जाती, पूरी टीम को अच्छा करना पड़ता है। और अभी अगर देखें तो सब परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, तो वो एक बड़ी अच्छी साइन है हमारी टीम के लिए। और जितनी गलतियां कम करेंगे, जितना मोमेंटम अपने पे रखेंगे, और जो भी उनकी स्ट्रेटजीज रहेगी टुवर्ड्स जिस टीम के अगेंस्ट खेल रहेंगे वो, तो दोज ऑल थिंग्स एंड वो नर्व्स कंट्रोल करनी पड़ती है। इट्स ऑल अबाउट प्रेशर, इट्स अ बिग प्रेशर गेम। तो कौन कितनी नर्व्स कंट्रोल करता है और प्रेजेंट मोमेंट पे रहता है, तो वो सारे फैक्टर्स प्ले करते हैं।
पर मैं देख रहा हूं जो नए क्रिकेटर्स आ रहे हैं उनमें भी यही जो आपने जज्बे की बात की, खास करके जो नॉर्थ इंडिया से आ रहे हैं। मैंने ये नया क्रिकेटर देखा, अर्शदीप सिंह। अर्शदीप इज 19-20 बट ही सीम्स टू, और आप उनके साथ भी खेले हैं आई थिंक एट किंग्स 11। क्या खासियत है जब अर्शदीप बॉलिंग पे आता है 19th ओवर 20th ओवर, आपको लगता है ये अर्शदीप कुछ करेगा? क्या है, आपने उनको नजदीक से देखा है, इज ही अ पोटेंशियल मैच विनर? क्या वो लड़का मैच विनर बन सकता है इंडिया के लिए?
ही इज अ मैच विनर एंड अगर आप देखें तो पिछला मैच उसने बांग्लादेश के अगेंस्ट लास्ट ओवर जिताया है। ऑफ कोर्स उसके स्किल तो अच्छा है ही है, उसका जो सेल्फ बिलीफ है, ही इज अ यंगस्टर, बट इसमें क्या है कि ज़रूरी नहीं कि ज़्यादा उम्र होगी तभी ज़्यादा समझदार होगा। कई लोग जल्दी भी समझदार होते हैं, जैसे विराट इज़ अ ग्रेट एग्जांपल कि वो शुरू से ही काफ़ी मैच्योर रहा, उसको अपनी स्ट्रेंथ के बारे में पता था। सो एज एन इंडिविजुअल यू शुड नो योर स्ट्रेंथ, और फिर वो अपनी स्ट्रेंथ पे आप कितनी बार उसको रिपीट करते हो वो ज़्यादा मैटर करता है। तो उसका जो बिलीफ है, सेल्फ बिलीफ है अर्शदीप का, वो बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है। इवन जब पाकिस्तान के अगेंस्ट उसने कैच छोड़ा था एशिया कप में तो काफ़ी क्रिटिसिज्म मिला था, बट उसका जो अगेन जो सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस है वो उसने उसको दिल पे नहीं लगाया, उसने उस एनर्जी को चैनलाइज किया और अपने बेनिफिट के लिए यूज़ किया। सो दैट्स व्हाट चैंपियंस डू।
ये कहां से आता? आपने दूसरी बार एक वर्ड यूज किया, सेल्फ बिलीफ। मैं देखता हूं कि यंगर जनरेशन के जो क्रिकेटर्स हैं, दे आर लॉट ऑफ सेल्फ बिलीफ। उनमें एक है, आपने अपनी पहली मैच में अगेंस्ट ऑस्ट्रेलिया स्कोर्ड अ सेंचुरी ऑन डेब्यू इन अ टेस्ट मैच, 183 आई थिंक। ये सेल्फ बिलीफ कहां आता है? एक तरफ ऑस्ट्रेलिया है, एक तरफ पाकिस्तान जो अर्शदीप ने उनके खिलाफ जिस तरह से बॉलिंग की, ये जनरेशन आपका कैसा जनरेशन है? कहां ये, क्या कुछ बदला है यमुना के पानी में, या क्या बदला है कि ये सेल्फ बिलीफ कहां से आ गया?
तो ये सेल्फ बिलीफ जैसे डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट, अब क्या है आईपीएल आ गई, तो आईपीएल में क्या है, जब ये यंगस्टर्स आ रहे हैं और ड्रेसिंग रूम आप बड़े से बड़े प्लेयर के साथ शेयर करें, नॉट जस्ट इंडियन प्लेयर बट ओवरसीज प्लेयर्स एज वेल। सो उनके साथ जब वो परफॉर्म करता है और वो देखता है यार कि मैं तो इधर भी जो इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर है उनसे भी बड़ा परफॉर्म कर रहा हूँ, तो एक इंसान का वहाँ कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बढ़ जाता है। तो आई फील कि उससे एक जो स्पेशली इंडियन टीम में मैंने ये देखा है कि जब भी ट्रांजिशन पीरियड आया है कि नए प्लेयर्स आए हैं तो उनका जो कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल है वो बहुत आगे। जैसे जब मैंने डेब्यू किया था और आज के मैं लड़कों में देखता हूँ तो बहुत ज़्यादा फ़र्क है, उनका सेल्फ बिलीफ जनरेशन पूरी बदल गई है। तो आई फील कि क्योंकि एक्सपोजर इतना बढ़ गया है तो IPL is a great platform for all the youngsters, and again in any field it's like everyone work on their skill. So like my skill is cricket, your skill is taking into it, so we all work on a skill, and other than that we work on our physical health, but not many people work on their emotional health, where it is very important to work on your emotional health to know how to live life and how to create your dreams into reality. So वो भी एक वे है यूजिंग लॉ ऑफ अट्रैक्शन एंड संकल्प से सिद्धि कैसे करी जाती, तो वो सब अगर आर्ट आती है देन यू कैन अचीव एनीथिंग एंड नथिंग इज इम्पॉसिबल।
तुमने बढ़िया बात की शिखर अबाउट इमोशनल हेल्थ। तो व्हाट डज शिखर धवन, आप स्विच ऑफ कैसे करते हैं जब आप क्रिकेट नहीं खेलते हैं? मैंने सुना है कि आप यू आर अ वेरी गुड फ्लूट प्लेयर एंड यू आर लर्निंग हाउ टू प्ले द फ्लूट। और क्या करते हो? मैं जानता हूं और मैं करवाऊंगा आपसे एक नाच। ही इज द बेस्ट डांसर इन द इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम, पर और क्या क्या करते हो आप?
सो मैंने ऑनलाइन फ्लूट प्ले करना सीखा। सो आई हैव लर्न क्लासिकल म्यूजिक एंड मेरे को शायरी करने का शौक है। आई लव हॉर्स राइडिंग, नाउ आई गॉट डिफरेंट बिजनेसेस रनिंग एज वेल, एंड और क्या शौक है, और महफिल लगाने का शौक है, डांस करने का शौक है। तो इट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि स्पेशली जो हमारा इंडियन कल्चर है काम करने का, सब लोग काम करते रहते हैं, काम भी करना ज़रूरी है, लेकिन हॉबीज़ होना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि हॉबीज़ होएगी तो जब आप कोई भी हॉबी कर रहे हैं तो इसमें कोई स्ट्रेस लेवल नहीं है। जैसे क्रिकेट भी मैंने जब शुरू करी तो मेरे को प्यार है गेम से। बरकत तभी आती है जब आपको काम में प्यार होता है, लेकिन उसके साथ एक स्ट्रेस भी आता है क्योंकि एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं काफ़ी। लेकिन जब आप हॉबी है कोई आपकी तो कोई एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं, सो यू बिकम one with that activity, and that's meditation only, so that's automatically you get relaxed over there. So it is very important to do hobby. ये नहीं होना चाहिए कि भाई सुबह 9 बजे जा रहे हो रात को 10 बजे आ रहे हो, काम तो कर लोगे, पैसा भी कमा लोगे, हजारों करोड़ कमा लोगे, पर फायदा क्या फिर?
अरे वाह, ये बताइए, ये शेर और शायरी हमसे करवाइए थोड़ी। यू आर वेरी गुड एट शेर और शायरी। एक कोई जब आप इनिंग्स के लिए जा रहे हो या मेडिटेशन के मूड में हो,
हाँ जी,
कोई फेवरेट शेर या कोई शायरी आपकी?
अभी जैसे मैं काम के ऊपर बात कर रहा था तो काम के ऊपर रहता है कि काम गैर जरूरी जो सब करते हैं, काम गैर जरूरी जो सब करते हैं, हम कुछ नहीं करते हैं फिर भी गजब करते हैं।
अरे वाह, और एक वन लाइन दे दे। और कौन सा? तो आपका शुरू कर दी तो और एक लगा दे।
बड़े सारे हैं वो तो फिर मैं बांध दूंगा इन्हें यहाँ पे कि जितना दिया सरकार ने मुझको उतनी मेरी औकात नहीं, जितना दिया सरकार ने मुझको उतनी मेरी औकात नहीं, ये तो कर्म है उसका वरना मुझ में तो ऐसी कोई बात ही नहीं।
अरे वाह,
ये तो कर्म है उसका वरना मुझ में तो ऐसी कोई बात ही नहीं। और हार हो जाती है जब मान लिया जाता है, हार हो जाती है जब मान लिया जाता है, जीत तब होती है जब ठान लिया जाता है। और एक झलक देख के जिस शख्स की चाहत हो जाए, एक झलक देख के जिस शख्स की चाहत हो जाए, उसे पर्दे में भी पहचान लिया जाता है।
अरे वाह, वो मोबाइल मिल गया है?
जी मोबाइल मिल गया, बड़ी सारी है शायरी।
जैसे ही लोगों ने आपकी शायरी सुनी, कहा कि शिखर को अपना मोबाइल दे दो।
अच्छा, तो किस उस पे सुनाऊं मैं आपको, बताएं फिर आप, मैं उसी हिसाब से
सुना ले जिससे लोग इंस्पायर हो जाए।
हाँ जी, जिससे लोग इंस्पायर हो जाएं। अच्छा, तो एक बारी देखना पड़ेगा, बड़े सारे हैं।
अच्छा, आपने तो पूरी डायरी लगा दी है।
हाँ जी, शौक है ना, तो फिर शौक में है तो चलो एक सुनाता हूँ कि खुश दरियाओं में हल्की सी रवानी और है, अभी रेत के नीचे थोड़ा सा पानी और है। वो एक कहानी ख़त्म करके बहुत है मुखमई, भूल बैठा है कि आगे कहानी और है। और जिसे मिलता हूँ अपना समझ लेता हूँ, मुझे ये ख़ानदानी बीमारी और है। और बोरिए पर बैठिए कुल्हड़ में पानी पीजिए, बोरिए पर बैठिए कुल्हड़ में पानी पीजिए, हम कलंदर हैं हमारी मेजबानी और है।
अरे वाह, ये आप खुद लिखते हो रात में या कैसे, या सुनकर अपने मोबाइल पे लगा देते हो?
नहीं, ये खुद नहीं लिखा हुआ मैंने, ये शायद राहत इंदौरी जी का शेर है, अब वो रहे नहीं हमारे बीच में। बाकी मेरे खुद के लिखे हुए भी थोड़े बहुत शेर हैं। तो
नॉट बैड।
हाँ जी, हाँ, वो भी, क्योंकि जब शौक होता है किसी चीज़ का, फिर आपका इंटरेस्ट डेवलप होता रहता है। तो फिर जब मैं शेर सुनता हूँ तो जब सुनता रहता हूँ तो फिर अपने आप अपने भी आना शुरू हो जाते हैं। हाँ जी,
आई वांट टू आस्क यू, ये शेर तो एक चीज हो गई,
हाँ जी,
दूसरी आपकी डांसिंग है।
हाँ जी,
और उसी के साथ यू आर नाउ डूइंग अ कैमियो अपीयरेंस इन दिस फिल्म विद हुमा कुरैशी, जिसमें आपका वॉल्ट्स डांस एक है।
हाँ जी,
मैंने जो देखा है, आप बिल्कुल ब्लैक टाई में हो, उनके साथ डांस कर रहे हो। अब मैं आपके साथ नहीं कर सकता वॉल्ट्स।
हाँ जी, कोई नहीं कोई बात।
Is there somebody here who would like to do a waltz with Shikhar? Anybody out there wants to do a waltz? Come on. By the way, she's a professor of mine.
कहीं भंगड़ा मत लगा देना, मेरे को गोद में उठाना पड़ेगा।
Come. Let's do the waltz. Okay, why don't you all dance? Okay, let's see. अरे वाह, hand straight. Very good. There you've got a fan, another fan. Give him a big hand. Great sport. And great sport, Mrs. Salazar as well. So Shikhar, this is a new life, doing films. What is more difficult? Opening the batting for India or dancing with Huma Qureshi?
Opening for batting for India. उसका प्रेशर है, उसका दोनों का अपना मजा है. I enjoy both of them.
पर ये कहाँ से ये आइडिया आ गई कि पिक्चर करनी है?
आई गेस कि अच्छा, डांसिंग के बारे में बताता हूँ। मैं छोटा होता था ना, तो डांस करने का तभी से शौक था। तो पंजाबी गाने आने घर पे टीवी पे लगाना, तो मैं डांस करता था। तो मैं शादी पे जाता था तो वो डांस करता था। उस चक्कर में मेरे पापा मुझे शादी में ले जाना बंद कर दिया कि वे डांस करता रुकता ही नहीं है, जिसे वापस खैर से ले घर पे। तो याद आ गया मुझे इंसिडेंट्स। और मूवीज़ का जब ऑफर आई तो वो लाइक कि क्यों नहीं, अगर मौका आया तो क्यों ना उसको मैं I should grab that opportunity and try it. And I feel कि acting or all these sort of things comes naturally to me. I don't know if you have watched my reels एंड ऑल दैट सब, तो वो काफ़ी नेचुरली मुझे आता है एंड इट फील्स नेचुरल टू मी, सो आई एंजॉय इट एंड इट्स पार्ट ऑफ मी।
यू नो, हर जनरेशन में एक क्रिकेटर आता है जो एक्टिंग की कोशिश तो करता है। सलीम दुरानी ने एक पिक्चर की थी,
हाँ जी,
संदीप पाटिल ने एक पिक्चर की थी, सुनील गावस्कर ने भी एक मराठी पिक्चर में काम किया था, और आप कर रहे हैं। सो इज देयर अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि एक बार क्रिकेट से रिटायर हो जाए, पूरा फिल्म करियर ही शुरू कर ले?
Absolutely, you never know. So many possibilities are out there, and I won't leave any stone unturned to, you know, grab any good opportunity out there. I will go for it, and I will nail it for sure.
Lovely. You know, actually, this is an exciting time for Indian cricket. Women's cricket, BCCI ने women's cricketer को वही वेज देने की बात की है, वही पेमेंट्स मिलेंगे जो मेल क्रिकेटर्स को मिलेंगे?
बिल्कुल, एब्सोल्युटली, यू नो, आई एम ग्लैड कि एवरीवन इज अप्रिशिएटिंग टुवर्ड्स दैट थिंग, एंड सेम आई फील कि बीसीसीआई एंड जय भाई ने इतना बड़ा मूव किया है कि यू नो वुमेन को सेम मैच फीस मिलेगी, एंड आई फील वेरी हैप्पी बिकॉज वो सब भी उतनी मेहनत करते हैं और उतने जोश और जज्बे से अपने देश के लिए खेलते हैं, तो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी दैट दे गोना हैव मच मोर बेटर लाइफस्टाइल living, and they will be doing so well for them. So it's a very good initiative.
Okay, we just have a couple of minutes. I'm going to ask you rapid fire.
हाँ जी,
हाँ, मैं rapid fire में आपको पूछने वाला हूँ your favorite things. शुरू करेंगे क्रिकेट से।
हाँ जी,
आपका फेवरेट ओपनिंग बैट्समैन कौन है आपके साथ? आपकी जोड़ी नंबर 1 जिसके साथ आपकी सबसे ज्यादा बनती थी?
रोहित शर्मा। अभी भी बनती है रोहित के साथ।
रोहित के साथ बनती है?
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल बनती है।
क्या है रोहित शर्मा, बिकॉज ही इज कैप्टन ऑफ द टीम, क्या खासियत है रोहित में?
Rohit is a very simple boy and a bindas Mumbai boy, so that's it. He's very chilled out, so I like that.
यानी दिल्ली के लड़के जिगरी होते हैं, मुंबई के लड़के बिंदास होते हैं।
बिल्कुल।
चलिए, we have embraced you into Mumbai. You are welcome to come to Mumbai. Your favorite cricket moment, आपकी जिंदगी की सबसे बढ़िया क्रिकेट मोमेंट क्या रही है?
बड़े सारे हैं, जो एक फेवरेट है अभी 2019 में अगेंस्ट ऑस्ट्रेलिया मैंने सेंचुरी बनाई थी वर्ल्ड कप में, तो मैं 25 रन पे था जब मेरा अंगूठा टूट गया था, फ्रैक्चर हो गया था, तो तब मैंने फिर पेन किलर्स खाई और मैं बैटिंग कंटिन्यू करी, तो वहाँ से फिर मैंने टूटे हाथ से 125 बनाए थे, वो है। ऐसे मैंने 2-3 बार खेला इंडिया के लिए टूटे हाथ से, तो वो काफ़ी क्लोज है मेरे दिल के। हाँ जी।
योर फेवरेट फिटनेस टेक्निक? फिटनेस में आप बड़े एवरीबॉडी टेल्स मी शिखर बहुत फिट है।
हाँ जी।
व्हाट इज योर फेवरेट फिटनेस एक्सरसाइज?
I enjoy doing squats, one of my favorite exercise, so I enjoy doing that.
अब मैं आपके साथ compete नहीं करूंगा स्क्वाट्स में। कितने कर देते हो दिन के?
नहीं, दिन के क्या, जब जैसे मैं जिम कर रहा हूँ तो मेरे उसमें शेड्यूल में अगर मैं 3 सेट मारने स्क्वाट्स के 3 सेट मारूंगा 10 रैप के 8 रैप के, तो ऐसे इट्स ऑल अबाउट बीइंग कंसिस्टेंट। सो आई हैव बीन ट्रेनिंग सिंस द एज ऑफ 14-15 and it's my lifestyle. I train every day of my life, so that consistency has to be there for anything. आपका कोई कौन फेवरेट क्रिकेटर है? कोई रोल मॉडल जब आप यंग थे या आज भी कोई रोल मॉडल जिसको देख के आप कहते हैं ये मेरा फेवरेट क्रिकेटर है? तो कोई एक नहीं था, जिन कितनों को काफ़ी सारे पसंद थे, आज भी काफ़ी सारे पसंद, और उनकी जो खूबी होती थी वो मैं अपने अंदर लाने की कोशिश करता। जैसे यूवी पाजी की बैटिंग मुझे बहुत अच्छी लगती थी, उनका जो एक फ्लैम्बॉयंस है, तो फिर मैंने वो चीज़ अपनी गेम में लाया कि उनकी क्या टेक्निक थी क्या नहीं, वो देख के। और जैसे पुजारा हो गया, उसकी जो ग्रिट है वो बहुत स्ट्रांग है कि पेशेंस लेवल, तो वहाँ से पेशेंस लेवल सीख लिया। सचिन पाजी से स्ट्रेट ड्राइव का देख लिया, तो अलग अलग है। और कभी भी मेरा ऐसा बिलीव नहीं रहा कि एक बंदे के ही वो करना है, सीखना सबसे, लेकिन जो कुदरत ने मुझे इंडिविजुअलिटी दी है, मेरी पर्सनालिटी दी है, मुझे उसे निखारना है। मैं किसी को कभी वो नहीं करूँगा कि भी फॉलो करूँगा कि भी उनके जैसा बनना है, मुझे उनकी खूबी ले लूँगा, लेकिन आई विल बी माई सेल्फ।
क्या यही एडवाइस आप यंग क्रिकेटर्स को दोगे कि वॉट एवर यू आर इन लाइफ, अपनी इंडिविजुअलिटी रखो, किसी को कॉपी करने की कोशिश मत करो? यू कांट बी द नेक्स्ट शिखर धवन, बिकम हुएवर यू आर ऑन योर ओन।
यप, एब्सोल्युटली। हर एक जहाँ जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं उन जैसा कोई दूसरा है ही नहीं, तो वही अपने आप में इतनी बड़ी बात है। तो फिर वो दूसरे की तरह बनना क्यों, जब आप में इतनी अलग खूबियाँ हैं, अपनी खूबियाँ पहचानो, अपनी यू शुड नो योर स्ट्रेंथ एंड वीकनेसेस, एंड उस पर कैसे वर्क करना है और उसको और निखारो, और ऐसा बनो कि जहाँ पे भी जाओ तो महके, हर जगह, हर जमीन महके।
अरे वाह। फेवरेट बॉलर? यानी फेवरेट बॉलर या मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट बॉलर जिसको आपने कभी फेस किया हो?
जिसको मैंने कभी फेस किया हो,
कोई बॉलर जिसको देख के आप कहते थे इसके सामने एक तरह से वाकई टक्कर होगी, कंपटीशन होगा?
काफ़ी सारे हैं। जैसे अगर टेस्ट मैच में बात करूं इंग्लैंड में तो एंडरसन, उसको देख के मतलब जिमी एंडरसन एब्सोल्युटली, वो ही इज अमेजिंग इन इंग्लैंड। तो तब वहाँ होता था, या कोई फास्ट बॉलर है या कोई टर्निंग ट्रैक पे ऑफ स्पिनर आ गया तो फिर मतलब दम लगाना पड़ता है बड़ा सारा, कि भी डर भी होता है कि आउट भी हो सकता है, बट उसमें ये भी रहता है, चैलेंज भी रहता है, अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी रहती हैं।
फेवरेट एक्टर? आपने तो हुमा कुरैशी के साथ तो डांस तो कर लिया, बट फेवरेट एक्टर एनी पर्सन?
I like Akshay Kumar, so I like him, I like his acting, even Shah Rukh Khan, Amitabh Bachchan साहब, आमिर खान, सलमान खान, सब अच्छे हैं।
ये तो पूरी इंडस्ट्री तूने गिना दी यार।
अब जब सारे अच्छे हैं तो सारे अच्छे हैं मेरे लिए।
और कोई एक्ट्रेस?
एक्ट्रेस आई लाइक करीना कपूर, देन और कौन हो गए, आलिया भट्ट, आई लाइक देयर एक्टिंग अ लॉट, दे आर वेरी गुड।
So maybe you should approach Alia Bhatt to act in our next film opposite her.
अगर मैं उस लायक एक्टर बना तो क्यों नहीं, जरूर, बिल्कुल।
But Shikhar, in conclusion, जिंदगी, you came from humble background and you built a great career over the years. Any regrets? कोई regret या जिंदगी इसी तरह से? I see your son, lovely videos of him coming out, Zorawar,
yeah, absolutely.
And वो बिल्कुल आप पर गया है, बिल्कुल वो भी always smiling, looking always active.
Yeah, he's doing quite well. He lives in Australia, so he's doing very well. I'm very happy for him. Or he's into fighting.
He's into
fighting.
Yeah,
so he learns jiu-jitsu, boxing, all that stuff. So I'm very happy. I would love him to become a big fighter, cage fighter. I would be very happy if he becomes that. And बाकी नहीं, कोई रिग्रेट नहीं है ज़िंदगी से। इट्स ऑलवेज लर्निंग, इट्स अ जर्नी, एंड गलतियां भी होती हैं, गलतियों से सीखते भी रहते हैं। जो 5 साल या 10 साल पहले थे, आज वहाँ से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, ग्रो कर रहे हैं, नॉट जस्ट मटेरियलिस्टिक वे बट इन अ ह्यूमैनिटी वे, और यू नो, इन अ स्पिरिचुअल वे। एंड लाइफ इज़ ब्यूटिफुल, लाइफ इज़ अ ब्लिस, and every day, every moment is a celebration for me.
Lovely. Every moment is a celebration of life, which is why we are going to end today by celebrating life Shikhar Dhawan style, which means, where are the goggles, sunglasses? तेरे दोस्त के पास वो sunglasses थे. You have Shikhar special sunglasses because he's going to do a special Punjabi rap song for us in only the way that he can do it. हाँ, ये हुई आपके sunglasses.
ये आपके हैं.
ये मेरे हैं? What? This is mine. I've never worn this in my.
आप भी तो पहनोगे मेरे साथ.
चलो मैं try करता हूँ. No problem. If I can't bat like you, I can at least wear sunglasses.
We'll jam together.
Okay.
Yeah, done.
ठीक है? Done.
Yeah, you're
Now
looking
ready?
cool. Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Any specific song you want or any Punjabi rap does?
Whatever you want to play, I'll.
Okay, whatever you want. He's open to whatever you want. तेरा favorite Punjabi rap singer कौन है?
I like lots of them again. बड़े सारे हैं. पंजाबी MC अच्छा है. Then यार एमी विर्क अच्छा है. अमृत मान अच्छा है. बड़े सारे हैं. बड़े सारे.
Okay.
चलो इस पे कर.
हाँ, this is not bad. Feet, and he's one of the finest left-handed batsmen India has produced. So please give a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen, to Shikhar Dhawan.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I forgot, my producer asked me one last question, Shikhar. Is India going to win the World T20 or not? And what will it take to win? वो X factor क्या है? ये हमारी headline होगी कल.
X factor इंडिया बिल्कुल वर्ल्ड कप जीतेगी और X factor ये है कि एक तो जो हमारी टीम का बिलीफ है और साथ में हम सबकी दुआएं हैं, प्रेयर है, तो वो जरूर मालिक उस पे खूब चार चांद लगाएगा.
चलिए, on that happy note, thank you very much, Shikhar Dhawan. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a very big hand for being such a fine sport and an even better shire. Thank you.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Presented by Max Life Insurance. You are the difference.
Hello and welcome to Battle of Champions. We're coming to you live from Melbourne, where we witnessed another, and I'm going to quote Ravichandran Ashwin, another clinical performance by the Indian team, defeating Zimbabwe by a huge margin of 71 runs. What that does is takes India to the top of their table, which now takes India to the semi-final, and that semi-final will be played in Adelaide. Plenty to discuss with Sunny Gavaskar, who joins me, and it's pretty late at night here, and that's why I have had to bribe him with some coffee. Only then is he agreed to come and do live with us. But you know, it's been a long day for all of us covering the game. There was a massive build-up, almost a sold-out stadium, the MCG, despite it being an inconsequential game in that sense, because India had already qualified for the semi-final. Before we take a closer look at that encounter, let's take a look at the highlights in a game where India batted first, got 186 and then won by 71 runs.
Rohit Sharma elected to bat first, but he himself couldn't make good use of that opportunity. A short delivery doing the trick for Zimbabwe.
Was mentioning using his height.
But KL Rahul, after playing out a maiden over to start with, soon began to launch big boundaries.
Excellent.
He shared a 60-run stand with informed Virat Kohli before the latter was caught at long off, looking to clear the fence. Next over, KL Rahul launched Sikandar Raza for a 6 to bring up his half-century of 34 balls.
He's one of the clean.
But the very next ball, Raza had his man, with KL Rahul going for another one, only to be caught at the edge of the boundary.
T20 International.
Ryan Burl pulled off a blinder at wide long on to send back Rishabh Pant, who was playing his first game of the tournament. Even as India lost wickets in a heap, Suryakumar Yadav's presence made all the difference with his innovative and audacious stroke play. It took him just 23 deliveries to race to yet another half-century, and his unbeaten 61 of just 25 balls helped India post 186 for 5.
Well, you and I can't do it.
Zimbabwe's chase was derailed by the Indian fast bowlers right at the start.
What a sensational...
First, Bhuvneshwar Kumar got Wesley Madhavere, and then Arshdeep Singh got Chakaba. Mohammad Shami and Hardik Pandya also joined the party to reduce Zimbabwe to 36 for 5 in 8 overs. Once again, India's inability to get wickets in the middle overs was exposed, with spinners Ashwin and Akshar Patel operating. That allowed Ryan Burl and Sikandar Raza to stitch a 60-run stand at a brisk pace.
That area.
Ashwin finally had some relief when Burl edged one onto his stumps. It was always going India's way, and the formalities were completed with men in blue registering a massive 71-run victory to nicely warm up for the semi-final against England on Thursday. Sports Bureau, India Today.
Okay, dominating performance there from the Indian team in their last league encounter before they play the semi-final. Sunny Gavaskar with us. Sunny, we keep talking about momentum and that you need to win. There was plenty of talk, inconsequential games. So even if India loses, they qualify for the semi-final. But do you think they've ticked all the right boxes now going ahead into the semis?
Most of the boxes. You can't say that they have ticked all the boxes. Because that can make a team feel complacent. But I think the performance, for example, Rahul batting so well, Kohli also getting going but not able to go on to play the kind of innings we have seen him in the previous matches. Suryakumar Yadav batting the way he did, and then the bowling. The bowling was very, very good. I think the spinners, you have to be just a little bit concerned because both the spinners conceded quite a bit of runs, and because they keep on bowling at that flat on these pitches where there's not much turn for the finger spinner, it's a lot easier to hit them. They might have taken wickets, but they've also given away a lot of runs. So I think that's an aspect that they need to look at, and therefore whether to go drop a spinner and take another extra medium pacer like a Harshal Patel, that is something that they'll have to think over the next couple of days before they play the semi-finals.
So plenty still to think for the Indian team ahead of that semi-final up against very tough opposition in England. But first, let's listen in to the Indian captain Rohit Sharma as well as the star performer Suryakumar Yadav. Both spoke to the media after India's win versus Zimbabwe, and this is what they had to say.
Yeah, I thought it was a good all-round performance, something that we were looking for. I do understand before the game we were qualified, but it was important for us to come out here and play the way we wanted to play, and I thought we got pretty much from the game. No, absolutely. I think what he is doing for the team is it's remarkable. Just coming out there and playing the way he wants to play, playing and taking the pressure off the other batsmen as well. That is, I think, from the team's perspective, it's quite important because we know his ability, and it allows the other guy who bats around him to take some time as well, and just the confidence that he shows when he bats. The dugout can really be at ease when he bats, and he's shown a lot of composure in the entire game that he has played so far, and this is something that we expect from him, and he's gone from strength to strength.
I think the plan was very clear when me and Hardik were batting together. He said the same thing, let's take a positive route from here and see where we land at the end of 20 overs. And when we started hitting good boundaries, we got runs in that over, then we never stopped till 20th over. I think everything is good. The atmosphere of the team is really nice, and the build-up to the knockouts was really nice. Really looking forward to the game. My plan has always been clear. I mean, I have not tried doing anything different. I do the same thing when I bat in the nets as well. And whatever the situation is, I just try and see what my team needs at that situation and bat accordingly.
Okay, so high praise there from both Rohit Sharma and Suryakumar Yadav talking about that innings. I'll get to Suryakumar Yadav a little later. Let's talk about Rohit Sharma. He hasn't been in great nick at the moment. What do you reckon? He's saving runs for the semis and the finals, or do you think now he really needs to look at his batting closely?
Well, just let's hope that he's saving the runs for the next two matches, which are going to be the biggest matches, because obviously, in a group game, you know that there is another game to follow, so you can, maybe sometimes try a little too much and get out. But now these are knockout games. So in a knockout game, you can't really afford to experiment too much. You need to be at your best. So let's hope that Rohit Sharma comes across to his best. What has been happening is because he himself, being the captain, has set this template that in the first 6 overs they're going to go bang, bang, bang. Now certainly he can't be seen as looking to work the ball around. He's always been a puller of the ball. But on Australian boundaries, that pull shot has got him into trouble here. We saw that 2 years ago as well. He got out twice playing the pull shot after having scored 40-50 runs. And that's something that that's something that he has to think about. Because you look at the percentages. Clearly, in a T20 format with just one fielder in the first 6 overs out there, I don't think they'll put two fielders out there. One fielder, then he's got to be very, very mindful of where the fielder is and play that pull shot. It's a productive shot for him as well. Let's not make any mistake about that. He scores a lot of runs on that. But he also gets out. And over here, if he can hit it away from that fielder, then obviously it's going to get him runs. But yes, a captain scoring runs, a captain who's a bowler captain picking the wickets, makes a big difference. If you have a look at the teams that have actually not gone on, you see that their captains are the ones who haven't really done well. You look at today, I mean, you saw Australia, Finch, got runs in one game, didn't do anything. Shakib for Bangladesh, didn't do anything, struggled a little bit. You look at the other teams, which are suppose South Africa, Temba Bavuma, didn't do anything at all. So the captains who haven't, your captaincy also suffers to an extent. Because you don't have that authority, because, people generally don't say that. But people, when you're scoring runs, when you're taking wickets, you have that authority to say, yeah, do this, do that, do that. And Rohit, of course, has got the respect of the team. You can see that from the way the team responds to him. So I don't think that's going to happen in Rohit's case. But for himself as well. Sometimes, it's a decision that you're looking to take, which you're not very sure, should I or should I not? There's that instinct that kicks in. But if you're scoring runs, then you go with that. Yes. You take an instinctive call, yes, this is it, and it works 9 times out of 10.
I think Sai Gavaskar makes a very valid point about the size of the boundaries as well. That same pull shot for Rohit Sharma, most often in subcontinental grounds, is a 6. Bigger boundary, he gets caught there. The other thing that India tried, and you thought that India must go ahead with Rishabh Pant, give him some sort of opportunity to free his arms and legs and get into his groove. But did he make most of this opportunity?
Again, I think, it's a bit like what Bangladesh did the other day. They didn't play smart cricket. They're looking to try and hit the sixes. And I think in Rishabh Pant's case, you can excuse him because it was only his first match and he came in a situation where, India had maybe just stagnated just that little bit, weren't scoring as many. So maybe he looked to do that. But he had somebody like a Suryakumar Yadav at the other end. And so with that in mind, and because he's a captain as well, and he's a captain in waiting, so he should be thinking, hang on a minute, let me play some smart cricket. I will run hard, push it. Once I get my feel and I feel settled, then I can go for the big shot. Then I target. What the target is then is a straight boundary. The straight boundary is 73. The other boundaries are about 80, 89 meters. 5-7 meters can make a big difference. And that's what happened.
Okay. We'll also talk about the man of the moment, and that is Suryakumar Yadav, because we're saving the best for the last. But the one, element of the game that can never be underestimated, that's the fan power, the Indian fan power that you get to see in any stadium. We were today at the MCG. It felt like any ground in India. That's the kind of enthusiasm you see with the fans. All of them turned up in large number. And before I came here, everyone would say Kohli, Kohli. That still exists. But there's another name that's ringing there, and that is Sky. Just listen into the fans after the Zimbabwe victory. It says Surya, he is on fire. And I have another one where he says Surya is far. So okay, this one's jersey says India झुकेगा नहीं.
नमस्कार दोस्तों. झुकेगा नहीं.
Fans all lining up. When the tournament started, I thought,
I'm a big fan.
He has been brilliant throughout the tournament.
He has been.
It's the era of Suryakumar Yadav.
Wow, that's a big statement.
Surya is the X factor of this team. Let's not forget.
Yes, it is.
Like 2011 Yuvraj, 2022 Surya. I think history will repeat itself. 2007 we got knocked out of the first stage. 2011 we won the World Cup. 2021 knocked out of the first stage. 22 we are winning this World Cup.
Yes!
We are winning this.
India!
And with me, two very special fans. Give me your names first.
Anshul, Arushi.
Okay, show me what their poster says. So they carry this poster which says, Arshdeep, will you marry me? Firstly, did he notice it?
We got on the TV. So we hope we did.
On TV right now, but you're talking about the match.
Yeah, like in the match we got on the screen. We don't know if he saw it.
But you know, you've made a mistake. You should have left the phone number. How else is he going to get in touch with you even if he saw it?
Look, we're everywhere. We come to all these matches. What easily
will be at the finals.
Okay, but tell me, which one of you decided to make this?
हम बैठे-बैठे सोच रहे थे करना था कुछ का
बैठे-बैठे प्यार हो गया इनको whose idea?
He's 23, so he's in between our ages, so he can marry either one.
मेरे से 1 साल छोटा है.
But it's your both's idea, right?
Yeah.
But whose proposal is this?
मेरा proposal है.
It's my proposal too.
God. So are you going to fight now?
Now you get why is this shortage of a girls in India?
Okay, but see that's Arshdeep's fan following. Maybe he would have noticed it. If he did.
We love you, Arshdeep. We love you so much.
So what is it that you like about him? And when did you become his?
Such a good bowler. I was floored when I saw him, and he's cute bhi hai. Cute bhi hai.
What about you?
He's really cute.
I hope he's got a glimpse of this while it was on television right now.
India! Guys! Sports today! Zindabad! Sports today! Zindabad! India today! Zindabad! India today! Zindabad! India today!
We've taken, what does this say? Okay, let me take it.
We being Guju.
Okay, so what does this say?
It says, come on Dokla for you, Hardik Pandya. Anytime you can come and visit us.
Yes. So they've prepared special doklas for Hardik Pandya. He can come. Maybe he needs that dokla energy to get his sixes going.
Yes. Guju power.
Okay, Sanibai, it takes a long time to build that fan following. Sunny Gavaskar had to get a lot of runs in Australia to do that. Sachin Tendulkar had to get a lot of runs. Virat Kohli had to get a lot of runs. Suryakumar Yadav, he's barely come to Australia. Already I see fans chanting his name. That's the kind of impact he's had in such a short international career.
And not surprising because, you know, he's actually played some outstanding cricket. Some of the shots that we've seen, there was that one scoop that he played today. Was amazing. That was unbelievable. It went for a 6, using the angle towards in the final over, for example, going right across. And if he had left the ball, it would have been a wide ball. But converting that low Yorker and hitting it over square leg, not easy shot. Again, let's not forget the size of the boundaries. So don't forget that, and going for a 6 and into the stands, not just crossing the ropes. So look, he's taken India in a different direction. He's the one who's giving India that push, that momentum, that impetus, which is making the difference. So even in the earlier matches, he's done that. But we haven't really given him the kind of, the praise that we should have. But right now, I'm so happy that he's getting it because he deserves every single bit of it. He's been a late bloomer, a late arrival on the international scene. He was scoring lots of runs, but like it happens with a lot of people, the middle order was crowded. So he wasn't able to get the opportunity to play. Sometimes it happens. Right. But at least luckily he's got the opportunity to play. And I do believe with his fitness, we should be seeing Suryakumar Yadav for another 5-6 runs. And do not forget his catching. Yes. In the deep, the way he covers the ground, the way he anticipates, takes the catches, don't forget that aspect of his cricket as well.
Does that also worry you to an extent? Because the Indian middle order hasn't really fired in this tournament. But there's only Suryakumar Yadav that steps up and show that, he takes India into a safe zone or a match-winning zone. Do you think that the day he doesn't come good, it could be a semi-final, final? Because, you can be consistent, but you can't get runs in every game. That day, India would be a worried team?
Yes, I think so. I think because, the fact that he look, if he hadn't scored those 61 at a strike rate of to almost 250, India wouldn't have reached 140, 150. Yeah. They were so far behind. So the fact that he came in and scored those runs is the reason why India ended up with 186. So yes, I think when he doesn't score runs, we have to hope that he only hasn't scored runs because he's coming to bat for 3 or 4 overs, and the top 4 batsmen have got India to 150, 160.
I sometimes wonder whether there's a computer chip inside his brain, because the way he picks those gaps, bowlers have certain ways of bowling. So you'll bowl outside the off stump, he'll take that front leg there and hit them, bring the fine leg in, he'll hit you there, bring the mid wicket in, he'll hit you there. I mean, it can't be easy picking gaps the way he does. He makes it look so easy.
And awareness of the field is such an important aspect of batsmanship in any form of the game, whether it's Test cricket or it's 50 overs or T20, but more so perhaps in T20, we are looking for the boundaries and the sixes. So he's been doing that consistently. So that's been the best part about his batting, is that he's been doing, making this look so simple. He's the new Mr. 360, genuinely Mr. 360, because he can play the ram shot like this, which goes to the right of the wicketkeeper. We saw him play the scoop shot, not the scoop sweep, the scoop shot, which has gone to the left of the wicketkeeper. So yes, I think he's the genuine article now, the new Mr. 360.
Well, that's right. I read somewhere that the original Mr. 360, A.B. de Villiers, has also acknowledged that yes, Suryakumar Yadav is the new Mr. 360. As Sanibai is saying that, he's got the ram shot as well. So you bring the third man in and he'll hit you there. Bring the fine leg in, he'll hit you there. Whatever you do with the field, he'll end up finding gaps. And that's how outstanding he is to watch. And sometimes you have to be on the field to observe that. Sometimes on television you really can't make out, because you see those field changes and you realize how good Suryakumar Yadav is. Okay, talking about Suryakumar Yadav, I said 61 that he got today, and what's really a standout thing in his innings is the fact that the rate of knots that he scores with, 200 plus strike rate every time that he goes out to bat, and today was no different. Let's just enjoy that knock by Sky.
Yes, the previous one was a little bit Garava.
It's crowd noise. Superb.
He is at a different level, a template that only he can follow. Suryakumar Yadav has redefined the way T20 cricket is played.
Oh, yes. It's cleared his front foot, and look at that.
He's audacious in his stroke play, and reputations rarely matter to him. He can pull off the most difficult of shots that don't even exist in the book. One may argue about the risk that he takes, but he's getting the job done at an alarming consistency. This year, he's the leading run getter in T20 internationals with over 1,000 runs at an average of 44. But what separates him from the rest is that strike rate of over 186. Against South Africa, on a spicy Perth wicket, even as the other Indian batters were falling one after the other, Surya kept his team in the hunt with his attacking stroke play.
Up and over and brilliantly played.
For him, it's all about execution.
जो हम लोग के मैनेजमेंट है, उन लोग सुबह वीडियोस सब कुछ अवेलेबल रहता है, वो बुलाते हैं, आधे घंटे के गैप में वो दिखाते हैं, तो उसमें थोड़ा तो आइडिया लग जाता है. बाकी तो गेम प्लान आपका रहता ही है, बट थोड़ा आइडिया लग जाता है कि कौन से बॉलर के पास क्या क्या वेरिएशंस है, तो आप अपने शॉट्स रेडी कर लेते हो वो टाइम पे ही. और फिर ग्राउंड पे जाने के बाद तो फिर वही सब एग्जीक्यूशन की बात है, और जैसे आप अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस करते हो वही है.
Surya's presence in the middle order has had a calming effect on the Indian team. It's not just about the amount of runs he scores, but the manner in which he gets them, something that the English team began some years ago.
It's a 12-15 T20 internationals.
Perhaps time has come to give England a taste of their own medicine, and what better occasion for Suryakumar Yadav to do that in this T20 World Cup semi-final. Sports Bureau, India Today.
What an outstanding knock there by Sky once again. The other aspect of his game, Saibai, which cannot be understated, is the way he attacks right from the word go. No matter what the situation, that's a risky tactic, but if the ball is there to be hit, he'll hit it for a 4.
Well, I think that also stems from confidence. The confidence that, he's in good nick, that he has the shots, he knows where the fielders are. Look, he began his T20 career, first ball he hit Jofra Archer, no less. Jofra Archer was quick. He scooped him for a 6. So if somebody can do that with the first ball of his international career, he just tells you the enormous self-belief that he has. And then when you're scoring runs, it's just that, your body shape is fine, everything you're trying to do. When you're not scoring runs, you're a little bit tight. So, your hands don't flow towards the ball, you don't go there. And This is not happening with him because he's scoring runs. So, straight away once he comes in, he'll play this shot, because he's got the confidence that come what may, his judgment of the line length is going to be perfect and he's going to get away with that shot.
I'm just going to talk about a couple more players and their performances today. KL Rahul got a good knock the other day, got another good, quick fire 50. The only thing that you could see that he gets that 50, then gets out. If you could pass on advice to him, what would you say?
Nothing. I think, ideally, I think you just be aware of what the boundary sizes are and play your shots accordingly. Look, he's got a 50. Now, earlier on, we were talking, he's not getting. Now, when you've got a 50, you're still making a complaint. Look, this is.
It is greedy Indian fans.
No, I totally understand that. I think Indian fans are like that they want more and more and more. I totally understand that. But look, he's just come into form. 2 successive 50s he's got. He's fielding brilliantly. He's taking great catches, diving around, throwing. His commitment is total. So let him just relax and play the way he can play. Like I've been saying all this time, that he actually doesn't seem to know the kind of ability that he has. He's got huge ability, enormous ability. He's an outstanding player in defense or whatever it is. The first time I saw him play was 2014 when the first ball that he faced was from Mitchell Johnson, short ball on his test debut. He got right behind the line and played it down there. Now when he did that, and I said to myself, that is a player. That is a player. Okay. He took a little time to get going, which is understandable. But look, he's doing well. So let's not question that he should go on, etc. He's scoring 50. So let's be happy with that. And let's hope that he will carry on and get you the 70, 80, 90 or maybe even 100. That will help India to get to almost 180, 90 or maybe 200.
Finally, I'll talk about the 2 spinners. Let's start with Akshay Patel. He was a revelation as soon as he replaced Ravindra Jadeja. People thought that, hey, listen, he may even be better than a Ravindra Jadeja as far as the bowling is concerned. That's how effective he was in T20 cricket. Hasn't been that effective in Australia. Is it the change of conditions? What's not working for him?
It's the pitches. Over here, and the pitches don't really help the finger spinner to get that much, turn. And so therefore, he's struggled a little bit because his pace is such and his length is such that you can fairly predict and then go through the line because you know that the ball's not going to deviate. But what he's also started to do now, which is again comes with experience, is that he sometimes the angle with which he delivers the ball is also changing. So he knows that he probably doesn't have the variety that you need at the test level. At the test level, it can work. But at this level, so he just changes the delivery angle and uses his crease nicely. But if he can vary his pace, then he'll be that much even more difficult to score off. At the moment, the reason why he's conceding so many runs is bowling flat, and it becoming easy for the batsman when the length is there. It's an automatic thing. When you play Test cricket, that's the length that you bowl. So automatically you bowl that length. So the moment Ashwin bowled further up, that Burl.
Yes, he got out. Yes.
Burl got out because it was too close to him. If it had been even a foot and a half a little further up, it would have gone for a 6. So I think it's a matter of adjusting that length. Hopefully he will have learned from this game, and then if he does that, because he's got the happy knack of picking wickets, Akshar Patel.
Yes.
He picks wickets. So it's just that if he can pick wickets and not give these runs that he's doing, he'll be a valuable addition.
So we're completely out of time. So
I'm sure. I'm giving long answers.
No. Brief, one-word answer. India-Pakistan final coming up.
Yes.
Yes, okay, that's good enough for us. Sunny Gavaskar, thanks so much for joining us this late in the night. Of course, the coffee that he's holding also helped, but that's all the time that we have on Battle of Champions. But remember, India are going to be playing the semi-final. It's a World Cup that every fan hopes for, and your destination for all the analysis, match reports, ground reports, it is India Today. So we'll see you tomorrow, same time. For the moment, we're signing off from Melbourne. Bye-bye.
watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. KCR's TRS wins big in high-stakes Munugodu by-poll and celebrations erupt. BJP concedes defeat but claims TRS won through unfair means. BJP dominates pan-India by-polls, comfortably emerges victorious in Odisha, Uttar Pradesh and Haryana, defeats RJD in Bihar. The bigwigs from all parties hit the ground running today in state of war Gujarat. Prime Minister Modi, Arvind Kejriwal carry out campaigns and public meetings in poll-bound state. BJP releases manifesto in Himachal, which votes on November 12th. Implementation of Uniform Civil Code is one of the top commitments, apart from 8 lakh new jobs and a UP-like survey on madrasas. India thrashes Zimbabwe by 71 runs at the T20 World Cup. India all set to face England in the semi-final round. Small passenger plane crashes into Lake Victoria in Tanzania. 26 of the 43 people on board rescued. Authorities running against time to extradite the rest. The much-awaited Munugodu by-poll results were announced today. After a high-voltage contest, TRS yet again made a sweeping victory. The counting process that began at 8 a.m. was completed in 15 rounds, and according to trends, TRS candidate K. Prabhakar Reddy cumulatively polled 96,598 votes after 15 rounds, declaring him the winner. But after a resounding victory, celebrations began at the TRS camp. Several TRS workers took to the streets celebrating the poll victory. Meanwhile, BJP's Rajagopal Reddy conceded defeat and labelled TRS's win as immoral. Reddy also accused TRS of bribing voters with cash and liquor. Meanwhile, Telangana Minister KTR thanked the people of Munugodu for voting for the TRS candidate. KTR slammed the BJP, accused Home Minister Shah and Prime Minister of directing the elections. TRS victory in Munugodu by poll is expected to influence the future course of state politics in the run-up to next year's assembly polls in Telangana.
मुनुगोड पब्लिक जो वोट दिया उसका जो जजमेंट दिया मैं उसको रेस्पेक्ट करता हूं, मगर जो उन लोग गलत तरीका से जो वोट लेके आया वो गलत जीत है, इसको मैं स्वीकार नहीं करता हूं। हमारा मन को मालूम है, तेलंगाना समाज को, मुनुगोड पब्लिक मालूम है। एथिकली मोरली बीजेपी वन दिस मुनुगोड। नंबर में केसीआर जीता, इसका मतलब कौन जीता? भारतीय जनता पार्टी, राजगोपाल रेड्डी, मुनुगोड का पब्लिक जीता।
इधर पूरा टीआरएस का भवन में सेलिब्रेशंस हो रहा है, कैसा लग रहा है?
देखिए ये जीत यकीनी थी, क्योंकि मुनुगोड के अवाम यही चाहते हैं कि टीआरएस की पार्टी बहुत भारी मेजर से जीते वहाँ पर, क्योंकि बहुत बड़ा कंपटीशन था। एक तरफ तेलंगाना स्टेट के लोग थे तो दूसरी तरफ पूरा हिंदुस्तान लगा हुआ था। किसी तरह भी हमारे कैंडिडेट को शिकस्त देने की अवाम ने तय कर लिया था कि केसीआर साहब के जो सर्विसेज है उसकी मिसाल हिंदुस्तान में नहीं मिल सकती।
बीजेपी का जो कैंडिडेट है राजगोपाल रेड्डी, वो बोल रहे हैं कि टीआरएस ने अधार्मिक रूप से जीता है।
ये तो बोलने के इल्जामात है। देखिए आप, अवाम कभी और टीआरएस पार्टी एक पीस पार्टी है। हिंदुस्तान में अगर कोई अमन की पार्टी है, प्यार और मोहब्बत बढ़ाने वाली पार्टी है, राउडीज़म खत्म करने वाली पार्टी है, तो टीआरएस पार्टी है।
As by-polls of 7 seats across the country concluded on Sunday evening, BJP won 4 out of the 7 seats. The BJP lost 2 seats in Munugodu, in Telangana and Mukama in Bihar. Take a look at this detailed report.
The by-poll battle setting the political tone of India. The BJP is maintaining its numero uno position by winning 4 out of 7 seats which went to midway polls. As trends kept trickling in and winners got increasingly clear, boisterous celebrations got underway. Supporters of winning candidates hit the streets, savouring the hard-fought wins. In Bihar's Mukama, the ruling RJD is jubilant after the win of Neelam Devi, wife of strongman Anand Singh, who won despite no campaign by Chief Minister Nitish Kumar.
मोकामा और गोपालगंज की जनता को हम दिल से धन्यवाद देते हैं और दोनों जगह से जो प्रत्याशी जीते हैं उन दोनों प्रत्याशी को भी हमारी शुभकामनाएं हैं और उम्मीद करेंगे कि अपने जो जनता ने उन पर भरोसा किया है उन भरोसा पर उतरने का काम करें।
वो तो हम लोग पहले से ही जान रहे थे कि जीत हमारी ही होगी, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं थी और भाजपा के अहंकार उसे ले डूबा।
BJP, however, took the honours in Gopalganj, its candidate Kusum Devi snatching the win from RJD and Nitish Kumar combined, leading to celebrations among BJP workers. In Yogi Adityanath's Uttar Pradesh, the BJP backed the Gola Gokarnath seat in a straight fight with Samajwadi Party. BJP's Aman Giri retained his late MLA father's seat. Both Aman Giri and his rival Vinay Tiwari had sought divine blessings ahead of counting.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हर एक शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने, संगठन ने, सबने एक साथ मिलकर अपने परिवार का साहस बढ़ाया, एक बड़ी जीत दिलाई।
In Haryana's Adampur, the Bhajanlal family saw another son rise in politics. Bhavya Bishnoi, the son of Kuldeep Bishnoi, won the seat. The senior Bishnoi had recently joined BJP. The BJP mocked the Aam Aadmi Party for its candidate losing its deposit in Haryana.
ये जीत उन सभी कार्यकर्ताओं और नेताओं की है जिन्होंने